for us that power, purpose, and partnership aren't just words, but living energies.
Now, as the stage clears, maybe that's the best reminder. Leadership can be choreographed, but true progress comes when we move together.
And between us, Suresh, I don't think either of us could pull off moves like that.
Abha, speak for yourself. After years of practice, I only have 1.5 left feet now.
Okay, right. Progress. Well, we'll save that performance for another time, but now let's carry forward that energy into the conversations ahead.
To formally welcome you to the Economic Times World Leaders Forum 2025, please join us in inviting onto stage the CEO of the Times of India, Mr. Shivkumar Sundaram, here to deliver the opening address. Shiva, can we have you on stage?
For those who missed the Economic Times today, I'm sure most of you would have read it. Let me begin with this. India's GDP growth in Q1 is projected at 6.7%, fueled by strong government capex, a revival in rural demand, and a service sector that refuses to slow down. Truly, there could not have been a more fitting headline to kickstart this event. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, captains of the industry, and all of you who came in early to grab the best seats in the hall. Here at the ET World Leadership Forum, where conversations shape economies and headlines, I have been given the task of making sure you are all leaning in before the first keynote. But there's no pressure because this is not Alaska. Let me be frank. Unlike those golfers at Mar-a-Lago Club, we are gathered here today to pay you tarif. And in ET, we are a firm believer in reciprocal tarif. So we expect all of you to have high praise for us. So today we are gathered under the theme, as you saw in the brilliant performance short while ago, under the theme, the next global order, power, purpose, and partnership. This particular PPP theme is both inspiring as well as daunting, much like the world we find ourselves here today. So we meet at a time when the geopolitical uncertainty has become a daily push notification. Trade and tariff dynamic shifts faster than the interest rates. Zero-sum games are being bandied just like discount coupons. And AI is threatening not only to outwork us, but probably outwit us as well. Let me assure you that speech has not been prepared by AI. So, in this flux, in this Samudra Manthan, if you will, let's just say that ET is here to separate the Amrit from the Halahal, or should I say that to separate the nutrient-rich news and views from the heavily processed brain dunk. So, over the next 2 days, we will have an extraordinary lineup that includes the Honorable Prime Minister of India, key central ministers, including the Honorable Defence Minister, Minister of Road, Transport and Highways, Minister of Commerce and Industry, and External Affairs Minister, as well as several state chief ministers. We will have Chandrababu Naidu, from Andhra, Shri Mohan Yadav, Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami, and Shri Naib Singh Saini. So adding a truly global dimension, we also have leaders like former US Secretary of State, John Kerry, and former Italian Prime Minister, Matteo Renzi. I practiced my pronunciation. It's not Renzi as it said. I believe AI told me you have to call him Matteo Renzi, and showing that this forum speaks not only in the voice of India, but also in the accents of the world. So along with a roster of distinguished voices from the business, policy, academia, they will explore everything from strategic alliance and self-reliance to green infrastructure, emerging technology, and disruptive AI potential. And of course, trade in a world where geopolitics and geoeconomics are not just being conflated, but are becoming synonymous. So ET Leaders, World Leaders Forum brings to the table a caliber of leadership that thinks in billions, in decades of vision, and in the belief that India's next chapter will be one of confident self-reliance and global influence, whether it's tarif or tariff. So as we begin day one, let's remember this isn't just another conference. It's a working session for the future, a chance to listen, to question, to collaborate, and to write the next chapter of that next global order. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ET World's Leaders Forum. Let's get started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shiva, for opening the forum with your vision and conviction. It's a reminder that this platform isn't just about dialogue, but about the ideas and actions shaping our collective future.
And that future is full of moving parts, like Shiva just said. Tarif pe tarif, just one of those parts. Global policy, business, technology, everything is shifting and really fast.
Which brings us to our next speaker, a global CEO who's had to navigate uncertainty, cross-border growth, and rapid transformation. He's a seasoned global leader in the hospitality space with experience spanning Europe, Latin America, and the US. At the helm of one of the world's most recognizable hotel groups, he brings perspective shaped by transformation, expansion, and cross-market leadership.
In this address that's titled Leading Without a Map, Running a Global Business in Times of Uncertainty, he speaks to what it means to lead with agility, clarity, and purpose, even when the road ahead is constantly shifting.
Please join us in welcoming to the stage CEO, Radisson Hotel Group and Board Director of Louvre Hotels Group, Mr. Federico J. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor for me to be here today. Thanks for the generous introduction. Today, I think I'm going to first thank you, the organization, for inviting Radisson Hotel Group to make this keynote as an introduction. You know, Radisson has been and is a global company that has been transformed in the last years, and actually, we have also the honor of being one of the key hotel companies for many years already present in India with a lot of success. I will share with you 5 keys that I have learned with a lot of humbleness as we have been able to transform the company worldwide. But before I do it, I have to say that every time I come to India, as you know, I am from non-Indian origin, but I travel to India, and as I discovered it, you know, I cannot avoid to, when I see India and all the transformations you are making, I cannot avoid to make myself a question every time I come here. I live in Spain, that is one of the biggest tourist destinations in the world. I spend a lot of time in France, this is one of the top leading destinations in the world. I cannot avoid to make myself the question of, can India become the future next tourist destination? As I know, you are extremely busy already transforming the country, and you have been like that for many years. But my only plea and the thought I leave with you is, don't forget that also outside India, there is a lot of interest that, if well articulated, can bring a lot of work and a lot of well-being for the Indian country. When making this question, actually, if I make the question, it's because I'm convinced this can happen. And as you will see in my presentation, there are 5 elements that I have learned that are clear, are keys to succeed in the change. And actually, the first one is the vision. So I dared to draft a vision that I leave with you for whoever wants to take over this vision. But actually, I think, when I think of India, and every time I come here, I think of India as one memories for life destination in the world, and possibly the number one. And it's not only memories, but actually it's memories for life. And this is a clear, honest, and inspiring vision. But actually, if we think about that vision, and it's based on three things that I have observed as I come to the country. You have the places, you have the people, and actually you have a pace that is different to what you have in the rest of the world. In order to do that vision, and before I go to my presentation on the change, I think obviously we need to articulate a plan. And the plan needs to be very well structured, as actually you have done in many other sectors in your country. Deciding which are the destinations, deciding which are the skills that we need to build, deciding which are the investments in infrastructure, deciding what is the connectivity, and what is everything that is needed around. I leave you with this thought on India, and then I move to the core of my presentation. Let me just give you some data first on what Radisson is and what Louvre Hotel Group is. Radisson has 1,500 hotels in the world, 250,000 employees, 75,000 team members, and we are present in 120 countries. Louvre, in its side, has 1930, 173 rooms, 30,000 employees, and present in 70 countries. We're looking to these two companies and the group, and we look to India. Actually, the presence is meaningful. If I combine together Radisson and Louvre Hotel Group, Sarawak, actually, we are the number 2 chain in number of hotels, and we are the number 3 in number of rooms. So a very significant presence that has been done actually through building the ability to change and adapt to the different environments. Now let's go to the keys I wanted to share in leading that change that has been mentioned. You know, there are 5 keys, and I will try to be extremely simple on the 5. The first one is building ability to change and adapt, and do it every day. The second one is to have a clear plan that includes a diagnosis and a vision, and to do it in a way that solves all the key issues. The third one is an ability to secure the right teams and the right culture, and to do it fast. The fourth one, if I can read it because you are in front of the screen. Okay, thank you. And then is have the consumer and the customer always in mind, because it's critical, and do it every day. And actually, the last one is leadership, leadership, and leadership. So let's go quickly through the 5 so I can explain. Regarding the ability to change and adapt, there are many business books, but there is one that is the one you have in the center, that is Why CEOs Get Fired, and actually has one single idea. The number 1 reason why CEOs are fired is because they don't have the ability to change and adapt. And actually, one of the reasons is because leaders are many times not clear on what is the phase in which their organization is. This is usually the map of change that shows where usually when you drive change, what are the different moments an organization goes through. Usually, you come to a place, you want to change it, and people is unaware of the need of change. Then they understand, eventually they buy in with doubts, and finally, they will accept the change if results come. And actually, the learning we have had during these years of transformation is that actually, you need to make sure that the following things, that actually not everybody in the organization is always in the right place. Whenever you are transforming a company, you have to do it in different moments, and different people and teams and geographies around the world are in different phases. So you need to be extremely aware of where you are. The second element I mentioned is a clear plan, and the clear plan needs to have first a diagnosis. Diagnosis is the key of any change we make. The diagnosis needs to be painful if needed, but say all with the truth. It needs to build hope, it needs to be realistic, and it needs to include only relevant facts, because at the end, it needs to be extremely easy to explain. In the hotel industry, I may be talking to investors, I may be talking to owners, but I may be talking to a receptionist. And you need to be able to explain to them what's happening in the company and what is the plan in a very simple way. This is just an example of the diagnosis we did in a given moment of Radisson. It's 2 pages. Don't read them. But actually, in order to make these 2 pages, as you can assume, we did thousands of analyses. But at the end, we had to put those in only 2 pages to explain to the board and to the shareholders what was the issues we needed to face and change in the company. The second element in the plan beyond the diagnosis is the vision. And I will share an example that Gilles Pélisson shared with me many years ago about the vision. The vision needs to be clear, honest, and inspiring. And whenever I talk to my teams in the world, I always say, is it possible that a vision changes people's attitude? And actually, this is an example I like a lot. Here you have 3 people. They have all a hammer and a brick. And they're all doing the same thing. With a hammer, they shape a stone. First one is not happy. And actually, it's because he or she believes that they are shaping a stone. So every day when they go home is, what did you do, honey? Okay, I shaped a stone, or 2 stones. Second one is a bit more happy. And actually, it's because of the vision. This person is building a wall. And as such, every year, every day, when coming home, there is another meter in the wall. The third one is actually building a temple. So whatever you are doing will last forever, will last for the next generation. So actually, the vision is as critical as the diagnosis. This is why, when we did the plan in Radisson, we came with to be one of the top 3 hotel companies in the world and the company of choice of guests, owners, and talent. Actually, something that the Indian team had been able to do, because even before I came, they had been able to build one of the top 3 companies in India. Beyond that, you have the plan itself, diagnosis, vision, and plans. And the plans need to be complete, concrete, sufficient, and understandable. And then, as you saw, the same bubbles that I did for India as a plan, we built a plan based on what do we do with the portfolio, what do we do with the consumers, what do we do with the brands, what do we do with technology, and the plan is extremely well articulated in a very concrete way. Third element is the right people, the right partners, and the right culture. And on this, any of you who have leadership responsibilities, you will know that you need to be with your teams, your customers, your stakeholders, and sometimes you are a hero, sometimes you are a villain. And you need to be able to play the 2 roles, doing the same thing, depending to whom you talk. You may be a villain or you may be a hero. And you need to get used to it. And the only way to save those situations is actually using 4 things. First is honesty, second is knowledge, third is attitude, and fourth is getting results, because it's what allows you to behave with the two sides of the coin. The fourth element is having the consumer and customers always in mind. And in my experience, this has 2 elements. First is focus on breaking stereotypes, and second, putting your money where your mouth is, whenever the plan is. What does it mean, breaking stereotypes? I come from a marketing background. I always like to think on the consumers with needs, emotions, stereotypes, and wants. But actually, I think when you are able to break a stereotype, you make something really breakthrough. And I will give you an example of Disney. In Disney, you may end the day, and it may happen to you that you have forgotten, actually, where the park ticket is. So after 8 hours or 10 hours in the park, you don't know where your car is. So obviously, that doesn't help personal relationships. But actually, what happens is Disney has a system based on which, if you tell me that at what time you arrived, I will be able to find your car in 10 minutes. At that moment, the stereotype that I'm going to spend 3 hours is broken. This is what we try to do in hotels. When you change the room, when you put a nice shower, when you put a nice pillow. Fourth element is, as I said, put your money where your mouth is. This is when we made the transformation in Radisson, or actually now in Sarovar, or in East, we say we are going to improve the experience. Then you need to show it. This is the change of a room we did when we started, or a second one. You need to show actually that what you are doing is going to happen. And the fifth element, and the last one, is leadership, leadership, and leadership. These are the 21st characteristics of leadership that comes from a book. But actually, I always do the exercise with the teams, choosing which one is the one you would choose if you have to choose one. Actually, I always eliminate all the first column, even if they are critical. Also the second one, because we need to choose only one word that if you have to choose. And I leave as word generosity. Why generosity? Is because the definition of generosity we have is actually generosity is not to give things for free. It's about looking beyond the obvious. It's about having a win-win spirit. It's promoting empathy with the customers, stakeholders, and teams. And it's actually helping others to do more, to achieve more, and to go beyond. And I think if you do things with generosity, things will move faster. As a last thought, talking about leadership, there are thousands of definitions of leadership, but I want to leave this one to you. This comes from a former president of the US that actually said, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. I sense every time I come to India this sense of leadership in the country. So thank you. Good luck in the transformation, and hopefully we'll build something big. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we said tarif pe tarif, a little louder, the applause. We're just starting off the day. Warm up those applause muscles. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for reminding us that growth, especially in uncertain times, demands not just strategy, but imagination.
And that sometimes the most powerful kind of leadership is the one that rewrites the rules as it goes.
Coming up next, we turn to an industry that is much a mirror of society as it is a driver of dreams.
Now it's a conversation about culture, commerce, and change, set in a space that's long defined how India tells its stories. Our next conversation dives into a world that's been central to India's cultural imagination and is now in the middle of a creative evolution.
From the stories we tell to the way we tell them, Bollywood is undergoing a quiet transformation, one that's being shaped by changing audiences, sharper narratives, and bolder choices.
Now this panel, titled Bollywood's Transformation, Tradition Meets Modernity, brings together the team that's behind the upcoming film Param Sundari, and each one of them reflects a distinct shift in how cinema is being made today. First, there's an actor whose roles have grown increasingly layered, anchored in vulnerability, strength, and emotional truth. Another actor who brings a mix of old-school magnetism and sharp contemporary instinct to everything he does. And a producer who has delivered back-to-back blockbusters and is now synonymous with genre-bending, heart-forward, risk-taking films.
Together, they're part of a movement that's redefining what it means to entertain, challenge, and connect with a new India.
Please welcome onto stage Jhanvi Kapoor, Siddharth Malhotra, and the founder and CEO of Maddock Films, Dinesh Vijan. And my co-host Abha will anchor the discussion. Abha, over to you.
Thank you, Suresh, and it's wonderful to have the opportunity to speak to some of our most talented stars, and yes, a director who's creating waves with his cinema. Let's get right into it. Dinesh, let me come to you first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How did the idea of Param Sundari come about? Because let's first get to the heart of this upcoming release, and what was your vision behind it?
So I think the way at Maddock we decide to make a film is when you hear it for the first time, you should not be able to not make it. Like when you get up the next day, you should really want to make it. The reason why we actually made Param Sundari is not in the trailer, not anything that we've put out, but maybe we can talk a little bit about it. Other than the fact that it's cross-cultural, it also deals with a very, very relevant theme affecting the youth today. Param comes from a world of technology, from a city like ours, and he's deeply enamored, influenced, and by technology. So he's somebody who really believes in apps, and aajkal to hum from anything at home, whether it is vegetables, fridge, sab app pe milta hai. Lekin kya na ghar wali app pe nahi milti hai. So I think that's the angle which he comes from, which is very fresh. And our girl, our Sundari, is actually from a place where technology's hardly touched it. Though it is part of southern India, but the fact is that there are, which is very technologically advanced, but there are lots of pockets across India where it's still very simple. So she brings Sundari brings a lot of simplicity to our film. And this dynamic, made me make the film, which this is the most we can say about it, but when you see it, there's a lot more than the trailer. Also, I feel the films that have worked for us are unique and audacious. So this particular theme, when it opens up, I think will resonate because it's unique. And also, I felt Sid is such a good-looking boy, but he's not done a rom-com in 6 years. So that was one of the reasons to make it. And Sundari, who is very much like Janvi, but she's never played a character like that. So that was also interesting to see, get two actors who haven't done this. And hopefully when unique and breakout performances happen, you generally have a good box office outing, and I hope that you do for us. So that's the reason.
I think that's a good mix of ingredients, and absolutely, I think you both seem perfect for the role. What is it like, Sid, to come back to this kind of genre after a while, after Student of the Year? Even the music, Pardesia, and all these songs are like 90s romantic films. Do you think that romantic movies are making a comeback, perhaps post the success of Sayara?
Well, I think they were always there. Good evening, everyone. I think all of us here, being from different walks of life and different businesses and fields, have always gone to our industry for entertainment, for just, escaping from all the work and all the planning and all the late hours. So I think, and romance has been an integral part of it. Of course, maybe in my case, in my filmography, I haven't done this quintessential love story, singing to a girl, romantically in outdoor locations, lip-syncing songs. Maddock has some amazing trajectory in music, and we've again in Param Sundari have some amazing songs. So I think it's not much of a comeback. It's just revisiting and presenting it in a far better and newer way. And right now we're extremely excited with all the love that we are getting for the songs or for the trailer. And we're like a week away from 29th of August where our film releases. So super excited to entertain people and just forget about all their stresses and take a break from all this work, yeah.
All right. Janvi, you're looking stunning, by the way. I have to compliment the outfit, and clearly you've worn it for this occasion and of course, reflecting your character in the film. What prompted you to take this on? Because as Dinesh was also mentioning, I think he saw that you'd be able to resonate with the character. What drew you to the film?
I mean, I think so many things, so much of what was already mentioned by Sir and by Sid. But I remember going to Sir's office, and of course, like most artists today, I think everyone wants a piece of Maddock and wants, to be a part of the incredible lineup. And so in one of these meetings, he narrated, I think, just the one line of this story, and I was at a point in my life where I myself, more than as an actor, I think as a member of the audience, was dying for just a rom-com, like a light-hearted, romantic movie where, you have a smile on your face the entire time you're watching it, where, I was quite a romantic at heart as a kid growing up as well. And I was, one of those girls that would sit in like her class and daydream about fictitious scenarios in her head where like the boy is like wooing you and you're at these exotic locations and you're in a sari and there's lip syncing. And finally over here was a story that, had all of that, but also gave me the chance to go towards my roots. Of course, I'm not a Malayali, neither was my mother, but my character is actually half Tamilian and half Malayali, and I was always very interested in that terrain and that culture. I'm a huge fan of Malayalam cinema as well, and yeah, I think it was just a very fun, interesting story, and I'm so happy and grateful that I could be a part of it, and of course work with the esteemed romantic hero of our generation. He's actually done quite a bit of romance, not just Student of the Year. I think he's been even the love story that they had in one of his most iconic movies, Shersha, was, I think, the heart of the film, Hasi to Phasi. So
I can see you guys clearly have developed a good rapport, and the lines in the film, they're quick, they're witty, they're sharp. I love that. So what was the process like of working together? Both of you.
Well, I've had a wonderful time working with Janvi.
Sid, I said a lot of really sweet
things.
Yes,
I'm coming to that. I'm prepping. So this is wonderful to shuru karte. And then, no, I think the work ethic that she brings on set, I love, especially in a genre like this. I think more than just the writing, you have to bring your instincts on set, knowing a character and just reacting sometimes in that situation. That's what creates magic. I think That's what we all look for on that day as a director, as an artist, that can we bring that magic within our characters. And I think that starts with having the intent to want to do that. And Janvi, as a co-actor, has that intent every day to wanting to create magic, wanting to use your instincts and make the scene better. So it's always great. It makes my job as a co-actor much easier when you have an actor who's so willing and so forthcoming in trying new things and improvising. And I think she's wonderful in the film. We've all seen her in the trailer. That's one of my favorite scenes of her in the film, where she rants as a Malayalam host, telling us North Indians, Punjabi boys, what are the different languages in the southern part of our country. So I think that's a fabulous monologue, and hopefully people will enjoy the rest of her performance as well.
Approved. I like that answer.
Thank you. Check pahuncha dena.
Dinesh, how conscious were you, while making this film, that you didn't sort of succumb to any kind of north-south stereotypes, cliches, stereotypes? How much of that did you have to keep in mind?
I feel cliches वैसे ही बदनाम है. What's wrong in a cliche? I said one man's cliche is another man's truth, right?
Yeah, if done correctly, done in a fun way.
So I feel that it's actually not making a cliche caricature. So if you do that well, for which you have to have two actors who fit, where their performance is almost like wearing a glove, right? Then it's not a cliche. And I look at cliches a little differently. I feel we're a very deep-rooted emotional country. So if being over-emotional is a cliche, I like cliches. If seeing comedy and tragedy is a cliche, but what is not cool or what is not good is to not mock anything. So I think what's really special is this film somewhere will give our diverse country taste of two cultures. And we're a very beautiful country which is kind of coexisting. So when you watch the film, sometimes when you just see a trailer, just a part, you might find something a cliche, but I can promise you that both of them, because they actually come from exactly the world their characters are from, have really, really brought a lot of integrity. So I feel like Janvi is the soul of the film. And, Sid brings like a breath of fresh air in her life. And I think sometimes we overanalyze films, but either you have chemistry or not, with a friend, with a lover, and on film. So I feel among all of Maddox's pairings, I think Janvi and Sid have the most electrifying chemistry. And I think that's what makes Param Sundari very, very special.
And I'm sure most of you have seen the trailer. It's absolutely phenomenal and such beautiful landscapes. Dinesh, talking about that, and I asked Sid that earlier as well. You've brought back the romance genre. Clearly, it's something that audiences want at this time. But what you said, what's wrong with cliches? Bringing back the tribute to different kinds of songs from the eras, where you're trying to connect with people in different regions of the country. What was the thought behind it?
Actually, a lot of times what's happening in society happens in films, and what happens in films resonates in society, so you need to be a little responsible. When we were releasing a film about 2 years ago called Zara Hatke, which was again set in Indore, people said that this kind of film doesn't work in theaters. I think it's fairly simple. Right now, the main metros don't go to cinemas on day one. Okay, they go on when they know for sure, because it's really expensive to go to films, especially in cities, after they know the film is good. So the guys driving the first day is actually the small towns, the big town for us. And under the new leadership, I think we're very proud of who we are. We're not aspirational to foreign locations. So a song like Pardesia is showing, Kerala is way more exciting, than going, to an international location. And it's also more relatable. So we are very proud of who we are for so many years now. So we want stories about us. And I think that's more important. The moment we relate to it, we relate to who we are and we stand by, and I always say that, I'm tired of other countries saving the world. Now India should save the world. So we're trying to push that in whatever we are doing. But I think if you can resonate with the common man and his issues, for example, Zara Hatke is about just having space, and the biggest dream is to have your own house. And, when you see Bhool Chuk Maaf, it's about, trying to get a job. And Param Sundari will just make the current youth who's so reliant on technology start believing in what they're feeling. I think we've stopped relying on what comes from within. I think that's what's special. So whenever there's an emotion like that, you know, then the cliche in us really makes us go to the cinema. So I think that's how I look at it.
Okay. And Sid, what kind of preparation goes into the rom-com boy role? Does it just flow naturally, or is there some kind of preparation? I'm teasing you.
No, I think every project, I'm sure in any other field, you need preparation. It starts from writing first, and then, you know, getting that kind of character in place where you could instinctively react and create moments. I think, especially in the genre, which we are going back to that little bit of escapist cinema of boy meets girl, goes on this journey. As Dino said here, that it's a character that is rooted in Delhi. He's a Delhi boy who's very ambitious, who wants to build, you know, a career in technology using newer ideas, and that idea kind of leads him to go on this journey to find his soulmate, love of his life. And then you'll see what happens. So I think I could relate to that. It started from doing research. I'm a Delhi boy myself. This is my hometown, and I've seen my friends and family be extremely ambitious and wanting to make a buck from various ideas. So that's where the homework started. But the rest of the magic happens with a whole lot of team. As we spoke before, having a co-actor who's up for anything to try in the scene. And we've had many fun moments in this. This is my first time shooting with an elephant in a film. And I think it's a very hilarious you know, sequence where I'm in Kerala outdoors with this massive elephant and interacting with that animal. I think it's got a lot of like childish humor to it. I think it's a kid-friendly sequence where families would also enjoy it. So a lot more things to do. Some you can prepare for and some you can't. So
I think Sid was born to play this role because we wanted a good-looking Punjabi boy. But for the last 5 years, he just wants to get battered, bruised, die, you know, do all these things.
Or save the country.
Or save the country. So I said, okay, let's give him a break. So one preparation he did is he lost a lot of weight because the first day he shot, he didn't have his shirt on.
Yes.
So here...
so a lot of preparation went into the gym. On the diet table, my dietitian and nutritionist had to work really hard. But yeah, I think...
so in this film, Sid's the eye candy.
Yeah, I can see. I
had to work really hard for that, guys. Just.
Okay, Janvi, your turn now. He mentioned lots of interesting moments on set. Tell us about any funny moments or any interesting moments behind the scenes, you know, the kind of work that went on for you as well to prepare for this, because jokes apart, I know you also did a lot of physical fitness and a lot of other things to prepare for this role.
I think more than physical fitness for me, it was just being familiar with the environment. We spent, I think, over a month in different parts of Kerala, which I think is, I mean, it's known to be God's own country. That's how the locals refer to it. And I couldn't agree more because it's just, it's beautiful. And I think me and Sid both fell in love with it. But I feel like we're such a vast diaspora of people in our country. And we obviously come from a slightly more urban setting, but to go into these environments where everyone is so, I mean, it was just such a beautiful blend of culture because they were so highly intelligent, educated, astute, cultured, but so like different from one another and different from us. So just to familiarize myself with that environment. Of course, even things like the weather affected how we perform, how our characters lived, how our characters dressed. So in terms of prep, of course, we had a Malayalam local. We had a lot of actually local Malayalis on our set. Our first AD was from Kerala. We had a diction coach, several actually. And we were just trying to find the balance between, because she's, you know, half Tamil, half Malayali, what the balance should be, how she should speak, how colloquial we should go, how neutral we should keep her. Also, this is the first time, I mean, I don't know if you can call this a typical heroine role, but it's, I guess, the first time I'm not like crying and dying in like a freezer or like just depressed in a movie, which was like a pleasant change. I was very happy to be on set every day. And I was happy to, you know, have these moments that were, you know, romantic, comedic, just lighter. I think there was a general lightness of energy on set. And everything was just so scenic and beautiful that when you look at the frame, you just feel happy. I don't know if that makes sense.
It's wanting all of you to, again, remember and believe in love stories. I think all of us grew up with having a sense of, I would meet this particular girl who will be my ideal soulmate, the perfect match. So we speak about all of that in the film, and I think which is exactly what you need on a hectic day or a regular weekend to just have fun with your friends and family, which is what we are here for, to entertain everyone.
So in one line, the film says what no one's doing today, that get off your screen.
Yes.
And believe in, just
But most of them are wanting people to get on screen. I think they're making money off it. So we're just saying only for 2 hours. Get off only for 2 घंटे.
Maybe they can watch this on a bigger screen instead of their smaller screen.
Correct. हाँ, बड़े screen में. Cinema में देखो, picture है.
But just as a litmus test, I'm curious because I think usually when you're promoting a movie, you meet very different types of audiences. It's usually college-going students or people at malls, but this is the first time I think I'm at least promoting at an ET summit. And I think what happens typically in our industry, and I think Madoc's been one of the few production houses to break that cycle, is that when one thing works, you sort of mass produce the same thing and you follow trends. And for a long time, it was action movies. When we're coming in with the rom-com, and yes, Sayara has worked, but this film was greenlit, I think about, so correct me if I'm a year and a half ago or so. But I want to know from you guys, what is the ratio of who would rather watch an action thriller movie, which is what most people are making? If you all could just raise your hands. And
action movie, raise your hands.
Okay, so that's okay.
Now, love story, everyone put your hand up.
A love story, a romantic comedy.
So we got more on love stories. Great.
So then why did we ever...
Don't worry.
She got so excited with more hands up.
So many hands.
It's good luck.
Started
See the
breaking
love story.
It's all good.
And 29th of August, guys, you'll get to see a love story, Param Sundari. Actually, Param's character is so very similar to
yeah.
I would be, if Param's character would have to be in a situation like this, he would be in the audience wanting to know what people are saying in different business fields, because he's very ambitious and wants to make it. He's in that process. So maybe it's one of your stories that you will connect with your earlier days or even today.
Yeah. And Sundari would be the one tapping his shoulder and itching him to get out and go to India Gate and have lovely chuski or
Yes.
chole bhature or something instead.
Everyone's talking about this monologue of yours at the end. Tell us about that. It's supposed to be amazing. I think you also mentioned it.
Why don't you just say it, Janvi?
That would be amazing. I didn't want to put her on the spot, but that would be amazing.
No, I don't think I can repeat it, but I think the idea behind it is I realized in the northern part of our country that in any case, even though we're such fans of regional cinema, especially from the south, there was such a lack of clarity of kaun si film kahan ki hai aur kaun sa hero kahan se hai, and there's a generalization कि हाँ I'm South Indian और ये तो South Indian है और वो तो South Indian style है, which I guess geographically it makes sense, but even within that there's such a diversity in culture and in people, and my character says, I don't know how to make the North Indians understand this other than by saying Rajnikant यहाँ से है, Mohanlal यहाँ से है, Allu Arjun Pushpa देखिए वो आंध्रा से, वो तेलंगाना से, आंध्रा से है. So I think it was just my character reaching a boiling point and not knowing how to get through to Param and using movies as a way to explain it to him.
Okay, well, we're all going to look forward to watching that. Dinesh, while we've, of course, established this is going to be a super fun film to watch, cinema is always a reflection of what's happening in society. And like you said, you already had the script in mind a year and a half or so ago. What are some of the other messages, perhaps, that you'd like to, maybe send out through this film? Not in any kind of jaded way, but just as a reflection of maybe changing mindsets, changing ideologies here in India.
The most important message would be on 29th August to go to the cinema to get the message. But I think it just, I feel the timing of a film is very, very important. And I think right now, with all that's happening, to walk in, to see a film that's about India, it's about two regions represented by two very strongly influenced people from those regions and who are very proud of who they are, and the comedy around that will, I think in the month of August, it's a lot of fun to take your whole family and go to the cinema and watch a clean family film. And I think this is that. And the message will actually, if you're older, people my mother says that at her time, she always says it was so simple, right? So this film makes it simple, brings that time now. And I think that's something that an entire span of a generation can watch. It's not limited to just the youth or to, you know, our parents or our grandparents. And I think that's the strength of this film. And what's lovely is, you know, I knew Janvi for some time now, but I think she was born to play this role. It's her combination of the life that she's lived. And I just wonder, I'm so lucky that for the first time she played a person from this region that's so close to her in our film. And thankfully Sid did those rom-coms, but they were 5-6 years ago, and he stands for everything that a lot of my friends are confused with, you know. How do you know she's the one is a conflict since 10 years, right? Or since ever. But here it's like, can technology give me the answer or can it not? And I think that plug really will resonate, and you know, you'll walk home thinking that, you know, घरवाली लाने के लिए एक ही ऐप है जो मेरा दिल है, you know. And I think if that resonates, you'll be very happy to kind of leave that message, you know, trust your heart.
So closing comments, Janvi, for you, as Dinesh also mentioned and you also alluded to earlier, lots of reasons, lots of firsts this time. But one thing that has made this film special for you personally in your journey as an actor?
Honestly, I think through the journey of this film, and I hope the audiences feel this way as well after they see the film, I feel like I've become a more confident person and a more confident actor. I don't know if it's because I got the chance to explore myself as an artist in a new genre, but वो एक होता है ना,
maybe it's your company, co-actors?
No, that too, of course, you played a part, but no, but I think वो एक कभी-कभी ना एक character जब हाथ में आ जाता है, I feel like मैं खुल गई सुंदरी के ज़रिए. Like through playing her, I feel like I became more open as a person, as an actor. I felt like I could have more fun, and of course, working with someone like Sid Malhotra has changed my life, and I'm counting my blessings. And no, but honestly, I feel like I have a lot of respect for him as an actor and just as a person, because
now you have to say that.
no, but I really do want to say this because I haven't had the chance to say it so far because we're barely doing any interviews. I feel like he's such a trooper and he really stands for everyone on set. Like, वो एक होता है ना, हाँ मैं हीरो हूँ, मैं खुद का देखूँगा, बाकी सब अपना देख लेंगे. But he's such a correct, like, just such a trooper on set. Like, he'll fight for everyone's rights and he'll make sure everyone's in a good mood. And he's like a proper gentleman. He'll really inspire you to want to give your best.
So
I'll return that check to you. Thank you.
So I'm going to commoditize you for a moment here, Siddharth. But what's going to steal the box office success? Is it going to be the shirtless scenes then? Are we counting on it?
No, there's much more. Param Sundari starts, shirtless scene is just the eye candy to start the film, but there's so much more depth. I think, as Dino said before, it speaks about the youth of today. We are so dependent on our mobile phones and technology for everything. And sometimes we don't have confidence to take decisions based on our own instincts. So I think with a lot of laughter, with a lot of eye candy, and a great lot of chemistry between the boy and girl, and the music, which I've enjoyed lip syncing. It kind of brings you back with a lovely message at heart that, at times follow your instincts, simpler things, basic things is what makes life. You don't have to look at a screen always to tell you what to do.
Lovely. Thank you so much. You make a phenomenal pair, I'm sure, both on and off screen. And Dinesh, wishing you all the best. This is going to be a fantastic success. A big round of applause for our guests, please.
Thank you all for that candid, crackling conversation. It's not every day that we get such a sharp mix of heart, craft and conviction about the industry and about a film.
From the way stories are written to the way they're watched, Bollywood is clearly not just keeping pace with change, it's driving it.
Now, what strikes me is how much of this reinvention is really about confidence, and confidence especially to tell our stories, our way, but for the world, not just for India.
Exactly. And perhaps that's why Bollywood continues to be both deeply Indian and unmistakably global.
Okay, that's a perfect note to end on. Once again, a big round of applause for the stars of Param Sundari and for the host, my co-anchor, Abha.
Thank you. Our next session zooms in on a defining challenge. How do we fuel India's growth in step with sustainability?
Or Abha, we could put it more simply. We could ask, how do we keep these lights on without burning the planet?
Honestly, that should have been the panel title.
But don't worry, we've got 5 people here who are actually solving this very problem every single day. This panel is called Powering the $1 Trillion Energy Transition and brings together some of the key voices driving this shift.
Joining us on this panel, CEO and MD, Tata Power Company, Mr. Praveer Sinha, Chairperson, PwC India, Mr. Sanjeev Krishnan.
Also with us, our co-founder and vice chairman of the Suzlon Group, Mr. Girish Tanti, and Director South Asia at the Institute of Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, Ms. Vibhuti Garg.
Moderating this power-packed conversation is MD and CEO of Green Cell Mobility, Mr. Devendra Chawla. Let's welcome them all to the stage. Suresh, maybe they've gone to meet Janvi and Sid, and here they come. A big round of applause, please, once again for our next set of panelists. Welcome on stage, everyone.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. It's my privilege to have such an esteemed panel and all of you. I think very few subjects are more critical facing all of us or need more attention than clean energy transition. India has set a goal of net zero emissions by 2070. Also by 2030, to set the context, India has planned roughly 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy. Today, we're roughly half there, roughly 246. And it's been led by solar and wind. Today, we have people who are not just CEOs of companies and thought leaders, but people who are actually doing this transition, who are moving the needle. And I think India has a long way to go as a thought leader and to set global benchmarks. Given the paucity of time, I'm going to start straight going to Praveer, who's the CEO and MD of Tata Power. Praveer, how do you see the transition of clean energies which has happened till now? And how do you see the target being met by 2030? The policy interventions which have helped and which may be required to reach there.
Thank you, Devendra, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Economic Times, for the invite. Such an honor and pleasure to be here. The theme that I have been hearing is power, purpose, and partnership. And I think the clean energy transition that India is talking about is about all the three things, and how we are transforming. And this transformation has happened at a very fast pace. Just to give you a perspective, in 2015, we had just 5 gigawatt of solar power. Today, we have 120 gigawatt. That's a CAGR of more than 20%. And we are talking of that 2030, we'll have something like 280 gigawatt of solar, and we'll have 500 gigawatt of clean energy. And this is a huge transformation that is happening. I don't think, other than China, any other country is moving at that pace. And this also shows that there is so much more potential. So while we say that we will do 280 gigawatt of solar and 100 gigawatt of wind, I do believe that we have much better capability. We heard that the headline today in Economic Times was 6.4% growth. But I think if we do the type of transformation that we are talking about, it will definitely be north of 8 and 9%. And that's really possible. We have the capability, we have the desire, we have the people, we have the technology. The manufacturing of clean energy solutions have been done at a very fast pace, and more will get added in the coming years. And I think this will bring about the universal access of energy, because when we talk of clean energy, we talk of solar. It's not only in cities that we don't talk about only the large ones, but we also talk about the distributed renewables that can happen in villages, and the universal access and the energy poverty that we keep on hearing so many times will be a thing of the past. So I think we are geared up, and next 10 to 20 years is about the big transformation and the change. And this change is not happening only in Bollywood, it's happening over here in our sector. Power sector is one of the prime drivers for every type of growth. In fact, we find that the consumption of power in villages have increased because everyone is on their mobile and everyone wants to know what's happening globally. And so I think the transformation is here. 500 gigawatt will happen, and we'll possibly do much more than that than we have thought for ourselves.
Thank you so much, Praveer. So it's not just a sector. I think it's the backbone which is going to power India's future. Coming to Girish, who's the co-founder and chairman of the Suzlon Group, a lot of strides and congratulations in the wind sector. And as Praveer said, between 2014 and now, we've tripled our non-fossil fuel energy. But solar has grown faster. Wind has also grown, but the share of solar has become faster. We would love to hear your views on how the wind energy is currently doing, and how do you see it going forward in the next 5 years?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to all. I think wind and solar are both very complementary. And if we look at our country, today of the total potential we have in our country is about 1.1 terawatt of energy of wind that we can produce. And we've just crossed about 51 gigawatts right now. So that's about 4% of the total potential that we have kind of harnessed in our country. So, you know, the kind of potential we have, the blessings that we have as a country is fantastic. The other element is that when we look at, you know, the wind pattern in our country and the power consumption pattern of the country, there is a very good correlation between when power can be generated from the wind energy and the power consumption that we have in our country, during the day also and in the seasonalities also. What it means is that when we are moving to become kind of renewable energy is moving to become the prime source of energy for our country, a combination of wind and solar will ensure that we get energy on demand with the addition of battery storage to that. So effectively there is a very complementary, while in solar case, of course, we have the, you know, the peak kind of generation that happens during the day, but the power peaks which our country has in the evening peak and the morning, this cannot be served with solar. So a combination of wind and solar, a right energy mix, is where what this will ensure also is from the consumers, we will see that cost of energy with a balance of the right mix, we'll be able to ensure that the cost of energy to the end consumer is under control. If you look in terms of the growth till now, what we've had, there are of course definite advantages with solar, with which, you know, the simplicity with which you can build up anywhere, almost anywhere in our country, gives a great advantage of distributed generation, as Sir said. So I think that's a given thing, and that has helped us to move very fast. Wind is, of course, a little complex technology. It involves a lot of complex science to build up the projects, and it's huge kind of equipments that you move around with in the country. So putting all that together, I think the build-up which has happened till now is reaching a stage where now the scale-up where we are looking at, just like solar, we have hit almost the midpoint of the 2050 target, 2030 target. In wind also, we've hit that. So I think with the kind of biddings that have happened and the market development that has happened in the private sector also and public sector, hitting the 100 gigawatt mark by 2030 looks almost certain for wind also.
Thank you. You mentioned on private sector and policy making. Let's stay with the private sector. Coming to you, Vibhuti, what do you see the role of private sector? How's it been? And can we also touch upon the financing? What innovative models are happening to finance? Because India will need trillions. And it's not a question of whether it will happen, when it will happen. So if we may have your thoughts.
Right. So private sector really has played a very instrumental role when it comes to renewable energy deployment in the country. If you look back 20 years ago, or even 2015 targets, or the capacity that we are talking about, I think that would not have been possible without private sector support. Initially, it was the private NBFCs who really pioneered in kind of giving the investment to a sector which had very prohibitive price formation. And at that time, there was nobody else but private NBFCs who were the first one to kind of come ahead and support this renewable energy. And then post that, we have seen market reforms, policies, which really played instrumental in bringing the much needed investor confidence and a lot more private sector participation, which brought operational efficiencies as well as technology innovation, and we have seen in the last 10 years itself the kind of growth India witnessed in terms of renewable energy deployment. And we can proudly say that more than 50% of the capacity is now from non-fossil fuel sources, which is not a small feat if we just look few years back. So what we now need to shift is just from capacity to generation discussion, because the share of generation of renewable energy has gone up substantially again, but we really need to ensure that most of the generation or much of the energy needs are being met through renewable energy. Now in terms of investments, if you just to give you some numbers, in 2024 alone, more than 83% of the investments in the power sector had gone to clean energy. So most of the investments are now climate aligned. So that's the big shift that we are witnessing. And that is also because there have been, as I said, a right set of policies that play a very instrumental role. We have seen government coming up with the 4 billion sovereign green bond, which again kind of help, and especially for technologies that are nascent. They are not well established, and that's where the more support from government is required. And once the initial few projects are being supported from the government, we see a lot more interest from the private sector. So we also need, there's a big role that the public sector, the public investments play a role, but once that capital comes in, that really unlocks a lot of private interest. So I think we need that as well. In terms of specifically, in terms of looking at innovative models, I would say that, one of the big risks that we still have, despite government coming up with so many, regulations, we have late payment surcharge, still off-taker risk, which is the amount that the consumer, and here when we say consumer, it's largely the distribution companies. We have Mr. Sinha, he's an exception. Tata Power is an exception where, there is less risk, they make timely payments, but in general in India with many distribution companies, the risk, off-taker risk is still much higher. To an extent, that has been addressed by, by SECI and NTPC tenders, where they have come up with escrow accounts, where they have come up with payment security funds. But there are also tenders which are state-driven. We don't see those kind of risk mechanisms there. So we really need the state-level tenders to also build in those payment security mechanisms as well. The other large consumers is your corporates and multinational who, because of their targets for net zero, have made big commitments. And I think as early as January 2025, we have 45 gigawatt of corporate PPAs, but they also come with a challenge, that there is a lot of bankability risk with the corporate PPAs at times, because those projects are for 10, 15 years. Whereas if you look at from the conventional lending perspective, any project which does not have a PPA for 25 years, it's considered much riskier. So there is less appetite for either not to invest at all or provide capital at a much higher interest rate, which then disturbs your commercial viability of the project. So I think for those, we really need different instruments like, first loss guarantee. And once I think the projects get developed, bundling it with InvIT, that really plays a big role. That free up a lot of capital as well. So I think that's another way. Third, I would say blended finance again, especially for technologies which I said are at nascent stage. The level of technology readiness is less. We are still doing a lot more R&D. At least for those technologies, I think the blended finance, pooling in resources from multilaterals, climate funds, that will really help in unlocking more and more private capital. And lastly, I would say for India specifically, and given worldwide, the way we are seeing the currency risk, because of factors which are beyond your control. So there are a lot of geopolitical risks, which kind of also has an impact on the currency. So coming up with more rupee-denominated, instruments can really help in bridging that gap.
Thanks, and actually, as you were speaking, it completely resonates with me because speaking of financing, we are an electric vehicle company, mass mobility platform, completely funded by $1 billion clean fund, only which can invest in green. And we are actually using open source, in some of the states to become net zero. Sanjeev, the chairman of PwC, power demand in India will grow. And within that, clean energy is even growing faster. So we know it's a growth story. But what about people, professionals, inclusiveness? What about the impact on communities, if in case any job losses or employment? What are your views? How do you see that developing?
So good afternoon, everyone. I think the first thing is that, if you look at the job numbers, particularly on the renewable energy side, I think they've been going up. Just as an example, 1 gigawatt of wind power supposed to be creating anywhere between 8 to 10,000 jobs. So I think that's just a case in point. If we have to meet our ambitions, our goals that we have set for ourselves, even for 2030, it would appear that we'll need at least 26 to 30% more people who are just trained on renewable energy. Now that's something which tells me that there is enough and more opportunity which is there in that segment from a job standpoint. A critical point, however, there is that when we look at the ability of these people, only 30% of them are today job ready. And that is actually a problem, and I think that's one area to address. I completely take the point about job security, etc. But if 30% of these people are only job ready for the demands of the renewable energy space, and now with AI and the crisscross between technology and sustainability, which we can talk about later, I think even more so. So I think the huge focus has to be first on skilling these people to make sure, and I think there is a lot of effort which has been put in by the government also to make sure that people are skilled. Tata Power themselves actually take a lot of effort in actually skilling these people, and I think that's more of that is needed. We also possibly need to make sure, like we do for instance, in some American colleges, etc., maybe have very specific courses on renewable energy which people can embrace and graduate in, rather than just being the traditional engineers, etc. And I think somewhere the whole partnership between government and academia is very, very important. And because why only colleges? Start in schools. If this is going to be such a big contributor to my GDP on a go-forward basis, start from schools. I think that's the way you look at it. I think your point about inclusivity is a good one. And I was just reading the other day that there is a self-help group in Northeast where women are actually trained for maintaining all the solar rooftops. And I think that, we have been talking about getting more and more women in the workforce. I mean, what better way to create inclusive growth by actually having more and more women in the workforce come through. And that is what will be facilitated hopefully by renewable energy. But, maybe last point I'll address, I think there are certain challenges as well. I mean, if you look at our fossil fuels, the fossil fuels it's really our eastern states which are rich in fossil fuels. And when we think about that, there will be displacement. When we say that, okay, we focus on wind and solar, and that appears to be more the south and the western belt, there will be displacement. So how do we make sure that these people who will be displaced, do find alternative jobs? Skilling is one part of it. We have been talking about agro-photovoltaic. Can that be a solution, for instance? We have been talking about, reskilling them and, getting them involved in the renewable energy piece where the job requirements are there. And then, of course, funding mechanisms, whether we do it through a coal cess or whatever else. I think these are areas that we'll have to focus on. The one last thing which I would certainly say, and maybe that's not something where you were hinting at, but I must say that I think, and in this fractured world, there is certainly a need for greater cooperation between global economies, because the global south is not getting the funding that it needs. And while Vibhuti did speak about the funding needs, I'd say that at a broader level, there is huge amount of funding requirements, without which, and some part of that should go in making sure that there is equality.
Thanks. To Praveer, you and Girish, what are the new developments in the renewable sector? For example, offshore wind, or you touched upon solar and wind hybrids. And what will be the target by 2030? What do you see the role of hydrogen, nuclear, or battery as a storage, new subjects which are coming up to play a part in the renewable story? Starting with you, Praveer.
Just to add one more point, what Sanjeev mentioned about skilling. We set up a plant in Tamil Nadu, a manufacturing plant for solar cell and modules. There is a requirement of nearly 4,000 operators. We have 80% operators who are women operators, and they are young girls, 21, 22, 23-year-old girls who were trained over there, and today they work exceedingly well. We did arrange a visit of some of our journalist friends, including from ET, and they've gone and seen for themselves that how efficiently those girls are working. In fact, now the demand is that we should have more girls only and not replacement with boys. So that's the type of skill sets that they come up with and the diligence that they come up with. I think today the transition in clean energy is not about just providing clean energy, because solar is for solar hours and wind is in the wind hours. But what is important is that how do we make it available 24/7? How do we make it to meet your requirement right through the day? And it has to be meeting the requirement for everyone. It has to meet the requirement of industries. It has to meet the requirement of commercial establishments, offices. It has to meet the requirement of residential customers also. And it's very, very important that we come up with hybrid solutions. We already have very good hybrid solutions of solar and wind, solar during daytime and wind during evening and nighttime. We also have very good combinations where solar, wind, and battery storage is there. We have combinations of solar, wind, battery storage, and pump storage, hydro storage is there. So I think there are a whole lot of combinations which is coming. And the whole purpose is to provide quality power and also provide at a lower tariff. We heard tariffs a tariff. In power sector, the tariff goes down. That's what is important, not going up like some other places. So it's very important for us to bring down the cost of power and make our industries more efficient and more competitive globally. You mentioned about some of the newer technologies. We have done a lot of work on onshore wind, but offshore wind we have not been able to do. Of course, the wind speed and the cost is a challenge, but there's still a lot of work, and I'm sure Girish Bhai will touch on that. Secondly, on nuclear, the government has announced that there will be a change in policy, and we've been working very closely with the government and the NITI Aayog. That will happen. It is in works. It's a question of time. It was expected that it would happen in the monsoon session, but maybe in the winter session. Issues about technology, issues about the civil liabilities, all those things have to be sorted out. India has set an ambitious target to have 100 gigawatt by 2047. Definitely doable. It's not that this has not been done. We've done in renewable. And I mentioned to you that how in last 10 years, the whole paradigm shift has taken place. So also it will happen with more competition, private sector, global players coming, better technology. 100 gigawatt by 2047 in renewable, in nuclear is definitely feasible. So I think the transition to clean energy is not something which is a choice today. It is an imperative for us. And I don't think we should put it under the carpet and wish it away, because the type of climate change and the impact it is happening on the society and on the countries is something which is a reality. And we all have to work towards that, and that's where I think the partnership between the government and the other stakeholders is important. And from the private sector in India, I think everyone is geared up. We are just waiting for the right ecosystem to be created, and we'll possibly implement that.
I think, just before I add to what Praveen sir said, I think to continue from Sanjeev, one of the things that, because this is one area where there is a strong focus that our group has also is on the skill development, because I think that's very critical. And I think the way we are handling it right now is that we of course have our own strong skill development program within the company, which we run various centers across India. But additionally, what we've done is that we work closely with about 25 plus universities across the 9 windy states that we have, right from Rajasthan to Tamil Nadu, and working very closely with them in developing programs and working to make sure that the best talent actually gets employed very quickly as almost a guarantee on job. So that has worked well. I think we've been doing that now for over a decade, and it's developing good talent pool. We, of course, having been one of the early starters in clean tech, had de facto responsibility of building skill. So we've kind of spent a lot of time and effort on building the clean tech skill on that. And lately we've started working with government. I think we've opened a few skill development center in Andhra Pradesh now. We're also doing that in Gujarat, and other states are also coming up with their strong programs on skill development. So preparing our young talent for the green jobs of tomorrow is something that as a group we kind of spend a lot of time and effort on. With regards to the new solutions, I think surely, and we are seeing that both, be it on the private sector, the pure industrial segment, utilities, as well as the PSUs, we are seeing a clear shift from a pure wind or a pure solar projects to FDRE, as we call it, firm and dispatchable power. And effectively, the idea is that, and today if you see from a technology solutions point of view, the amount of innovation that is happening in our industry in India, purely on the clean tech side, probably is best in the world. The kind of transition that is happening in a very balanced way, because what is critical for our country is that cost of energy has to remain very low. That's the tough part. And I think today, in a very beautiful way, all the technologies have come together, be it wind, be it solar, be it the new storage technologies of different forms, in a combination where we are able to produce today cheapest source of energy when you compare to any other conventional source of energy. And this I'm saying without putting the cost of carbon. If you put off cost of carbon, then we are way miles ahead. So I think from that point of view, the market has surely shifted to a mix of energy. Of course, wind and solar remain as the primary source of energy globally also, which are the most successful ones. So that's the one shift. To touch base on offshore wind, I think our country is blessed with a large coastline, and that gives us huge opportunity for future buildup of offshore wind. There is initial work happening in our country right now on the assessment side. 2 areas have been identified, one in the state of Gujarat, other in Tamil Nadu. And basically the initial assessments are being done, and the idea is to set up first 500 megawatt project at both the locations, which Government of India is kind of wanting to build up. So initial work is happening. I think where we have a little different trajectory for offshore wind in our country that's going to go through is, today when we compare the cost of generation on land versus offshore for India, it's almost 3x. So when you are able to produce the same energy at 1/3 the cost on land, why would you want to go offshore? Now, typically, the countries which have gone offshore are primarily for 2 reasons. One is those are largely landlocked countries. They don't have enough space on land, and therefore, as I said earlier, India has just used 4% of its land, which is capable of generating electricity. So we have enough land still available to do the onshore wind part of it. Others is that the wind potential in the sea is much higher. Not so much for us because the Indian Ocean is a little quieter ocean, and the delta that you get to go from onshore to offshore is not that significant. After factoring all the costs and the benefits, it's still 3x. So it's a journey. However, I would like to say that from a product and technology and capability, at least in the wind sector today, with the kind of, because we've had this, it started on quite early in the early mid-90s. So we've had a good span of 30 years of developing the sector. I think today, the whole ecosystem which is developed in our country, almost 2,500 MSMEs are working in the industry. And today, the total installed capacity of all the main components in terms of manufacturing capacity that we have is almost 3 to 4x of what India consumes. Largely because a good portion, whatever we are producing in India, almost equal amount today India exports in wind. Meaning our products are of world class, great performance, cost competitive. So India has a great advantage in wind where we can not just meet our own requirement, but India is geared up. If you look at the last estimate of GWEC which came out, by 2030 it is expected that India will be supplying almost 10% of the global supply chain of wind. And that could go as high as about $25 billion of earnings for our country. So that's the other angle. There is the global angle also that wind offers in.
No, thank you so much. And as we were speaking on skilling, we run 1,500 electric vehicle buses, and we have women driving buses in India. In fact, we made a record of sorts from a full bus driven by women, with the women host, all guests as women going from Delhi, Agra and back. I think our time has run out. There was a lot of question I wanted to ask. But as this conversation comes to an end, I think it's very clear that clean energy transition, it's not a question of if, but when and how. And if we can do it, taking along communities, being inclusive, and making sure India stands tall in the global order and probably beating the numbers ahead of targets. Thank you so much, all of you. Thanks for joining the panel, and thank you, audience, for listening to us.
Could I please request the panelists to stay for a photo and then also exit from this side of the stage, please.
Take the lines, I'll handle the exit.
What an energizing discussion, full of clarity, urgency, and real optimism for the path ahead. And for a panel on power, this was Suresh's line, but it was electrifyingly good.
I would say it was shockingly good, Ava.
Only 3 times, but in all seriousness, it's not often we get such clarity on a subject this complex.
Or this crucial, because powering a nation isn't just about megawatts and milestones, it's about imagination, inclusion, and long-term vision.
And as we shift gears, we turn to another pillar of that long-term vision, one that anchors our growth, safeguards our sovereignty, and shapes India's place in the world.
More on that in a moment, but first we'd like to take a moment to thank our panelists and our moderator. Thank you very much, panelists and moderator.
Now, a quick note for those who need it, simultaneous Hindi to English translation is available. Headsets can be collected from the designated counters just outside the hall. Please do give them back as well on your way out.
Our next address, excuse me, takes us to the front lines of India's evolving global posture, where diplomacy meets deterrence and policy becomes preparedness. It's a moment to reflect on the big questions. How do nations secure their sovereignty in an increasingly complex world? What role must India play in the shifting global order?
Guiding India's response to these very questions is a statesman who has brought strategic clarity and reform to the nation's defense establishment. Under his leadership, the ministry has pushed forward deep reforms in defense acquisition, promoted indigenous manufacturing, and forged crucial technology partnerships with the private sector.
From the development of platforms like the Astra missile system and long-range UAVs to the success of Operation Sindoor. Powered by domestically built systems, his focus on resilience, innovation and self-reliance has redefined India's military confidence.
Delivering today's keynote address on defense, diplomacy and deterrence, shaping India's strategic horizon, please join us in welcoming the Honorable Defense Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh.
Namaskar. Mr. Matteo Renzi, former Prime Minister, Italy. Mr. Shivakumar Sundaran, CEO, Publishing Bennett Coleman and Company, leaders of industries, global CEOs, editors of Economic Times, all present journalists, ladies and gentlemen. I will deliver my speech in Hindi. Not in pure Hindi, but Hinglish. Hindi plus English is equal to Hinglish. सबसे पहले मैं द इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स की पूरी टीम और टाइम्स ग्रुप को बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने यह वर्ल्ड लीडर्स फोरम यहाँ आयोजित किया है। मुझे बताया गया है यह एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें ग्लोबल बिजनेस लीडर्स और पॉलिसी मेकर्स एक मंच पर एक साथ आते हैं ताकि एक्सचेंज ऑफ आइडियाज़ को बढ़ावा मिले। और इसके पीछे का जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव है वह है ग्लोबल प्रॉस्पेरिटी को प्रमोट करना। हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है क्रीडवंतो विश्वमार्यम, जिसका अर्थ है लेट अस मेक दिस वर्ल्ड ए नोबल प्लेस टू लिव इन। इसलिए इस समिट की ग्लोबल प्रॉस्पेरिटी को बढ़ावा देने की भावना और प्रयास मैं मानता हूं कि न केवल प्रशंसनीय है बल्कि भारत के सिविलाइजेशनल वैल्यूज़ के अनुरूप है। साथियों, मुझे बतलाया गया है कि इस बार की थीम जो तय की गई है वह है नेक्स्ट ग्लोबल ऑर्डर, पावर, पर्पज एंड पार्टनरशिप। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के विचार के साथ हमारे यहाँ एक जस्ट ग्लोबल ऑर्डर की कल्पना भी बहुत पहले ही की जा चुकी है। हमारे लिए यह कोई नई बात नहीं है। इस कल्पना में पावर का उद्देश्य कभी भी डोमिनेंस इस्टेब्लिश करना नहीं रहा है हमारे भारत में, बल्कि शांति, सद्भाव और सामूहिक समृद्धि सुनिश्चित करना, यह बराबर हमारा उद्देश्य रहा है। We have always envisioned a global order where power is guided by responsibility, purpose is rooted in the well-being of all, and partnership is the natural state of relations between nations. यानी जब शक्ति को जिम्मेदारी समझा जाता है तो उसका उद्देश्य सभी का कल्याण होता है और राष्ट्रों के बीच संबंध यह साझेदारी बन जाते हैं, यानी पार्टनरशिप बन जाते हैं। इंडियन इथोस डज नॉट सी ग्लोबल ऑर्डर एज ए कंटेस्ट फॉर द डोमिनेंस बट एज ए शेयर्ड जर्नी टूवर्ड्स हार्मनी, डिग्निटी एंड म्यूचुअल रेस्पेक्ट फॉर ऑल। In our tradition, The measure of strength is not in the ability to command, but in the capacity to care. Not in the pursuit of the narrow interest, but in the commitment to the global good. यानी हम सदियों से ही ग्लोबल ऑर्डर के पक्ष में रहे हैं। ये हमारे लिए कोई नई बात नहीं है, जो कि जस्ट हो और साथ ही सभी के हित में हो। और आज के समय में इसमें एक और प्रायोरिटी आकर जुड़ गई है, और वह है कि हम ग्लोबल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स और प्रॉब्लम्स को एड्रेस करें और उनका समाधान करें। लेकिन साथियों, हमें यह स्वीकार करना होगा कि कंटेम्प्रोरी ग्लोबल ऑर्डर ने जहां कुछ देशों को अनप्रेसिडेंटेड प्रॉस्पेरिटी दी है, वहीं विश्व की एक बड़ी आबादी को केवल इनइक्वलिटी, इनसिक्योरिटी एंड अनसर्टेनिटी भी दी है। साथियों, इस व्यवस्था ने कई संघर्षों को भी जन्म दिया है। क्लाइमेट चेंज जैसी गंभीर चुनौती खड़ी की और ग्लोबल पावर पॉलिटिक्स को और भी अधिक गंभीर बना दिया है। यानी यह व्यवस्था सभी के लिए इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी और इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ गढ़ने में सफल नहीं रही है, बल्कि मैं कहना चाहता हूं विफल रही है। ऐसे में यह आवश्यक है कि हम एक नए रूल्स बेस्ड ऑर्डर, वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का निर्माण करें। रूल्स बेस्ड वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का हम निर्माण करें, यह आवश्यक है। एक ऐसा ग्लोबल ऑर्डर जहां इक्वलिटी हो, समानता हो, सभी के लिए समान अवसर हो, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स की जगह कोऑपरेशन हो और कंपटीशन की जगह कोलैबोरेशन हो। साथियों, मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का निर्माण करना केवल भारत के नेतृत्व में ही किया जा सकता है। भारत की नेतृत्व क्षमता में मेरे इस विश्वास के 3 कारण हैं। पहला कारण है हमारा वैल्यू सिस्टम। जैसा कि मैंने शुरू में ही कहा, हम पूरे विश्व को अपना परिवार मानते हैं। द होल वर्ल्ड इज ए फैमिली फॉर अस। हम लोगों की पूरा विश्व ही है परिवार है। मैं यहाँ पर भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम के द्वारा कही जाने वाली कुछ लाइंस को कोट करना चाहता हूँ। डॉक्टर कलाम कहते थे, वेयर देयर इज राइटियसनेस इन द हार्ट, देयर इज ए ब्यूटी इन द कैरेक्टर। When there is a beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. When there is a harmony in the home, there is order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there is a peace in the world. इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में यदि भारत के मूल्यों की नींव होगी तो उसका स्ट्रक्चर ह्यूमन होगा, जस्ट और इंक्लूसिव होगा। दूसरा कारण है कि भारत की ग्लोबल इकॉनमी को लीड करने की तेजी से बढ़ती हुई क्षमता। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था है, इसे सबको स्वीकार करना ही पड़ रहा है। भारत दुनिया की चौथी सबसे बड़ी इकॉनमी बन गया है और तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकॉनमी बनने की ओर तेजी के साथ भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है। 2024-25 में भारत की GDP ग्रोथ 6.5% रही है। ग्लोबल इकॉनमी में मौजूद कई सारे चैलेंजेस के बावजूद भारत में डोमेस्टिक डिमांड में तेजी से वृद्धि हुई है। पिछले डिकेड में हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स में 76% की वृद्धि हुई है, जिसमें इंजीनियरिंग, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन सबसे ज़्यादा रहा है। सर्विस एक्सपोर्ट्स 2 गुने से भी ज़्यादा हो गया है और पिछले 10 साल में रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन की दर भी घटी है। प्रसिद्ध अर्थशास्त्री जगदीश भगवती जी ने अभी हाल ही में कहा था कि पहले विश्व बैंक यानी वर्ल्ड बैंक भारत को बताता था कि उसे क्या करना है, लेकिन अब भारत विश्व बैंक को बताता है कि उसे क्या करना है। यह स्टेटमेंट पिछले 11 सालों में भारत को एक डिपेंडेंट इकोनॉमी से सेल्फ रिलायंट और ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव इकोनॉमिक पावर हाउस बनने की यात्रा को दर्शाता है। साथियों, आज जब बहुत सारे देश ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन से काफ़ी प्रभावित हो रहे हैं, भारत ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स को मजबूत कर सकता है। भारत के अंदर वह क्षमता है। आज दुनिया के बड़े देश चाइना प्लस की बात करते हैं, तो मैं आपसे पूछता हूं कि यह काम भारत के अलावा और कौन सा देश कर सकता हो? मैं मानता हूं बहुत सोच समझ कर यदि आप जवाब देंगे तो कहेंगे केवल और केवल भारत कर सकता है। इसलिए जब हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करते हैं तो वह मात्र इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूशन की पॉलिसी नहीं है, बल्कि उसके पीछे ग्लोबल गुड की भावना है। उसके पीछे दुनिया की एक रोबस्ट सप्लाई चेन देने की भावना है। भारत की क्षमता में मेरे विश्वास का जो तीसरा कारण है वह है भारत का डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड। भारत में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी यूथ पॉपुलेशन है, जिसमें लगभग 65% लोग 35 ईयर्स की कम आयु के हैं। हमारी सरकार ने इस डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड को न सिर्फ पहचाना है, बल्कि निरंतर उसे मजबूत करने का काम किया है। एक नए आत्मविश्वास से भरपूर हमारे युवा विज्ञान से लेकर खेल जगत में अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं। उनकी क्षमता और प्रतिभा के अनुरूप अवसर तेजी से बनाए जा रहे हैं। वहीं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए सरकार ने एक कंडूसिव एनवायरनमेंट भी तैयार किया हुआ है। भारत में आज दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है। और आज तो आप जानते हैं कि भारत में मोर देन 100 यूनिकॉर्न्स खड़े हो गए हैं। साथियों, इन 3 कारणों के अलावा भी कई अन्य कारण भी हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि 3 कारण अपने आप में भारत को एक नए ग्लोबल ऑर्डर को नेतृत्व प्रदान करने की क्षमता प्रदान करते हैं। साथियों, आज भारत को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक उम्मीद बनी है, और केवल उम्मीद ही नहीं बनी है, बल्कि एक विश्वास का अभाव, एक सेंस ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस लोगों के अंदर पैदा हुआ है। यह सब इसलिए भी संभव हुआ है क्योंकि सरकार की इंटेंशन, सरकार की नीयत साफ है, और हमारी नीति देश के हित में है। हमारी सरकार ने ईज ऑफ लिविंग और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पर भी विशेष बल दिया है। हमने करीब 1500 पुराने पड़ चुके कानूनों को समाप्त किया है एक झटके में। हमने नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी भी लॉन्च की है। मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक्स हब बनाए जा रहे हैं। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा देने के लिए PLI स्कीम भी लॉन्च की गई है, और मेड इन इंडिया को बढ़ावा दिया गया है। यही कारण है कि आज भारत एक ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब के रूप में अपनी पहचान स्वाभाविक रूप से बना रहा है। साथियों, आज के समय में साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के सेक्टर में भी काफ़ी बदलाव तेजी से हो रहा है। भारत भी इस सेक्टर में तेजी से प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है। सरकार ने देश की आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कैपेबिलिटीज़ को मजबूत करने के लिए इंडिया AI मिशन भी प्रारंभ किया है, जिसके तहत ऐसे मॉडल विकसित किए जाएंगे जो भारत की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करेंगे, और हम चाहते हैं कि भारत ग्लोबल AI हब बने, और बनेगा। यह हमारी गवर्नमेंट का पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार ने मिशन मोड में सेमीकंडक्टर के काम को भी आगे बढ़ाया है, और जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अपने संबोधन में कहा है, आपने सुना होगा, इसी वर्ष के अंत तक भारत की बनी हुई, भारत के लोगों के द्वारा बनाई हुई मेड इन इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर बाजार में आ जाएगी। साथियों, आज जब दुनिया टेक्नोलॉजी डिसरप्शन के दौर से गुजर रही है, तो सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न यह है कि हम सिक्योर, इनक्लूसिव और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ के पाथवेज कैसे गढ़ें। यह केवल इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रेटजी से जुड़ा विषय नहीं है, बल्कि फ्यूचर ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी और उसके वेलफेयर से भी जुड़ा हुआ यह सब्जेक्ट है। साथियों, भारत के एंशिएंट कल्चर और ट्रेडिशन में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट और इन्वायरमेंटल कंजर्वेशन को महत्व दिया गया है। हमारी स्पिरिचुअल और फिलोसॉफिकल ट्रेडिशन में यह सोच बहुत ही डीपली इम्बीडेड है कि मानव और प्रकृति, ह्यूमन और नेचर, ये अलग नहीं बल्कि एक दूसरे से गहराई के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। अथर्ववेद का एक पृथ्वी सूक्त है, अथर्ववेद हमारा वेद है, वह पृथ्वी सूक्त पृथ्वी को एक पोषण देने वाली मां के रूप में देखता है और उसकी रक्षा तथा सम्मान का आह्वान करता है। यह फिलॉसफी आज भी हमें यह याद दिलाती है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज और इकोलॉजिकल इम्बैलेंस जैसी चुनौतियों का समाधान केवल टेक्नोलॉजी से नहीं है बल्कि सिविलाइजेशनल इथोस से ही संभव है, जिसमें नेचर को सेक्रेड माना जाता है। साथियों, हम एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी के लिए ग्रीन एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। आज रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में भारत ने 200 गीगावाट से अधिक की क्षमता स्थापित कर ली है और 2030 तक 500 गीगावाट का लक्ष्य हम लोगों ने निर्धारित कर रखा है। भारत ने ग्लोबल लीडरशिप दिखाते हुए इंटरनेशनल सोलर मिशन भी स्थापित किया है। हमने ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन को भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। हमारे सभी अचीवमेंट्स और गोल्स सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर की दिशा स्वाभाविक रूप से तय कर रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत में सेकंड जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स लंबे समय से पेंडिंग थे। हमारी सरकार ने उसको पूरा करने का कार्य शुरू कर दिया है, चाहे जीएसटी जैसा बड़ा टैक्स रिफॉर्म हो या क्रिमिनल लॉज का रिफॉर्म हो। हमारी सरकार ने इस तरह के अनेक स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। इसी वर्ष स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर लाल किले के प्राचीर से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जीएसटी में टैक्स रेट्स को रिकैलिब्रेट करने की बात कही है। मैं समझता हूं कि सिर्फ इस रिफॉर्म से भारत की ग्रोथ रेट को एक अच्छा पुश मिलेगा। साथियों, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर पर हम स्पेशल फोकस कर रहे हैं। मेक इन इंडिया इनिशिएटिव ने हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर को, मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि नई ऊर्जा दी है। इससे बड़े पैमाने पर इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट आया है और लाखों नए रोजगार के अवसर पैदा हुए हैं। आज भारत की बढ़ती इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैपेसिटी, यंग वर्कफोर्स और फेवरेबल पॉलिसीज के साथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में दुनिया का नेतृत्व करने का अवसर पहले से कहीं बड़ा है। मैं भारत का रक्षा मंत्री हूं, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर, और जो काम डिफेंस सेक्टर में पिछले कुछ वर्षों में किया गया है उसकी भी चर्चा करना मैं आवश्यक समझता हूं। पहले हम अपनी डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट्स को, रक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए पूरी तरह से विदेशों पर निर्भर थे, लेकिन आज मैं एक सेंस ऑफ प्राइड के साथ इस बात को मैं कह सकता हूं कि भारत डिफेंस के मामले में बड़ी तेजी से सेल्फ रिलायंस की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। और इतना ही नहीं, भारत का डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स भी बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत का डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट 2014 की तुलना में 35 टाइम्स बढ़ चुका है। 2013-14 में भारत से होने वाला डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 686 करोड़ का था, वह आज 24-25 में बढ़कर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ रुपए तक पहुंच गया है। करीब 100 कंट्रीज को हमारे देश में बने डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट किए जा रहे हैं। हमारा यह टारगेट है कि इस साल हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट 30,000 करोड़ रुपए और साल 2029 तक 50,000 करोड़ रुपए तक पहुंच जाए। यह टारगेट इस बार अपने सेकंड टेन्योर में मैंने 2024 की जुलाई में ही अपने ऑफिसर्स को हमने दिया है कि हम 29 तक 50,000 करोड़ तक अपना एक्सपोर्ट ले जाना चाहते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, मैं कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ, नॉट ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट बट फुल्ली कॉन्फिडेंट, हम इस टारगेट को अचीव करने में कामयाब होंगे। साथियों, भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर में 2014 के बाद से कई अन्य रिमार्केबल चेंजेस भी हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत के रक्षा क्षेत्र को मजबूती देना सरकार की सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकताओं में से रहा है। पिछले 11 वर्षों में देश का डिफेंस बजट 2013-14 में 53,000 अप्रॉक्सीमेटली करोड़ हुआ करता था, वह बढ़कर 3 गुना 3 टाइम्स बढ़ा है और बढ़कर आज 6,21,000 करोड़ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली पहुंच गया है। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद तो यह डिफेंस बजट और भी बढ़ने वाला है। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में सेल्फ रिलायंस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस द्वारा 5 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट जारी की गई हैं। इनमें शामिल डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट, वेपन सिस्टम और प्लेटफॉर्म्स की कुल संख्या 509 है। इनका प्रोडक्शन अब अनिवार्य रूप से भारत की धरती पर किया जाएगा। कोशिश होगी कि भारतवासियों के हाथों से ही किया जाए। ठीक इसी प्रकार हमारी DPSUs द्वारा भी 5 लिस्ट जारी की गई है और इनमें शामिल स्ट्रेटेजिकली इंपॉर्टेंट LRUs यानी लाइन रिप्लेसमेंट यूनिट्स, सब सिस्टम्स, स्पेयर्स एंड कंपोनेंट्स समेत कुल आइटम्स की संख्या 5012 है। ये भारत में तैयार होंगे, भारत की धरती पर तैयार होंगे, भारतवासियों के हाथों से तैयार होंगे। हम बेहद मजबूती के साथ बहुत प्लान्ड वे में आत्मनिर्भर और मजबूत डिफेंस सेक्टर बनाने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। साथियों, हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस कैपिटल प्रोक्योरमेंट करने के लिए डिफेंस बजट का 75% डोमेस्टिक कंपनी से प्रोक्योरमेंट करने के लिए रिजर्व किया हुआ है और यह डोमेस्टिक कंपनीज को प्रमोट करने की दिशा में मैं समझता हूं कि हमारा ये बहुत ही एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है। इसलिए ही जहां 2014 में हमारा डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन लगभग 40,000 करोड़ रुपए था, वहीं आज हमारा डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन 1,50,000 करोड़ रुपए के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर चुका है। साथियों, इस साल हमारा टारगेट है कि हमारा डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन 1.60 लाख करोड़ रुपए को पार कर जाए, मगर यदि ट्रेंड सेट हुआ है उसको देखते हुए, इस समय जो ट्रेंड सेट हुआ है उसको देखते हुए मुझे लगता है कि हमारा डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन इस फिस्कल ईयर में करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए को पार कर जाएगा। साथियों, जो मैं डिफेंस सेक्टर में सेल्फ रिलायंस की बात कर रहा हूँ तो उसके कई मायने हैं। किसी भी देश की प्रोग्रेस उसकी सुरक्षा से सीधी जुड़ी होती है। यानी हमारा देश प्रोग्रेस करे, इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि हम हर ओर से अपने को सिक्योर्ड महसूस करें, सुरक्षित महसूस करें। पर अगर हमारी सुरक्षा खुद दूसरों के हाथों में हो, हम बाहर से इंपोर्टेड डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट पर ही निर्भर हों, तो ऐसी सुरक्षा पर कहीं ना कहीं स्वाभाविक रूप से सवालिया निशान लग जाता है। इसलिए हमारे लिए ज़रूरी रहा है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए स्वयं आगे आएं और इस देश में डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेबिलिटीज़ को बनाने और बढ़ाने में इन्वेस्ट करें। साथियों, मुझे अच्छी तरह से मालूम है कि रक्षा क्षेत्र में जैसे ही आत्मनिर्भरता की बात आती है, हमारा दिमाग सीधे इक्विपमेंट के स्टैंडर्ड और क्वालिटी पर भी पहुंच जाता है। स्वाभाविक है, मन में तरह तरह के सवाल उठने लगते हैं। पर मैं यहाँ आप लोगों से एक बात कहना चाहूँगा, विनम्रता के पूर्वक कहना चाहूँगा कि फॉरेन कंपनीज के इक्विपमेंट्स की जिस क्वालिटी से हम प्रभावित होते हैं, वह क्वालिटी एक दिन में नहीं बनी है, उसमें भी बड़ा समय लगा है और उन्हें अपने देश का बराबर सपोर्ट मिला है। हमारे HAL, हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड का ही उदाहरण लीजिए, इसने भी पहले दिन ही तेजस का निर्माण नहीं कर लिया, पर हमारे समर्थन और हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के बढ़ते भरोसे ने HAL को तेजस के निर्माण की ओर आगे बढ़ने की एक एनर्जी दी है, एक ऊर्जा प्रदान की है। और मुझे जानकर ये खुशी, आपको यह जानकर खुशी होगी साथियों, कि अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले हमने HAL को करीब 66,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से 97 तेजस फाइटर प्लेन्स बनाने का नया ऑर्डर दे दिया है। और इसके पहले भी HAL को 48,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से 83 एयरक्राफ्ट बनाने का भी ऑर्डर दिया गया था। हमारा तेजस एयरक्राफ्ट भारत की इंडिजिनस डिफेंस कैपेबिलिटीज़ का एक शानदार उदाहरण बनने वाला है, यह मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूँ। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें इस काम में समस्याओं का सामना नहीं करना पड़ा है, मगर हमने तय किया है कि हर समस्या का समाधान निकालेंगे और भारत में फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट बनाने की पूरी कैपेबिलिटी निश्चित रूप से हम खड़ी करेंगे। आज हम 5th जनरेशन एयरक्राफ्ट बनाने की दिशा में भी आगे कदम बढ़ा चुके हैं। हम एयरक्राफ्ट का इंजन भी भारत में ही बनाने की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। हम लोग फ्रेंच कंपनी शेफ्रॉन के साथ इंजन मेकिंग का काम भारत में शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर को एक सुटेबल ग्रोथ एनवायरनमेंट प्रदान कर रहे हैं। इसके अनुसार हमने स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप मॉडल के माध्यम से फाइटर्स प्लेन्स, हेलीकॉप्टर, टैंक और सबमरीन सहित मेगा डिफेंस प्रोग्राम के निर्माण के अवसर खोले हैं, जो आने वाले वर्षों में हमारी प्राइवेट कंपनीज को ग्लोबल जायंट्स बनाने में भी वो मदद करेंगे। साथियों, हमें अच्छी तरह समझते हैं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में डिफेंस रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट को स्थापित करने में स्वाभाविक रूप से समय लगेगा। इस प्रोसेस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमने डीआरडीओ के माध्यम से फ्री ऑफ कास्ट ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी के अवसर खोल दिए हैं और यह डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है। इसके अलावा उत्तर प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु में हमारी सरकार ने 2 डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स बनाए हैं, जहां आज लोग इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, और एक कॉरिडोर हमारे रक्षा उद्योग के लिए ग्रोथ ड्राइवर्स के रूप में काम करना शुरू कर चुके हैं। साथियों, आज की फास्ट इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल सिनेरियो में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यह तभी कामयाब हो सकता है जब हम इनोवेशन और इंटरप्राइज के बीच एक सिनर्जेटिक रिलेशनशिप स्थापित करने में सक्षम हों। रक्षा में इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए इनोवेशन फॉर डिफेंस एक्सलेंस, जिसे आईडेक्स के नाम से पुकारते हैं, इसकी शुरुआत की गई थी और इसका उद्देश्य था डिफेंस और एरोस्पेस सेक्टर में इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट के लिए एक इकोसिस्टम का निर्माण करना। साथियों, प्रारंभ से ही फॉरेन टेक्नोलॉजी को एक्वायर करना एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती रही है। भारत सरकार ने नए डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल लाइसेंस की मांग करने वाली कंपनियों के लिए ऑटोमेटिक रूट के माध्यम से डिफेंस सेक्टर में 74% तक और गवर्नमेंट रूट द्वारा 100% तक एफडीआई को बढ़ाया है। और मुझे ये कहते हुए गौरव की अनुभूति हो रही है कि हमारी आर्म फोर्सेज ने आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रयास को पूरे जोश खरोश के साथ अपना समर्थन दिया है और इन सभी उपायों के परिणाम स्वरूप इंडिजिनस डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को दिए जा रहे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स की संख्या में भी अच्छी खासी वृद्धि हुई है। साथियों, जो हम सेल्फ रिलायंस यानी आत्मनिर्भरता की बात करते हैं तो हम सिर्फ भारतीय कंपनियों की बात नहीं करते हैं। दुनिया की जितनी भी बड़ी बड़ी डिफेंस कंपनी है उन सबके लिए भी आज मौका है कि भारत में आएं, भारत में इन्वेस्ट करें। यहाँ डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट के को प्रोडक्शन का पूरा अवसर है। हमारे सामने एयरबस का उदाहरण है। आज वे भारत में ही टाटा एरोस्पेस के साथ C-295 जहाज बना रहे हैं। मैं नहीं कहता हूं कि चैलेंजेज नहीं है, मगर इन चैलेंजेज को ओवरकम करने के लिए एक स्ट्रांग विल पावर हमारी गवर्नमेंट में मौजूद है। यह बात तो मैं विश्वास के साथ कह ही सकता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आई वुड लाइक टू अपील टू ऑल फॉरेन कंपनीज and investors to come and invest in India's vibrant defense manufacturing ecosystem. We will provide you with all the necessary clearances and offer hand-holding support. Our Make in India is not limited to India only. When you make in India, you will make for the world. साथियों, भारत की सोच डेवलपमेंट और पीस ओरिएंटेड है। हमारे लिए डेवलपमेंट इन आइसोलेशन नहीं है, बल्कि कलेक्टिव डेवलपमेंट ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है भारत के लिए। मगर दुनिया में कई देश ऐसे हैं जो इस पॉलिटिकल सोच के साथ नहीं जुड़ पा रहे हैं। उनके लिए डेवलपमेंट प्रॉस्पेरिटी से नहीं है, बल्कि कन्फ्लिक्ट से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है। मैं एक दो बातों को यहाँ पर रखना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले मैं उस स्टेटमेंट पर आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूँगा जो हाल ही में पाकिस्तान के आर्मी चीफ जनरल असीम मुनीर ने दिया है। उन्होंने कहा कि इंडिया इज ए शाइनिंग मर्सिडीज कमिंग ऑन ए हाईवे लाइक फेरारी। इंडिया इज ए शाइनिंग Mercedes coming on a highway like a Ferrari, but we are a dump truck full of gravel. If the truck hits the car, who is going to be the loser? यानी भारत की इकॉनमी हाईवे पर दौड़ती हुई मर्सिडीज और फेरारी जैसी है। उन्होंने कहा है, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं। और पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी एक मलबे से भरी डंप ट्रक जैसी है। तो अगर दोनों टकराएंगे तो देखिए किसकी क्या हालत होगी। अब इसका जवाब तो आप लोग जानते हैं। साथियों, अब इस बयान पर पाकिस्तान के अंदर भी और पूरी दुनिया में असीम मुनीर को खूब ट्रोल किया गया। सबने यही कहा कि अगर दो देश एक साथ आज़ाद हुए और एक देश ने कड़ी मेहनत, सही नीतियों और दूरदृष्टि से फेरारी जैसी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाई और दूसरा अभी भी डंपर की स्थिति में है, तो यह उनकी अपनी नाकामी है। मैं असीम मुनीर के इस बयान को एक कन्फेशन के रूप में मैं मानता हूं, देखता हूं। मैं उनके इस बयान को केवल ट्रोल मटेरियल नहीं मानता। हम सब जानते हैं कि पाकिस्तानी स्टेट को कौन रन करता है। इस गंभीर चेतावनी के पीछे जो ऐतिहासिक संकेत है, यदि हमने उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया तो हमारे लिए एक चिंता का विषय बन सकता है। और हाँ, यदि हम इस पर ध्यान देंगे और इस पर तैयारी करेंगे तो इस तरह की चेतावनियों का करारा जवाब देने में भारत सक्षम है। साथियों, पाकिस्तान के सेना प्रमुख ने जाने अनजाने में एक ऐसी कबीलाई और लुटेरी मानसिकता की तरफ इशारा किया है जिसका शिकार पाकिस्तान अपने जन्म से रहा है। वह मानसिकता यह मानकर चलती है कि आप रिच हैं, आप मॉडर्न हैं, आपके यहाँ महिलाओं को सम्मान मिल रहा है, आप चांद पर पहुंच गए हैं, आप आर्थिक विकास कर रहे हैं, इसलिए आपका ध्यान डेवलपमेंट पर है बजाय इसके कि युद्ध लड़ने पर। माने हम डेवलपमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, युद्ध लड़ने पर नहीं। आपके उदार चरित्र और आपके उदार समाज के चलते आपकी सैन्य परंपरा और आपका लड़ाकू जज्बा कमजोर पड़ गया है, वो मानते हैं। वह लुटेरी मानसिकता यह मानकर चलती है कि शायद हम वार के नेगेटिव कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस झेलने के लिए उतने तैयार नहीं होंगे और हमारी लड़ने की ताकत और इच्छा शक्ति यह दोनों कमजोर पड़ गई है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है साथियों कि हमें पाकिस्तानी सेना की इस भ्रम को तोड़ना होगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के चलते तो वैसे उनके मन में यह भ्रम उत्पन्न होना भी नहीं चाहिए था। कैसे हो गया यह ऊपर वाला जाने, पर हमें यह इंश्योर करना होगा कि भारत की प्रॉस्पेरिटी, हमारी संस्कृति और हमारी इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी के साथ साथ हमारी रक्षा क्षमता, डिफेंस कैपेबिलिटीज और अपने राष्ट्रीय सम्मान के लिए लड़ने की भावना भी हमारी उतनी ही सशक्त बनी रहे और बनी रहेगी। हमें यह इंश्योर करना होगा कि हमारी सभ्यता में, हमारे राष्ट्र में वो फाइटिंग स्पिरिट भी जिंदा रहे। और मैं डिफेंस मिनिस्टर के नाते कहना चाहता हूँ वो जिंदा है और जिंदा रहेगी। साथियों, इसलिए जब हम अपने बच्चों को यानी अपनी आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी को साइंस, मैथमेटिक्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम फिजिक्स और स्पेस रिसर्च में आगे बढ़ाते हैं, उनको इन विषयों की शिक्षा देते हैं, तो साथ ही यह भी आवश्यक है कि हर नागरिक, हर विद्यार्थी के भीतर राष्ट्र की रक्षा का भी संकल्प यह जीवित रहे। हमारे युवा केवल वैज्ञानिक ही न बने बल्कि योद्धा वाली मानसिकता भी रखें, जो उनके निजी जीवन में आगे बढ़ने में तो सहायक होगी ही, साथ ही साथ समाज और देश की सुरक्षा के लिए भी यह आवश्यक होगा। साथियों, जब देश की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था पर आंच आती है तो निश्चित तौर पर देश का डेवलपमेंट पीछे जाता है। देश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान पहुंचता है, देश के नागरिकों के जान माल को भी नुकसान पहुंचता है। इसलिए मेरा मानना यह है कि डिफेंस पर किया गया एक्सपेंडिचर इस तरह के जो लॉसेज हैं, नुकसान हैं, उनको एवॉइड करता है। अगर आपकी रक्षा व्यवस्था मजबूत होगी तो कोई भी शत्रु, कोई भी विरोधी आपकी प्रॉस्पेरिटी पर आंख उठाकर नहीं देखेगा, उसे टारगेट करने की कोशिश नहीं करेगा। इसलिए मैं पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ आप लोगों के साथ कहना चाहूँगा कि डिफेंस एक्सपेंडिचर इज ए पार्ट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर। डिफेंस एक्सपेंडिचर इज ए पार्ट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर। I repeat, defense expenditure is a part of development expenditure. यह तो रही पहली बात जो मैंने आपके सामने रखी। साथियों, मैं अब दूसरी बात पर आता हूँ। हम सब देख रहे हैं कि आजकल कई देशों में इमिग्रेशन को लेकर एक नेगेटिव सेंटिमेंट पैदा हो रहा है। कई देशों में ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स और प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए वीज़ा नियम कठोर हो रहे हैं, जिससे हमारे भारतीय छात्रों और कामकाजी लोगों को कठिनाइयाँ झेलनी पड़ सकती हैं। सतही तौर पर तो यह हमारे लिए एक चैलेंज दिखता है, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है। आज हमारे लाखों विद्यार्थी, रिसर्चर्स, साइंटिस्ट और प्रोफेशनल्स दुनिया भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और इंस्टीट्यूशंस में काम कर रहे हैं। यदि अन्य देशों में इमिग्रेशन को लेकर माहौल कठिन होता है तो हमें इस टैलेंट को भारत में वापस लाने की रणनीति बनानी चाहिए। अब बनाएंगे। हमें अपनी यूनिवर्सिटीज़, IITs, IIMs, IISERs, R&D लैब्स, कंपनीज और थिंक टैंक्स में ऐसी जगह, ऐसे अवसर और एकेडमिक फ्रीडम उपलब्ध कराने होंगे ताकि वह टैलेंट भारत में आकर अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सके। साथियों, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर्स, डीन्स और प्रोफेसर्स से मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि हम क्या ऐसे स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस कर सकते हैं, हम ऐसे क्या इंसेंटिव दे सकते हैं कि दुनिया भर में फैला हुआ हमारा इंडियन टैलेंट हमारे पास हमारे लिए काम करने के लिए आए। क्या हम ऐसी कोई व्यवस्था कर सकते हैं कि हमारा इंडियन टैलेंट जो बाहर के देशों में काम कर रहा है, अगर उसे वहाँ कोई असुविधा हो तो किसी और दूसरे देश में या दूसरी कंपनी में जाने के बजाय वो हमारे देश में आए। उससे हमारे रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को जो सडन बूस्ट मिलेगा वह कहीं न कहीं हमें और अधिक ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाएगा। साथियों, यह समय है कि हम चैलेंज से चिंतित होने की बजाय अपॉर्चुनिटी देखें। तभी आने वाले वर्षों में हम सभी मिलकर भारत को सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी का कंज्यूमर नहीं बल्कि टेक्नोलॉजी क्रिएटर और इस सेक्टर में ग्लोबल लीडर बना सकते हैं। साथियों, इंडियन इकोनॉमी की जिस रैपिड रेल के हम सब सहयात्री हैं, माने रैपिड रेल के हम जो को पैसेंजर्स हैं, उसके अगले स्टेशंस ग्रोथ, प्रॉस्पेरिटी और खुशियों के हैं। दरवाजे दोनों साइड खुलेंगे, इसलिए यह सही समय है भारत की इकोनॉमिक जर्नी से जुड़ने का। साथियों, आज के समय में दुनिया के कई हिस्सों में कन्फ्लिक्ट जारी है। एक बड़ी आबादी के लिए आज की दुनिया एक असुरक्षित जगह बन गई है। नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स बढ़ रहे हैं। महामारी जैसे संकट कम्प्रिहेंसिव और कॉन्टिन्यूअस डेवलपमेंट के मिशन को कमज़ोर करते हैं। साथ ही जब ये संकट ओवरलैप करते हैं तो ये प्रॉब्लम्स और भी कॉम्प्लेक्स हो जाते हैं। साथियों, इन सभी कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम्स के लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशन के लिए बेहद ज़रूरी है कि भारत एक लीडरशिप रोल में हो, और भारत का लीडरशिप रोल में होना पूरी दुनिया के लिए काफ़ी यह मददगार साबित हो सकता है। इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि न्यू ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में भारत की भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण होगी। मैं यहाँ बैठे सभी लोगों को मैक्स मूलर की कही एक बात यहाँ पर याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ। मैक्स मूलर ने कहा था कि अगर मुझसे पूछा जाए कि किस देश के लोगों ने अपनी प्रतिभाओं का सबसे अधिक विकास किया है, जीवन की सबसे बड़ी समस्याओं पर सबसे गहराई में जाकर विचार किया है और उनके समाधान खोजे हैं, तो मैं भारत की ओर इशारा करूंगा, यह मैक्स मुलर ने कहा है। इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि सिक्योर, इंक्लूसिव और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ का समाधान भारत से ही निकलेगा। यह मेरा अडिग विश्वास है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद देते हुए अपना मैं निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Quick announcement: for security reasons, you'll have to remain seated till the minister exists. Please don't get up and don't attempt to leave the room. You'll have to remain seated where you are. It'll be just for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Honorable Defence Minister, for that powerful and timely address. Your strategic foresight and commitment to self-reliance offer a compelling roadmap for India's defence future.
Indeed, your words remind us that true strength often lies not just in might, but in measured, mission-driven leadership.
Once again, reminder, please remain seated for a couple of minutes. Do not attempt to leave the room. Warm round of applause for Mr. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister. Thank you, Minister.
Suresh, have you noticed that geopolitics today feels less like a chessboard and more like a WhatsApp group chat?
You know, WhatsApp, Telegram, those are actually some of the tools being used in geopolitics and politics in general today.
And just like in group chats, sometimes the most important message is the one that doesn't get answered straight away.
Do you send a lot of messages that don't get answered straight away?
Cheeky.
It's really annoying.
Well, you know how every group has that long forwarded message no one reads? In diplomacy too, sometimes the toughest policy papers end up just being scrolled past.
Which is why the real breakthroughs happen in smaller side conversations, those informal networks where trust is built.
It shows us that the next global order may not be decided in one dramatic moment, but through dozens of dialogues and coalitions.
You know, it's almost like the world's biggest group project. Everyone has a role to play, but someone still has to write that first draft.
Absolutely. And if there's one thing we've learned here, it's that listening may be as powerful as speaking in shaping the future.
Now, before we go into our next session, quick reminder, the next session is also likely to be in Hindi. For those of you who don't speak Hindi, simultaneous Hindi to English translation is available. If you haven't done so already, please collect your headsets just outside the hall at the designated spots. When the session is done, do remember to return those headsets.
All right. I think we're ready for our next conversation. Suresh, what do you think?
All right. Our next session. Now, before we move into our next session, quick reminder once again. Our next session is titled The Good Question.
What's happening? What's happening here is our teleprompter is failing us. I think it's also undecided about what our next session should be. So while it makes up its mind, let's recap, Suresh, what we've really witnessed here today, because I think it's been a fairly powerful display of leadership across sectors. And we're only just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 power-packed days for you here at the World Leadership Forum.
We had 2 dramatic conversations in the morning, Abha. One with a bunch of movie stars and directors, and the next, equally electrifying, was a conversation about electricity. You anchored one of those and you saw the other one.
Yes.
Did you see any commonalities between those 2?
I think what everyone's talking about is also the change that we're seeing in India and the change that we're also seeing among the youth. I think one thing that, you know, each panel touches upon somewhere is really the relatability, trying to understand what people are looking for today and how we can shape policies and agendas in keeping with the massive transformation that we're seeing here.
All right, and while we wait for our next speaker to come onto stage, a forum of this size and magnitude is not possible without the support of our sponsors. Please take a look at some of their messages.
Ah, Dubai. I'm on top of the world.
मैडम, अभी और ऊपर जाना है. Visa Infinite के साथ get access to exclusive luxury hotels. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
What goes into this, bhai?
चलो पता लगाते हैं. Visa Infinite के साथ get exclusive dining experiences at the world's finest restaurants. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
Bro, अगर रियल लाइफ में जूम इन होता ना तो मजा आ जाता.
चल देखते हैं. Visa Infinite के concierge services के साथ प्लान करें अपने customized experiences. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
Well, finally, our next session, titled The Next Playbook, Navigating Geopolitics, Technology and Climate in the 21st Century, brings to stage a leader helping CEOs shape strategy in a century defined by flux, from geopolitical uncertainty and AI acceleration to the climate imperative.
As the CEO of the Boston Consulting Group, he works with decision makers across continents to reimagine how leadership, innovation and resilience must evolve to meet both this moment and the next.
In conversation with him today is Associate Editor at the Economic Times, Mr. Arijit Berman.
Please welcome onto stage Mr. Christoph Schweizer. Arijit, Mr. Schweizer, can we have you on stage?
So Christoph's from Munich, and we know what they say about Germans and precision, which is probably why we are starting a session at 4:23 p.m. And not at 4:20 or 4:30. Christoph, thank you very much for taking time out. And I want to straight away ask you this, that as the topic of our discussion says, we are living in a world where flux has become the new normal, right? It's difficult for corporations to make business plans if CEOs keep changing their strategy. But now it's happening in politics, in trade, in diplomacy. When you meet business leaders, what do you tell them? How are they reacting or dealing with this uncertain times?
Well, Arijit, it's great to see you, and it's great to be here. For sure, if you talk to CEOs anywhere in the world, any industry, they are all talking about how much uncertainty, disruption, change they had to deal with over the past years. Mm-hmm. And let's not forget, it's still just a few years ago that the pandemic changed everything in business. You then had military conflicts and escalations. You had political, geopolitical situations. You have all the uncertainty and disruption coming from technology, in particular AI. Mm-hmm. And look, it is a very intense time to be a CEO. Now, what do? I do think most CEOs at this point have accepted that it will continue like that. No one has the assumption that the next 3, 4, 5 years are going to be calm and easy and it's all going to be just smooth sailing. So what do people do, and what's the advice that I give them? I think, first of all, it sounds very basic, but it's important, control what you can control. And that is set your company up to be efficient, have a good cost position, be financially flexible, so that gives you room to breathe for whatever uncertainty hits you. Number two, I think you have to prepare. You need to sense what new changes could be coming. You need to do scenario planning. By the way, for us as BCG, that's an all-time high of scenario planning and simulation work that we are doing on all sorts of topics. And number three, it is run the company with a different level of flexibility and nimbleness. If you have very rigid, static supply chains, you are likely going to be in trouble. If you have very static capital deployment, you are likely going to be in trouble. So I think it's these three things. Control what you can control, sense and anticipate, and third, set the company up to be much more flexible than it traditionally has been along all core functions. I think that's a good recipe to succeed.
But I wanted to ask you, how easy or difficult is it to match that with the aspirations of public company investors? Because then you're leaving, you're literally living quarter on quarter. So these long-term scenario planning, how do you appease shareholders who just want returns?
Well, I don't think that's new, Arijit, that companies and CEOs need to balance the short term and the long term. If you look at the most successful companies on the planet at this point, take a Microsoft as an example, I don't think that Satya sees a trade-off between short-term and long-term. He is very long-term oriented, has a great strategic vision and foresight, but he still delivers quarter after quarter. So I do think investors get it that there's uncertainty, but investors, of course, want to get that balance right. We want a long-term direction, but you can't screw up in the short term. So I think there is reasonable acceptance that that's the reality, and that's what you need to deliver.
Right. And in the mix now you have AI, I guess, which is the common catchphrase in all boardrooms. But in the past, we have lived through several technology cycles, right? How much of AI, according to you, is hype, number one? And number two, has AI yet moved the needle when it comes to corporate P&Ls?
Well, that's the question that everyone asks right now when you come to big conferences and CEOs get together. I do think that the change that will come from AI is more profound, more substantive, and more fundamental than other technological shifts have been in recent years. Mm-hmm. Where do we stand in that cycle? I do think it's really interesting now as we enter Q3, Q4 of 2025. The first reality is AI really hit the mainstream radar with the launch of ChatGPT in late 2022. 23 was a bit of an experimentation year. 24 was a piloting year. 25 is the scaling year, as I would call it, Arijit. And now many companies are realizing, oh, wow, the technology is really interesting and really impactful, but it's really hard to scale it. And what I mean by scaling is how do you go from 100 or 500 or 1,000 people playing with it in a certain function in your company to 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 using it? And how do you get to the real financial return? And I think that is what many companies are struggling with. Our own surveys as BCG say that about 70% of the companies feel that they have not yet met their financial targets. So it's a very interesting window. We are now getting into the budgeting and planning cycle for 2026 in many parts of the world. And every CEO and CFO have the discussion with their team, okay, guys, we are investing all this money. Now we need to see top line return or cost return, but one way or another, it needs to happen. And there are great examples. There are very successful stories out there in various industries, but still, the majority of companies are still struggling at this point in time.
Would you say board-run companies are faster when it comes to AI adoption and investing or doubling down versus family-owned companies? Because in India, we have lots of conglomerates or business houses which are still family-owned. Are they also keen or to double down right away?
Well, first of all, most generally, I would say that India has a lot of ingredients in place to be a real powerhouse when it comes to AI.
Sure.
And why do I say that? First of all, there is workforce that is just very tech-affine, highly educated, highly nimble, and that's a huge asset when AI comes. Secondly, I experience the Indian CEOs and especially also the family owners and promoters to be very savvy and selective in where they go for AI and where they wait. And so the bar is high. And if you can show a great path to return on investment, the Indian companies are eager and bold and fast, but where they are uncertain, they are slow, and maybe rightly so. And then the third thing, which is really interesting, in the end, any AI effort at a big company is not really a tech question. It is a change management question. Do you get your workforce to work differently going forward? And what I observe in India is, wow, once you have picked your functions, once you have picked your focus areas, the Indian companies move really fast. It is a pretty adaptive environment, obviously also helped by the fact that it's growth-centric and there's a lot of positive momentum. So my take is India is very well equipped, very well positioned. It's more selective, or many companies are more selective, but if they move with great success.
And then how is BCG adapting to the ever-changing India story? Where do you think India Inc. can gain or have strategic advantage in this environment of, geopolitical, technological shifts?
Yeah, well, India is a fantastic market for BCG. We love the business here for various reasons, Arijit. The first one is the customer and client base as such. It's just great companies with great ambitions. That's always great to serve. Secondly, it's a formidable talent market for us. It's amazing to see who we can recruit and then also how the colleagues from India contribute on a global scale in BCG. And the third thing, which is really remarkable, is India is a very powerful innovation hub for BCG. If I look at tech, AI, sustainability, in these areas where a lot of change is happening, India is now at the forefront of work that we do. And we have fantastic examples here, and for those three reasons, we love working here. How has our business evolved? Well, look, we are now for years working with the leading companies in India on their transformation. It's not just a case here, a case there, you deliver a packet of PowerPoint slides. It's really changing the fundamentals of the business. It has a big component of adopting technology in areas where it really works. And by the way, it also has a meaningful amount of kind of work when it comes to renewable energy, sustainability. It's quite amazing to see the continued entrepreneurial commitment here in India. We are part of India's journey, and we are very proud of that.
You said you touched upon a lot of interesting points. Let me, take one at a time. The environment aspect. We've made great strides in sustainability in our efforts for green power. But around the world, a lot of people would say ESG as a concept is dead. Would you agree?
Well, I would say if you ask 100 CEOs around the world, the majority of them would say that the ESG umbrella as such has lost relevance. And whether it's dead or not, I think is a big word. I think what is more important is the umbrella has become very artificial, and I mean, it's not kind of the spirit of the moment and the fashion of the moment anymore. And I do think also for good reasons. What has not changed, however, Arijit, is that the underlying commitment to becoming a more sustainable business is still there in most parts of the world. The underlying commitment to evolving your workforce in a more inclusive way is still there, as long as it makes you better. And great governance is fundamentally important as well. But so I think the umbrella label has probably lost relevance for many leaders in global roles. The underlying substance, as long as it's business-centric and not dogmatic, I think is still very much alive. And I do see that it's very much alive in many countries in Asia and also in India.
Right. So if you have to pick and choose, pockets where India should double down, should it be on sustainability and green energy? Should it be on AI? Should it be on manufacturing? Where do you see the sweet spot or spots?
Well, it's that multiple choice question where you try to click all of them. I do think, first of all, let's keep some of the proportions in mind. India is a very sizable economy. It's on a path to become a $7 trillion GDP economy by 2030. India has close to 400 million of population that is Gen Z. That's bigger than the United States. That's bigger than the EU. There is a lot of growth, and I do think it's a formidable business environment to begin with. Serve that really well and develop it as a country. Secondly, I do think technology remains center to the future of India. I do think on top of the traditional IT outsourcing business, there's now a wave of global capability centers coming, which are also very AI-centric. We work for many multinational clients who set up their leading-edge AI centers in India at this point. banks, insurance companies, automotive companies. I think there's a huge opportunity for India in that regard. I would say overall, adopting AI productively across your industrial base is very promising. I do think energy is a key determinant of success of any economy. You know that very well. It's one of your areas of focus as a journalist. I think getting the energy mix right, continuing to invest productively and with high return and thoroughly in renewables and the underlying technologies is a wise strategy. And then manufacturing, I mean, India has been gaining relevance on the global map for manufacturing. It will continue to gain relevance. So I do think it's all of these areas that you mentioned, and I'm deeply convinced that there's a fantastic future for India going forward.
Let me do, a mood check of sorts. I mean, since you're in India, I'm sure you're meeting CEOs. Are they worried, stressed, because what's happening on the tariff front, on what's happening, the signals from Washington, or it's business as usual?
The Indian CEOs I saw just over the past few days are remarkably calm.
Really?
Yeah. Of course, there's a lot of change, and now everyone points to tariffs, but let's just look at the reality of global trade. Every year, BCG publishes a global trade report for which we pull millions of data points about countries around the world, product categories, cost positions, trade policies, etc. And this January, we came out with our 2025 edition, and we had assumed that there would be an increase in tariffs throughout the year. Not precisely right on every dimension, but the general direction was right. And it comes to one very clear conclusion. Trade will continue to grow. It will continue to grow at a somewhat lower rate than in the past, but it will continue to grow. And it will grow disproportionately with all countries in the global south. And amongst those, India is one of the preeminent players. There will be significant increase in trade that India does with the rest of the world. You see that with Southeast Asia. You see that with the Middle East. You see that with Japan, with Korea. Now you have an agreement with the UK. India is going to see continued trade growth. And then over time, there's alignment here, alignment there, and less alignment than somewhere else. The fundamental direction is unchanged. And I do think the CEOs get that. Now, Arijit, I also know that there are some industries, for example, in textiles, where there's a lot of stress right now, and understandably so. But fundamentally, for the macroeconomy of India, you are well positioned to trade with many parts of the world, and I do only believe that it's going to continue to increase. Right.
Now, both trade and tech is getting weaponized. We are seeing this race for AI between China and US. Where do countries like India stand in all this? How do we, where can we stand out? What can be our X factor?
There have been thousands of reports writing about the geopolitics and the connection to trade and AI and technology more broadly. I'm not going to be the 1001st voice on this stage to comment on that, but here's an interesting observation, and that is what's actually happening with what you could call the AI middle powers. And what do I mean by those? Take a look at Korea and Japan. They are investing very boldly in AI. They use their hardware and broader tech ecosystems to scale, and they do remarkable things and make remarkable progress. Then look at the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, UAE, with the impeccable funding that they have from their sovereign wealth funds, which are very astute investors. They are building amazing tech infrastructure. They're investing boldly in the upskilling of their workforce. And India falls into that category. I do think India is, as I said earlier, very well positioned to be a real force in AI. Because of talent, because of entrepreneurial spirit, because of agility of organizations, and because of a formidable AI ecosystem when it comes to startups and the investment that flows into those. I think it's a priority for India, and I do expect that there will be very high returns and kind of big movement in the country.
Why I'm asking this is also because Silicon Valley or the big tech hubs in Europe, we see a lot of Indian CEOs or Indian origin CEOs running these big tech companies. But we still don't have our own Indian NVIDIA. We don't have our Indian Microsoft. Where did we miss the bus?
Well, if you look at it that way, the whole world, other than a few companies on the West Coast and a few in China, have missed the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the reality of where big-scale innovation has happened, right? But in the end, I think you need to discern between two things. The first one is, where do the tech companies as such sit? But then also, where does the technology get adopted? Mm-hmm. And the upside for all these other economies, for the Europeans, for the Japanese, the Koreans, the Indians, is much bigger if they adopt AI productively across their entire industrial base, across their entire services base. If the Indian banks, the Indian insurance companies, retailers, etc., adopt AI productively, the economic impact and the economic potential is huge. Yeah. And you can easily live with the fact that some of the technology companies reside elsewhere.
Right. You said, or your message to CEOs has been, control what you can control. We are running out of time, so the last thing I wanted to ask you, other than controlling what they can control, what are the other tenets of good leadership looking like in 2025?
Well, given that we are at time, I'm going to keep this very short. It is an interesting moment because the impression that we all get is it's all going to be about technology, technology, technology. We are all going to be AI'd away. You as a journalist, me as a consultant, many of you in the audience in your respective business. The simple truth is human beings will still make a huge difference. It is about empathy, it's about care, it's about relatability, it's about judgment, and I do believe that actually emphasizing the human factor as a CEO, how you deal with your own team, but also how human you still come across vis-a-vis your customers, vis-a-vis your suppliers, regulators, governments, etc., is going to remain hugely differentiating no matter how much AI is going to be out there.
I think that's a very, very important point that you talked about. Thank you so much, Christoph. We're running out of time. We have a long way to go. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Arijit.
Thank you, Mr. Schweizer, for that compelling perspective. Thank you, Arijit, for guiding that discussion with that precision.
From disruption to direction, this conversation offered a rare look at how strategy is being rewritten at the very top. Our next conversation takes us to the heart of India, not just geographically, but in terms of drive, vision, and momentum.
Now, long celebrated for its temples, forests, and heritage, Madhya Pradesh is now making national headlines for something else. A remarkable transformation. With bold reforms, strategic investments, and a renewed focus on inclusive development, the state is fast emerging as one of India's most compelling growth stories.
Helping us unpack this journey in a conversation titled From Heartland to Global Hub, Madhya Pradesh's role in India's rise, will be Associate Editor at the Economic Times, Vishal Sika.
And leading this charge is a man whose roots in the state run deep and whose leadership is now propelling the stage onto the global stage. Please join us in welcoming the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Mohan Yadav. Dr. Yadav, Deepshika.
नमस्कार मोहन जी, आपने वर्ल्ड लीडर्स फोरम के लिए समय निकाला और इसके लिए हम बहुत आभारी हैं। मध्य प्रदेश को भारत का दिल कहा जाता है और दिल का धड़कना जो है शरीर के लिए उतना ही ज़रूरी है और ये हर कोई जानता है। प्रधानमंत्री ने भारत के सामने एक लक्ष्य रखा है विकसित भारत बनने का, तो इसमें मध्य प्रदेश का योगदान आप क्या देखते हैं इस लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने में?
मध्य प्रदेश का योगदान तो सभी प्रकार से है, खास करके हमारी अपनी मध्य प्रदेश की भौगोलिक स्थिति ऐसी है कि देश के अंदर कहीं भी आएंगे जाएंगे मध्य प्रदेश में ज़रूर आना पड़ेगा। तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की दृष्टि से हम मध्य में हैं, लेकिन न केवल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पे हमारे यहाँ पर परमात्मा ने नदियों का मायका है मध्य प्रदेश। 247 से ज़्यादा नदियाँ अकेले मध्य प्रदेश से निकलती है। फॉरेस्ट सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छा है, टूरिज़्म है, मिनरल है, एग्रीकल्चर है, बौद्धिक क्षमता वाले लोग हैं, सभी प्रकार की परमात्मा की कृपा है। धार्मिक पर्यटन को लेकर भी 2 ज्योतिर्लिंग हमारे यहाँ है, 2 शक्तिपीठ हमारे यहाँ है। अभी आप लास्ट ईयर का रिकॉर्ड देखना कि सबसे ज़्यादा रिलीजियस टूरिज़्म में उज्जैन ने नंबर 1 स्थान बनाया। तिरुपति बालाजी, शिरडी, सेगांव, सबसे बड़ी संख्या में उज्जैन लोग आए हैं। तो धार्मिक पर्यटन हो, अब तो हम हेल्थ टूरिज़्म पे भी काम कर रहे हैं। बाकी अलग अलग सब सेक्टर में बहुत अच्छा लाभ मिल रहा है।
अगर हम देश में देखें, एक स्पर्धा सी चल रही है सारे प्रदेशों में निवेश को आकर्षित करने के लिए, खासतौर पे विदेशी निवेश को। लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश का अगर हम रिकॉर्ड देखें तो विदेशी निवेश को आकर्षित करने में बहुत अच्छा नहीं रहा है बाकी राज्यों की तुलना में। तो इस समस्या को आप किस तरह से एड्रेस कर रहे हैं? और
आपने आंकड़े देखे इस साल के?
इस साल के आंकड़ों में सुधार है, बट मैं कह रही हूँ
मेरा क्या, आप बताओ ना, सरकार बने तो साल ही भर तो हुआ मेरे को सरकार बनाए 1.25 साल तो हुआ है, तो अब मैं बैठा तभी की तो बात करूँगा।
नहीं, मैं ये जानना
लेकिन 66,000 करोड़ के निर्यात हमारे अकेले मध्य प्रदेश से हुए हैं, और उसमें भी सबसे ज़्यादा 6% की ग्रोथ हमारी हुई है, ये मध्य प्रदेश की है।
लेकिन जब एक ग्रोथ के ब्लूप्रिंट की बात है और हम विदेशी निवेश को और आकर्षित करना चाहते हैं, तो आप नीतिगत ढांचा जो है राज्य का, उसमें आप किस तरह का परिवर्तन कर रहे हैं ताकि ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस रहे? यहाँ उद्योग जगत के और विदेशी निवेशक बहुत सारे हैं यहाँ पर, तो उनको आप क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं इतना बताता हूँ कि जब से हमारी सरकार बनी, और GIS हमारी फरवरी में हुई थी, लेकिन सरकार बनने के बाद हमने हमारी रीजनल इंडस्ट्री कॉन्क्लेव पूरे रीजन में, हर रीजन में की है। और उसके साथ जैसे ग्वालियर, जबलपुर, इंदौर, उज्जैन, रीवा, यहाँ तक कि सागर और नर्मदापुरम सेक्टर, शहडोल, तो हमारे हर एक सेक्टर की अपनी एक अलग विशेषता है जहाँ से हम अपने उद्योग घरानों को जोड़ सकते हैं। हम मिनरल में भी बहुत आगे हैं, करीब अधिकांश सीमेंट कारखाने, आयरन कारखाने, हमारे इस्पात की इंडस्ट्रियाँ हमारे यहाँ है, और बिजली के लिए तो थर्मल से लेकर सभी प्रकार के बड़े बड़े प्लांट हमारे चल रहे हैं। आज बिजली सरप्लस हमारे पास है, लैंड बैंक पर्याप्त है, पानी पर्याप्त है, आवागमन के संसाधन है। हमारी सरकार के बाद 18 पॉलिसियाँ हमने अपने बिजनेस को सरल करने के लिए लागू की, और लगभग 29 प्रकार की परमिशन लगती थी एक इंडस्ट्री लगाने में, हमने उसको केवल 10 पे ले आए, 19 तरफ की फालतू की बातें कम कर दी है। और इंडस्ट्रियों के लिए भी 2 तरह के प्रमोशन दे रहे हैं कि रोज़गार आधारित अगर इंडस्ट्री लगाते हैं तो पर लेबर 5,000 रुपया 10-10 साल तक का इंसेंटिव हम देने को, BGF दे रहे हैं हम। तो ये एक तरह से प्रोत्साहन दे करके रोज़गार आधारित भी, और हेवी इंडस्ट्री हो, MSME हो, बाकी लघु कुटीर उद्योग हो, और ख़ास करके जिस प्रकार से अभी हमारा जो आंकड़ा है वो अपने आप में बड़ा ही है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स। मध्य प्रदेश में आप किस तरह के रिफॉर्म्स की बात करें? क्योंकि ये जो रिफॉर्म्स हैं बहुत सारे, ये राज्यों में आते हैं, लैंड, लेबर, तो मध्य प्रदेश इस मामले में क्या कर रहा है?
मैंने अभी आपको बताया 18 पॉलिसियाँ लगाई है हमने कि भाई हमको, आप CCIP में आकर के कैबिनेट की सब कमेटी हमने बनाई हुई है कि अगर 500 करोड़ से ज़्यादा का निवेश लाते हैं, और आपने कहा कि मान लो हम एक इंडस्ट्री लगाते हैं और इंडस्ट्री में हमको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में छूट चाहिए, पानी में चाहिए कुछ हो, तो उनके अपनी गंभीरता देखते हुए उनके प्रस्तावों के आधार पर तुरंत हम अपने वहीं से मंजूरी देते हैं। और उसका परिणाम निकला कि लगभग आज मेरे आने के बाद में 285 इंडस्ट्रियों का तो हमने अपने आप में, एक सरल उदाहरण देता हूँ, इसी साल में हमारे राज्य के बाहर बेंगलोर में BEML के पास हमने रोड शो में रेल कोच बनाने के लिए उनका तरफ से ऑफर आया था। और अभी राजनाथ सिंह जी माननीय अभी हाल यहाँ से थोड़ी देर पहले ही गए हैं, मेट्रो के रेल कोच बनाने का 4 महीने के अंदर हमारी लैंड आवंटन हो गई, सारी फॉर्मेलिटी निपट गई, भूमि पूजन कर दिया उन्होंने, और 1.5 साल में रेल कोच, मेट्रो कोच सब बनेंगे अपने आप। तो ये सभी सेक्टर में सरलीकृत व्यवस्था के आधार पर सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम के अलावा भी पॉलिसियाँ इतनी सरल है कि हमको उसमें तुरंत हमारी लैंड बैंक के और ये सब के कारण से आप अगर आज आवेदन करते हो तो आपको 8 दिन में तो मैं जब अपनी विदेश दौरे में गया तो कई लोगों को वहीं लैंड आवंटित कर दी जहाँ थे, वहीं से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
So a single window and faster clearances, incentives for the industry. आपका कार्यकाल जो है आप 1.5 वर्ष पहले आपने संभाला था,
उसमें लोकसभा चुनाव भी आ गए।
जी, लेकिन अगर आप अपने कार्यकाल को देखते हैं 1.5 वर्ष के, आपने बहुत सारी नीतियां आपने बताया उनके बारे में, तो उद्योग जगत का परफॉर्मेंस जो है, निवेश आपके राज्य में, राज्य की विकास दर, इन सब में परफॉर्मेंस जो है राज्य का, आप उसको कैसे आंकते हैं?
मैंने कहा ना कि संतोष कर लेंगे तो ठहराव आ जाएगा
जी,
लेकिन मुझे संतोष से ज़्यादा लगातार सक्रिय बने रहने की आवश्यकता। और मैं इतना ही बता सकता हूँ कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री कॉन्क्लेव से लगा करके हर दिन अपनी रोजगार परक इन कामों के लिए लगभग मुझे चुनाव का महीने अगर हटा दूँ तो मैं 19 में से 4 महीना कम कर दो तो 15 महीने कुल मेरे को वर्किंग मिले, लेकिन 2.5 से 3 महीने केवल हमने इंडस्ट्री पे काम किया है। इससे आप समझ सकते होंगे कि हमारा पूरा फोकस इसी में।
चुनावों से पहले आजकल देखा जा रहा है कि राजनीतिक पार्टियां जो हैं, बहुत सारी रेवड़ियां जो हैं इलेक्शन के पहले वो बोलती हैं, लाने की बात करती हैं, लेकिन राज्यों की वित्तीय स्थिति उतनी मजबूत नहीं होती है और ये जो चुनावी जो ऐलान किए जाते हैं उससे और असर होता है। मध्य प्रदेश की वित्तीय स्थिति जो है उसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे? क्योंकि हमने देखा पिछले वर्ष जो है आपका वित्तीय घाटा, उसमें आपने उसको वो बढ़ रहा है, तो वित्तीय स्थिति को काबू में लाने के लिए और ये जो चुनावी वादे किए जाते हैं चुनाव से पहले, आपको इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
आपको हमारे बजट की जानकारी है क्या?
जी, 4.11
आ गए आपको ध्यान में? हमने तो जिस दिन बैठे उस दिन कहा कि हमारा बजट 5 साल में डबल करेंगे। हम हर साल 15 से 16% की ग्रोथ से 5 साल में न केवल डबल करने वाले हैं, बल्कि ये बात सही है कि लोक लुभावन नीतियों के कारण से चुनाव तो जीतते हैं, लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो विज़न के आधार पर हमने कहा कि जैसे लाडली बहनों को हम राशि दे रहे हैं, अभी हम 1,500 तक देंगे। पुरानी योजना बंद नहीं की है, लेकिन हमने कहा कि अगर वही लाडली बहना हमारी रेडीमेड गारमेंट्स की इंडस्ट्री में जाएगी तो 1,500 या 3,000 में इसको 5,000 रुपया हम जोड़ रहे हैं अपनी तरफ से। तो अगर कोई काम करके 2 पैसे कमाता है, इसको प्रोत्साहन देना गलत नहीं है। और अभी हमने बहुत सारे बदलाव, जैसे लेबर कानून में बदलाव लगा के पहले हमारी बहनें लेडीज़ रात को इंडस्ट्री में काम नहीं करती है, हमने संशोधन कर दिया, काम के घंटे बढ़ा दिए, छुट्टी की अवधि बढ़ा दी। जो जो जरूरी जिस प्रकार से औद्योगिक घरानों से, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से सुझाव आते हैं, हमने सब लागू करने का प्रयास किया।
आपने कहा कि वित्तीय स्थिति जो है राज्यों की बहुत मजबूत है।
नहीं, हमारी इसमें और आगे बताता हूँ कि आज अपनी सरकार की लिमिट है 3% से अंदर की, हमारे पास में उतने उस लिमिट के अंदर ही हम सारा काम कर रहे हैं। और वित्तीय व्यवस्था में हम किसी से कर्जा नहीं ले रहे हैं, बल्कि हमारी अपनी खुद की पूंजीगत व्यय की ताकत, अभी कुल 3 राज्य है देश में सबसे ज़्यादा जिनकी अपनी ग्रोथ खर्च करने में हुई है, उसमें से महाराष्ट्र, यूपी और मध्य प्रदेश ये सबसे तेज गति से, जो अपने स्वयं के संसाधन से ला रहा है, ना कोई कर्जा ले रहा है किसी का।
जीएसटी में एक बहुत बड़े रिफॉर्म की बात की है और की जा रही है। मध्य प्रदेश एक बहुत बड़ा राज्य है, इतने बड़े रिफॉर्म से और 2 स्लैब की बात कर रहे हैं हम, क्या असर आप देख रहे हैं कि एक राज्य के बतौर आपके वित्तीय स्थिति पर होगा इसका?
देखिए, ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वदेशी के भाव के आधार पर अपने यहाँ गुणवत्तापूर्ण उत्पाद भी रहे और देश आत्मनिर्भर भी बने, उस दृष्टिकोण से ये सबसे अच्छा समय है। और वैश्विक परिदृश्य पे भी देखेंगे तो हमको इसी लाइन पे चल करके ही देश को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। मैं मान के चलता हूँ कि हम ये तमाम प्रकार के जीएसटी को लेकर जो भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का दृष्टिकोण है, मध्य प्रदेश ताकत के साथ खड़ा है।
जब आपको अपॉइंट किया गया था एज मुख्यमंत्री, आपका चुनाव हुआ था पार्टी में, उस समय भाजपा ने एक अलग किस्म का निर्णय लिया। पहली बार जो है, जो पुराने
बहुत
चेहरे
पुरानी बात हो गई,
उस
छोड़ो, 1.5 साल पुरानी बात है, उसमें क्या
तो मैं
आप तो ये बताओ काम कितना करा, ये बताओ।
बिल्कुल वही
आप तो आप ये इकोनॉमिक्स वाली बात में क्या, आम खाने से मतलब गुठली गिनने से क्या फायदा है?
बट आपको लगता है कि ये निर्णय जो है 1.5 वर्ष का आपका कार्यकाल है, उसमें आप
देखिए, मैं आपको ये जरूर बोल सकता हूँ, आपने जो बोला मैं उससे सहमत हूँ। मैं अपने काम से, जिस दिन से जो मुझे काम मिलता है, उस काम को डूब के करने का परिणाम रहता है। इसके पहले मैं एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर था 2020 से 2024 तक। शिक्षा मंत्री रहते हुए देश में सबसे पहले शिक्षा नीति लागू करने वाला अगर कोई राज्य रहा है तो मुझे गर्व है कि मैंने अपने मध्य प्रदेश में उस शिक्षा नीति को लागू की थी। इसके पहले मैं टूरिज्म कॉरपोरेशन का चेयरमैन रहा 4 साल, और चारों साल हमने अपने प्रेसिडेंट अवार्ड जीते थे। उसके पहले अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी का चेयरमैन रहा हूँ 6 साल तक। हर साल मेरी जब मैं अथॉरिटी में बैठा था उसकी तुलना में उसको 20 गुना आगे तक ले गए थे। तो वहाँ तब भी हमने अपने वित्तीय संसाधनों के लिए न्यूनतम खर्च में अधिकतम संस्थाओं की बचत कैसे हो सकती है, संस्था अपने पैरों पे कैसे खड़ी हो सकती है, भगवान की दया से पार्टी के इन कामों के आधार पर एक साख भी बनी है, तो उसका लाभ है। मैं 2007 में एक इस्कॉन इंटरनेशनल द्वारा वहाँ पुरस्कृत हुआ था डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के काम के लिए 2007 अमेरिका में जाकर।
जी, आप बहुत सारे देशों की आपने यात्रा भी की है निवेशकों को, निवेश को राज्य में आकर्षित करने के लिए। क्या आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा है और आप निवेशकों से जो बातचीत आपकी हुई है, आने वाले 2-3 साल में आप देखते हैं कि निवेशक मध्य प्रदेश की तरफ रुख करेंगे? बहुत सारी कंपनियां आ रही हैं देश में, लेकिन वो अधिकांशतः दक्षिण के राज्यों में जा रही हैं।
नहीं, एक मिनट, आप थोड़ा होमवर्क कमजोर क्यों कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, होमवर्क नहीं, बहुत बड़ी
आपका होमवर्क मेरे को ये लग रहा है। आप मैं मध्य प्रदेश के संदर्भ में आप कहाँ से डाटा लाए, जरा बताओ ना, आंकड़ा बताओ मेरे को।
डेटा की बात नहीं
तो
कर रही, मैं बड़ी
मेरा एक निवेदन है कि मैं थोड़ा सा मेरा दायित्व है कि अगर आप कोई प्रश्न कर रहे हैं तो मैं आपको उसकी सही जानकारी तरफ भी ले जाना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि अगर ये कॉमन बात रहती कि दक्षिण के राज्य बहुत आगे जा रहे हैं। आप ये बताइए कि सबसे सस्ती बिजली कौन सा राज्य बेच रहा है, आपको जानकारी है क्या?
मध्य प्रदेश।
फिर सबसे सस्ती बिजली हम दे रहे हैं। अगर हमारे पास सरप्लस बिजली है, मेट्रो दिल्ली की चल रही तो मध्य प्रदेश की बिजली से चल रही है। तो अगर हम ये आप बताइए कि आज हमारी जितनी कैपेसिटी है उससे हम कई गुना आगे बढ़ रहे हैं सब सेक्टर में। तो आखिरकार अगर हम मेहनत करेंगे तभी तो रिजल्ट आएगा। थर्मल पावर से लगा करके पंप स्टोरेज तक हम सभी प्रकार के सेक्टर में आज हम आगे एक करके परमात्मा की दया से ये बात सही है कि मध्य प्रदेश की प्रारंभिक ग्रोथ थोड़ी सी हमारे चुनौती वाली रही है, लेकिन मेरी पूर्ववर्ती मुख्यमंत्री माननीय शिवराज सिंह जी, उमा भारती जी, बाबूलाल जी गौर, 2002-03 के बाद मध्य प्रदेश ने एक तरह से अपनी नई पहचान बनाई। उस नई पहचान बनाने का परिणाम आज रहा है कि देश के 10 सबसे अच्छे राज्यों में से मध्य प्रदेश है। लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश ने बीते समय से अपनी जो ग्रोथ निकाली है, आज हमारा खुद का इरिगेटेड एरिया अगर पूरे देश में सबसे ज़्यादा हमारा है तो हमको गर्व है। फूड बास्केट के रूप में हम अगर अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं, लेकिन फूड प्रोसेसिंग पे भी हम काम कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, इस समय अगर हम देखें तो जियो पॉलिटिक्स जो है, क्योंकि कुछ देश हमारे ऊपर टैरिफ लगाना चाहते हैं, कुछ राज्यों की तरफ से ऐसी डिमांड आ रही है कि केंद्र सरकार को उनको कुछ राहत देनी चाहिए। आपका इस बारे में क्या मत है?
देखिए, हम तो अपने राज्य को अपने पैरों पे खड़ा करना जानते हैं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में कई सारी ऐसी योजना के राज्यों को अपने आप वो बहुत मदद कर रही है। जैसे मैं आपको 2-3 उदाहरण देता हूँ केवल मध्य प्रदेश के संदर्भ में, अगर आपने बात कही तो। हमारे यहाँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना नदी जोड़ो अभियान, राज्य से राज्य की पास की नदी जिनके पानी का बंटवारा हो जाए, तो इस बंटवारे की स्कीम के आधार पर जैसे हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश में 1 लाख करोड़ की स्कीम है, जिसमें 50,000 करोड़ हमको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से मिल रहे हैं, यूपी को भी मिलेंगे। तो केन बेतवा नदी का पानी मध्य प्रदेश के और राजस्थान यूपी के बुंदेलखंड के पूरे इलाके के लिए काम आएगा। एक पार्वती कालीसिंध चंबल परियोजना है जो राजस्थान के साथ पानी के बंटवारे को लेकर हमारा 20 साल से मुकदमा चल रहा था, लेकिन वो 20 साल से चलने मुकदमे में किस बात का कि राजस्थान के किसान पानी ज़्यादा लेंगे या मध्य प्रदेश के किसान पानी लेंगे। हमने कहा भाई ये कोई भारत पाकिस्तान थोड़ी है, राजस्थान है भी भारत का हिस्सा, मध्य प्रदेश भी हमारा ही भाई है। तो हमने दोनों ने मिलकर के विषय निकाला, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से इसका हमने शुभारंभ भी करा लिया। 70,000 करोड़ उससे मिले, 1 लाख करोड़ हमारा इसी से। लेकिन पानी के मिलने के बाद के जो लाभ हैं वो तो राज्य को मिलने वाले। बिजली बन रही, इंडस्ट्री को मिलेगा, पीने का पानी मिलेगा, खेती को पानी मिलेगा, और क्या चाहिए। इस तरह एक एक करके वो सारी योजनाएं जो भारत सरकार के माध्यम से, और इसमें भी आप बड़ी बताइए कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बड़ा मन देखिए, 1 लाख करोड़ की योजना है, केवल 10% हमको मिलाना है, 90% वो देना है। तो इससे अच्छा और राज्यों के लिए कौन सी ऐसी योजनाओं में प्रधानमंत्री का दिल बहुत बड़ा है। हाँ, ये बात सही है, आप अपने मिली हुई राशि को अपने वोटर पे लोक लुभावन उड़ाओगे, वो उनको पसंद नहीं, और वो हम भी पसंद नहीं करते। राज्य के हित में पूंजीगत व्यय के लिए आप लगाइए, कोई तकलीफ नहीं।
तो आपका मैसेज बहुत क्लियर है बाकी राज्यों के लिए भी कि ये जो है अपने पैरों पे खड़े हुए हैं और केंद्र से समर्थन की जो बार बार मांग कर रहे हैं वो ना करें।
नहीं, केंद्र से वो आप उन केंद्र की भाव समझिए, उनकी भूमिका समझिए, उनसे उस तरह से अपना आशीर्वाद लीजिए। जैसे मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण बताता हूँ, जैसे मैंने केन नदी जोड़ो अभियान का आपको बात कही है। अब नदी जोड़ो अभियान में आपको ये उदाहरण मिल ही रहा है। ऐसे इसी प्रकार से मान लो उदाहरण के लिए मैंने अपना प्रयोग किया। हमारे यहाँ पर हम मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलते हैं, हमारा एक जिला चिकित्सालय संभाग चिकित्सालय ऑलरेडी है, लेकिन अब हमको मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलना तो एक हॉस्पिटल नया बनाना पड़ेगा। उस नया बनाने वाले मेडिकल कॉलेज के साथ उसकी बिल्डिंग नई बनाना पड़ेगी। तो भाई ये एक हॉस्पिटल पहले आपका चल रहा है, अब एक नया हॉस्पिटल बना करके उतना खर्चा क्यों लगवा रहे हो आप। तो अभी हमने हमारी पॉलिसी बना ली कि हम मेडिकल कॉलेज पीपीपी मॉडल पे बनाएंगे, हमारा जिला चिकित्सालय हम उनको दे देंगे, तो डॉक्टर, दवाई, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ ये हम सब देने वाले हैं। लेकिन ये हॉस्पिटल से वो अपना मेडिकल कॉलेज जिस ज़मीन पे चलाने वाले हैं, वो ज़मीन हम 1 रुपये में दे रहे हैं, 25 एकड़ ज़मीन। आप ये ज़मीन ले लीजिए। अब पीपीपी मॉडल वाला अपना मेडिकल कॉलेज को पढ़ाने के लिए जो बिल्डिंग वगैरह चाहिए वो सब बना ले, हमारे हॉस्पिटल पे प्रैक्टिकल करा ले, और आने वाले 2-3 साल बाद जब उसकी पीजी की यूजी की सीट बढ़ेगी तब वो अपने हॉस्पिटल एक और खड़ा कर ले। 10 साल के बाद हमारा हॉस्पिटल हम वापस ले लेंगे, हमारा मेडिकल कॉलेज फ्री बन गया। इस आधार पर 10 मेडिकल कॉलेज खोल दिए हमने। आज हमारा राज्य सबसे तेज गति से मेडिकल कॉलेज में, मेडिकल फील्ड में काम करने वाला, केवल मेडिकल नहीं, ऐसे एग्रीकल्चर का भी। अब एग्रीकल्चर के कॉलेज खोलने के लिए अभी तक की पद्धति एग्रीकल्चर का एक सब्जेक्ट का कॉलेज भी खोलो, यूनिवर्सिटी भी खोलो। क्यों खोलना भाई, एग्रीकल्चर संकाय है कि रेगुलर यूनिवर्सिटी में एक सब्जेक्ट खोल दो आप, और जो भारत सरकार के नॉर्म से उसका पालन करेंगे वो। तो पैसे बचाना सरकार के भाव से और विद्यार्थियों को उसकी शिक्षा देना, ये 1-1 रुपया सरकार का बचेगा तभी तो बात बनेगी।
बिल्कुल, 1-1 रुपया बचेगा तभी बात बनेगी। यादव जी, उत्तर प्रदेश में हमने देखा जब महाकुंभ हुआ था, उत्तर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था को एक बहुत बल मिला। धार्मिक होने के साथ साथ महाकुंभ जिस तरह के आयोजन जो हैं, इनका अपना एक योगदान होता है अर्थव्यवस्था में। आप सिंहस्थ की बहुत ज़ोर शोर से तैयारियां चल रही हैं उज्जैन में, तो बाकी जो आधारभूत ढांचा है उस सब में किस तरह का परिवर्तन किया जा रहा है, क्या कुछ किया जा रहा है सिंहस्थ के लिए?
ये बात सही है कि प्रयाग के बाद नासिक से उज्जैन में कुंभ आएगा, जिसको यहाँ कुंभ कहा जाता है लेकिन वहाँ सिंहस्थ कहते हैं, क्योंकि ग्रहों की दशाओं के आधार पर इनके नाम रहते हैं। हमारा और नासिक महाराष्ट्र का, ये सिंह राशि जब बृहस्पति में प्रवेश करती है तो सिंहस्थ कहलाता है, जब कुंभ राशि में प्रवेश करती है तो कुंभ कहलाता है। लेकिन ये धार्मिक पर्यटन के भी केंद्र है, हमारी आध्यात्मिक ऊर्जा के भी है और संतों के समागम का भी बड़ा अवसर है। लेकिन केवल कुंभ नहीं, हमने तो धार्मिक पर्यटन का, जैसे मैंने आपको प्रारंभ में ही कहा है कि आज देश के सभी देवस्थान जो बड़े बड़े, जहाँ बड़ी संख्या में लोग आते हैं, उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा हमारे उज्जैन में हमने बाबा महाकाल के महालोक बनाने के बाद उसका जो आकर्षण बना है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2022 में उसका लोकार्पण किया है। हमारी उज्जैन की आबादी तो 7 लाख है, लेकिन साल में 7 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोग आ रहे हैं। तो आने की स्थिति क्या हुई, उस समय तक केवल 2 होटल थी, आज हमारी 200 से ज़्यादा होटलें खुली हैं। तो सब प्रकार की सुविधा बढ़ाने के लिए ऐसे कई प्रकार के काम हम कर रहे हैं।
होटल खुल रही हैं, निवेश आप आकर्षित कर रहे हैं, बहुत आपने नीतियां जो है लेबर लॉज में परिवर्तन किया है, ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में आप एक जन विश्वास बिल लेकर आए हैं। उसके अलावा निवेश के लिए आप निवेशकों के लिए सिंगल विंडो आप बना रहे हैं और बहुत सारे इंसेंटिव्स हैं। आने वाले जो आपके कार्यकाल के जो वर्ष हैं, इसमें आप मध्य प्रदेश को विकसित होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं? भारत को विकसित होने में मध्य प्रदेश का जो योगदान रहेगा, आपको लगता है आगे की जो जर्नी है मध्य प्रदेश के लिए आपके नेतृत्व में, उसको अगर हम समापन करना चाहें, एक समअप करना चाहें तो आप बताइए।
देखिए, हम ये अपने राज्य को कई मामलों में आदर्श राज्य के रूप में भी लाना चाहते हैं। जैसे उदाहरण के लिए अभी हमारे राज्य के अंदर हमारा भौगोलिक एरिया बहुत बड़ा है, आबादी 9 करोड़ की है और फैला हुआ मध्य प्रदेश है। ऐसे में हमने अपने राज्य में आने जाने के लिए एविएशन पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत हमारे खुद के प्लेन अपने राज्य के अंदर चालू करने के लिए इंसेंटिव दिया, उनको अपना लाभ दे रहे हैं VGF वगैरह दे करके। इसी प्रकार से एयर एम्बुलेंस की सुविधा पूरे देश के अंदर हमारे द्वारा जो सक्षम है उसको पेमेंट से, और गरीब आदमी आयुष्मान कार्ड का है तो उसको एयर एम्बुलेंस की सुविधा निःशुल्क हमारी तरफ से दे रहे हैं। कहीं चौराहे पे एक्सीडेंट हो जाएगा, एक्सीडेंट में घायल पड़ा है और वो उस घायल को समय पे केवल हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाना है, तो हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाने में 1.5 लाख का उसका इंश्योरेंस भी किया, और पहुंचाने वाला अगर उसकी जान बचाता है, गंभीर वो घायल था, तो उसको भी हमारी तरफ से 25,000 रुपया, ताकि ये जो मानवीयता की संवेदना वाला भाव जो एक तरह से एक्सीडेंट की घटनाओं के कारण से, और ऐसे कई सेक्टर में, हेल्थ सेक्टर का मैंने बताया, एजुकेशन सेक्टर का बताया, इंडस्ट्री का बताया, इसी प्रकार से हमारे शहरों के आधुनिकीकरण के साथ उनका शहरीकरण बढ़ावा देने के लिए इंदौर मेट्रोपॉलिटन का हमने एक तो लेकर आए, भोपाल मेट्रोपॉलिटन कर लिया है, ग्वालियर जबलपुर उसके आसपास कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के अलग अलग सेक्टर में भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। जैसे मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क की हमारी उज्जैन की 1000 एकड़ की लैंड पूरी चली गई, 1000 एकड़ फिर दोबारा ला रहा है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक का हम क्लस्टर अभी ला ही रहे हैं, साथ में अभी आप मंडी दीप से लगा करके हर सेक्टर में भगवान की दया से, जब GIS का आंकड़ा बताता हूँ, केवल मध्य प्रदेश में 30 लाख करोड़ का MOU हुआ है। और अभी हमारी जो जिस प्रकार से लैंड का आवंटन हमने किया है, तो मान के चलते हैं कि 1.5-2 लाख करोड़ के तो हमारे पाइपलाइन के साथ मैदान में आने लग गए। तो ये कुल मिला करके सब सेक्टर में जितना काम कर सकते करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, और आपका सबका स्नेह रहेगा तो और आगे बढ़ाएंगे मध्य प्रदेश को, क्योंकि ये समय जो माननीय मोदी जी के शब्दों में यही समय है, सही समय है, इसका उपयोग करना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, आपने सही कहा कि सही यही समय है और सही समय है। हिंदुस्तान का दिल हमेशा धड़कता रहे। आपके यहाँ WLF में आने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, while we wait for the Chief Minister exit, another quick look at some of our sponsors without whom this event would not have been possible. Take a look.
Ah, Dubai. I'm on top of the world.
मैडम, अभी और ऊपर जाना है. Visa Infinite के साथ get access to exclusive luxury hotels. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
What goes into this, भाई?
चलो पता लगाते हैं. Visa Infinite के साथ get exclusive dining experiences at the world's finest restaurants. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
Bro, अगर रियल लाइफ में जूम इन होता ना तो मजा आ जाता.
चल देखते हैं. Visa Infinite के concierge services के साथ प्लान करें अपने customized experiences. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
All right. Our next speaker has spent decades at the intersection of deep tech and deep thinking, building systems, shaping strategies, and asking better questions.
As the founder and CEO of VNI Systems and a pioneer in enterprise AI, he brings a rare lens to a critical question. Is artificial intelligence the next risk or Indian IT's next biggest opportunity?
A former CTO at SAP and a lifelong student of both algorithms and ancient philosophy, his ideas continue to shape how technology serves human progress.
Please welcome onto the stage Dr. Vishal Sika. Dr. Sika.
Thank you so much for the generous introduction. I literally just walked in here. I want to share with you my thoughts on the AI disruption, but first, a lot of people, because of the explosion of generative AI, seem to think that this is a field that is like that started in November of 2023, 2022. No, it did not. It actually started a long time ago. The term artificial intelligence came out in 1956. It was coined by this gentleman, John McCarthy, and Marvin Minsky gave it that first definition. And both of them happen to have been great teachers of mine. McCarthy was the head of my qualifying exam during my PhD at Stanford, and Marvin wrote my recommendation letter that got me into Stanford. More recently, and over the course of my studies, I had a lot of opportunity to work on AI. And so, more recently, when I was at Infosys, we had an opportunity to invest in OpenAI. OpenAI was at the time a non-profit. This was 10 years ago. And this is from OpenAI's founding blog. We gave $3 million or so as a donation to OpenAI, and then I served on OpenAI's advisory board for the first 2 years. I want to take you to today.
Very nice wireframe here.
Let's watch this video.
An application that we're going to try building with GPT-5 and Cursor. We're going to bring this into Cursor, and we're going to put this wireframe in, and we're going to ask GPT-5 to go and try and build an application from scratch. Oh my gosh. That is actually pretty amazing.
So what happened there was Greg Brockman, one of the founders of OpenAI, sitting on the right, and on the left was the founder of Cursor, which is a software development startup. This was last week during OpenAI's GPT-5 launch. What he did was he gave a wireframe, a picture of an application that he wanted to construct. And gave it to GPT-5, ChatGPT, inside the Cursor development environment and asked it to make this. And literally within minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, it prepared that application. So at the end of that video was actually the application that he had on the wireframe working. I encourage you to watch that video. And if you have not already done that, it is quite an extraordinary experience to go to one of these tools, Claude or ChatGPT or Gemini, and have them make you an application that you want to run on your Android phone or your iPhone or on your browser. It is astonishing how fast non-programmers can actually build a piece of software and get it to run. So one conclusion I think we clearly can make is that Gen AI is extremely empowering to people who are creative, whether it is writing documents or essays, poetry, stories. We have all seen these examples. Making pictures, making videos. I have a picture of Adobe Firefly, which is has a wonderful capability to generatively fill a picture if you have only a part of a scene or something like this, or all kinds of ways to recreate movement, create videos, create new models. So people who are creative, even for scientists to create hypotheses, to come up with ideas, whether it is in drug discovery or all of these kinds of fields. People who understand what has to be done with AI, all of a sudden have this extraordinarily powerful capability in their hands to build whatever it is that they want to build. And yes, AI hallucinates a lot. It is a very fundamental limitation of AI. But in the hands of creative people, people who understand what they are doing, it's a really powerful tool. And of course, when it comes to software development. So I just showed you an example of how easy it is now to build software. Whether you can not just build a new app, you can do debugging of existing code, legacy code. You can drop a piece of code in one of these tools and say, find me all the errors in it, find me all the security flaws in it, things like that. So one fundamental question is, we understand that it can empower creative people, but what does that mean to IT services? What does that mean to software development? And this is something that I think a lot about, obviously, and I used to talk about this 10 years ago in the Infosys days. Clearly, generative AI has a potential to be extremely disruptive to IT services. The traditional model of building a piece of software or maintaining a piece of software, using software to upgrade a customer from one version of something to another, maintaining cybersecurity related landscapes, all of these things can be dramatically simplified and amplified with generative AI. So what is going on here? And in preparation for this talk, I thought about this. I think clearly all IT services companies have a lot of generative AI projects that they are working on. If you look at the earnings calls from the IT services companies, they talk about we have 200 Gen AI projects or 500 Gen AI projects, etc. But at the same time, that those, I mean, and which is wonderful, you know, it's great that they have all these Gen AI projects that they are doing. But the issue here is that Gen AI has a very big disruptive effect on the other 20,000 or 30,000 projects that they are working on, which are not generative AI projects. And so the way you can imagine, I have a stylized graph here, the way you can imagine this evolve is over time, the traditional projects that are run on the traditional time and materials kinds of metrics are clearly going to see a very severe decline. In many ways, that decline has started already. And so the only way forward is for the new projects, the red line down there, to grow equally fast with new economics. And normally this is how this creative destruction is how the industry operates, except in this case, the advances in AI are making that decline happen very, very fast. And so my sense is that is these 5 points that I have written on the left-hand side. Clearly, AI can help transform the companies towards an AI-first company. It will need augmenting people with AI-native software that is coupled with services. For example, if you had a project that had to be done that needed, let's say, 20 people, now you can probably do it with 10 together with some AI, or 5 even, and some AI. So if that AI is yours, if it is an AI platform that belongs to you, then you can offer the entire economics, the value to the customer, and still keep the margins. If the AI platform belongs to somebody else, then they get to keep the margin. This was the entire point of giving the donation to OpenAI back then. There will clearly be a margin impact during this transition, and most importantly, it needs a business model change. And what I mean by that is that the way of pricing these projects cannot only be time and materials anymore, obviously. You have to somehow find a way to either charge by outcomes or by include the software as a part of that equation. And this also means reskilling the people and giving them opportunities for being creative. My own work is in this area. What I see as a big opportunity where something like this can create the next millions of jobs is in simplifying existing IT complexity using a combination of AI and services. And this kind of a next generation services and AI software to simplify the existing landscape and to give business users tremendous power in how they do their work, in getting their work done much faster, much simpler, and in doing that, remove this complexity that sits inside the IT landscape today. To me, this is the next massive opportunity. That's what my own company, Vian, is focused on. So, I see that I have a minute remaining. The bottom line is the decline in the old going to be greater than the growth in the new? Or are we going to be able to transition in time before the bottom falls off on the traditional projects? This, to me, is the fundamental question. About 1.5 million years ago, there were these stone tools that were made. Has anybody heard about this? Atirampakkam? It's a place in Tamil Nadu where they found these stone tools from between 1.5 million to 2 million years ago. Million years ago. We have always been building tools, you know. And what we have now, when you think about AI, and please take this from someone who has been around the field for almost 35 years now, it is a very powerful tool that we have built. That's all it is. It is in a way, it is an aggregation of all the training data that it can regurgitate to you in the form of poetry or essays or documents or in the form of software or anything else like that. It's a really powerful tool that we have. And what we do with it is, Eric Clapton gave this beautiful song the year I graduated from Syracuse called It's in the Way That You Use It. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sika, for that expansive and essential exploration of where we're all headed and what it will take to get there.
Vision, complexity, and clarity, all in one frame. Let's give him another very warm round of applause. Our next conversation features a leader whose name has become synonymous with visionary governance, particularly when it comes to technology, infrastructure, and digital transformation.
As the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he has consistently been at the forefront of using innovation to drive inclusive growth, from pioneering smart cities to now imagining smart states.
His leadership has helped reshape the development narrative in both urban and rural contexts, with a sharp focus on connectivity, services, and citizen-first policy.
Now, in this next session, titled From Smart Cities to Smart States, the next phase in India's development, he's in conversation with senior journalist politics Nidhi Sharma, who follows Andhra Pradesh politics and investments.
Please join us in welcoming to the stage the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu.
I think what we missed in the introduction was Mr. Naidu is often referred to as CEO CM. Welcome to the World Leaders Forum, sir.
Thank you. Very nice of you.
So you have been at the helm. This is the 4th time that you are heading the state and the longest serving Chief Minister of Telugu states. And the last 1 year heading a coalition government in the state and being a crucial part of NDA. How has the 1 year been?
Good evening to all friends who assembled here. I have seen everything for the last 4 decades. India started economic reforms in 1991. After that, information technology revolution. It has happened around 1995. Indians took first mover advantage, and also Andhra Pradesh has led the first mover advantage in that direction. As you rightly mentioned, 1995, first time I became Chief Minister after economic reforms. I started second generation reforms in my state. That is how you name anything, all reforms I initiated. Because of that, I got benefit out of it. As you rightly mentioned, I was the longest served Chief Minister of combined Andhra Pradesh, around 9 years. 2 times I worked as opposition leader also. I know the role of opposition. I know how to govern the state also, both. You are all aware, at national level also, we played very positive role. Today, I became Chief Minister 4th time. To run the state is not a what I wanted to inform all of you here, we are all in an inspiring time. I had some setbacks. One is bifurcation. After bifurcation 1924, misrule, and after that I came into power now, lot of agenda for me. And also why I am telling you we are all inspiring time. India is having some advantages. One advantage, economic reforms 1991. Second advantage, first mover IT advantage. Third one is demographic dividend advantage. As on today, we are the youngest country in the world. That is the biggest advantage. Apart from these 3, one more advantage, right time, right place, right leader, that is Narendra Modi ji for this country. So, you are seeing now all industrial friends are here. As you rightly mentioned times, you have given me long back as CEO award. That has damaged me also. People blamed me. He is not the Chief Minister. He is only the Chief Executive Officer. You don't know how to run the state. That is a different issue. That was long ago. But today, even Chief Ministers or CEOs who have to work for their stakeholders. My stakeholders are public. Even CEO stakeholders are shareholders. We are serving for this great country.
You have recently come back from Singapore, and you've said that probably the government is coming back to the table, and you are trying to attract investors. My main question, what is the USP of Andhra, and which sectors you see as the key drivers for growth?
Now, if you see, as you rightly mentioned, I produced proof of concept long back. I started economic reforms, second generation, and also infrastructure reforms. If you go to Hyderabad today, in this country, most livable city is Hyderabad. That was my contribution for the country, for the state of, for the Telugu community and people of Andhra Pradesh at that time. Our people are capable. That is the biggest USP we are having. 25 years time, one public policy, that is promoting IT. I didn't have colleges. From 25 to 30 colleges, I made it to 300 engineering colleges. I promoted IT. From IT, at that time, everybody thought there is no future. I used to go on promoting. Today, if you see, Microsoft, I got it to Hyderabad. Employee of Microsoft has become CEO of Microsoft. That is the growth of our people, how they are taking advantage out of it. Today, if you go through, because of knowledge economy, Telangana is the highest per capita income in the country. And also, if you go all over the world, Indians, wherever you go, any country, highest per capita income, Indians. Among Indians, 30 to 35% are Telugu community. That is the strength of Andhra Pradesh as on now. Any place all over the world, if you go and stand in a posh locality, loudly talk Telugu, people will gather there. That is how people are responding. That is the contribution we have made. Now I wanted to make it very clear, Indians are going to become number one by 2047, Indians and India. Both are going to happen. In this regard, I am telling you again, recently, our Honorable Prime Minister has started next generation reforms. That is the need of the hour. For the last 11 years, all of you are watching. From 11th largest economy, we are able to reach 4th largest economy. Another 1 year, we are going to reach 3rd largest economy. After this, if you can compare, 4.5 times China is higher than us. 7.5 times or 8 times America is higher than us or better than us. Now it is our duty to change our gears. We are going 3rd gear. We have to move 4th gear or next level of economy. I am confident India is having potential. Our aim should be number one. There won't be any compromise. We are having capacity to become number one. And also I am cautioning all of us are here. We are not producing brands. We are using products globally, but we are not contributing global brands. It is our duty, any brand for that matter, it should be global, it should be large-scale production. We are capable, as you rightly mentioned, future is for technology. In Amaravati recently, our Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India has announced quantum machine. I started quantum machine concept, Quantum Valley. First quantum computer is going to work from January in Amaravati. First of its kind in the country itself. Hyderabad, I started high-tech city with IT, information technology. Now in Amaravati, Quantum Valley with artificial intelligence. That is where quantum jump is going to come. Total, you name space technology, drone technology, aerospace, defense, electronics, we are focusing in a big way.
So we are meeting at a time when Trump tariffs are, staring at us. Andhra is like the largest exporter of shrimps, specific sector. How do you think India should respond to this, to what the US has been doing? Do you think there is a thought process that probably India should be reacting more vocally, sharply, and taking a stand. What do you think should be the way forward?
Now India has seen so many challenges. Every challenge there is an opportunity. Now because of a tariff, India has given a very good message. There is a problem. We have to address that problem. At the same time, there won't be any compromise. The power of India, nobody can stop. All these setbacks are temporary. I am totally confident our Honorable Prime Minister is going to handle very effectively. This is only temporary setback. With this setback, he is going to become more and more strong. If all of us has to analyze for the last 11 years performance, he is one man globally acceptance. That as an Indian, I am proud of him. He has done extremely well. More stable government, more balanced government, and more progressive government. And also we are going for inclusive development. Recently, World Bank has announced equity. India is 4th place. Even above China, above America, India has achieved equity through DBT or welfare programs. That is our strength as on today.
So you're talking about welfare programs. You've recently introduced free bus travel for women. And you have a lot of what we say politically freebies being offered. Andhra has always been a welfarist state. But your debt and liabilities, last year the white papers we saw was standing at about 9 lakh crore. How do you balance? Are you getting enough investments, and how do you balance your welfare program? And do you think that it needs to be tempered in some form?
No, if you see all over the world, any country, either democratic countries or communistic countries, welfare is a must. Without welfare, no countries or states are surviving. We are all here now. We are watching India. What type of India we want to see tomorrow? It is inclusive, or as a matter of fact, I used to promote reforms in a big way. Public-private partnership. Some of you has to recollect exactly 27 years back, 25 years back, our telecommunication sector. There were only 2 companies. One is BSNL, domestic calls, VSNL, international calls. And also cost was very prohibitive. And also unreliable communication sector. At that time, I used to fight with the prime ministers, 1 or 2 prime ministers. Finally, Vajpayee has done deregulation. For that, we have given report. Myself and the then finance minister, we gave a report. Today, you have seen the reforms benefit out of it. So what I wanted to impress upon all of you, because of reforms, you have created assets, either airports, telecommunication, roads, power projects, colleges, everything. In the process, country got wealth, governments are able to mobilize better revenue. Even developers, people like you, has become more and more rich. Now if we compare, richest people are from India. And at the same time, relatively, poorest are also from India. My idea is through public policies, how to bridge the gap, haves and have-nots. I brought one more program recently. This is P4, Public-Private People's Partnership. Those who are having all advantageous high net worth individuals as to adopt last mile, top 10 as to adopt bottom 20%. Consider people as capital. India is having advantage. Give hand-holding, mentoring, timely assistance. What government is doing, you have to supplement them. One day, I want to reduce the inequalities between haves and have-nots. We should not control entrepreneurs or performers, and at the same time, how to lift bottom up. That is very, very important. That type of policies has to come. For that, welfare will be useful. In Delhi meeting also, I told recent elections, those who are creating wealth, they are having right to give welfare. Without creating wealth, without generating revenue, if we go on borrowing money, it won't be sustainable. Only creating wealth for the state, keeping people poor, that won't help us. Always give better living standards. That is our duty. I am working for the people. I will do both simultaneously. For the last 1 year, I was able to get around 10 lakh crores investment in Andhra Pradesh. That is the ease of doing business. From there, I am moving speed of doing business. Big projects have come. Even Metal is starting one steel factory in Andhra Pradesh. Steel city, I can say. That is nearly more than 1 lakh crore investment. BPCL is coming. That is also more than 1 lakh crores in refinery. Like that, all big companies, even telecom giants, either TCS or otherwise Google, all companies are coming to Andhra Pradesh. Even green energy, we are having a lot of opportunity. We are planning to attract 10 lakh crores only on green energy.
So you come to us in a very crucial week. We've just seen the vice presidential nominees of both the sides filing nominations. Did the opposition choice of a Telugu-speaking person make you weigh your options?
First of all, both Delhi and also Andhra Pradesh, we are having a coalition government, that is NDA. Even my ministers, 2 ministers are in central cabinet, Ram Mohan Naidu and Chandrasekhar. Even 2 ministers from BJP are in my cabinet in Andhra Pradesh. This is before election, we had alliance. Where is the need or where is the question to ask Telugu community in between? I am asking you.
It was a clear choice to go with the alliance.
No, it is not a clear choice. Why you had that doubt, I am asking. Is it? That is where you are having media means to create problems or to create suspicions. That is not a fair...
that is a good vote of confidence.
Not confidence, but always somewhere you will raise some suspicion, and then you are playing with the credibility of individuals or parties. That is not a correct approach.
So we are very interested to know, sir, your thoughts on, at this present moment, the opposition has been raising this, the doubts about electoral rolls and the electoral roll revision. What do you think is the correct way forward? How long should be the gap between, say, when should such an electoral roll revision come ahead of an election? What exactly is the ideal gap and how should it be done to win the confidence of people?
No, according to me, we are having a political party for the last nearly 4.5 to 5 decades. Electoral rolls is a continuous process. Before elections, there will be intensive enumeration of voters. Even election, I have seen election process earlier. There was one officer used to conduct elections. Even state elections, local bodies, no officer also, who used to nominate one person to conduct local body elections. Today, State Election Commission and also Central Election Commission, it is autonomous body, and also constitutionally that body was created. They are doing their work continuously. Where is the doubt about it? Enumeration, all these things. As a political party, I have seen, even BLA, booth level agent, always will have our person. They will call, they will discuss, they will ask all these things, they will give voter list to correct. It is an ongoing, continuous process. Election Commission will conduct elections. They will enumerate everything. Political parties can enumerate at any time.
What should be the ideal gap right before an election? What would you like in Andhra?
No, according to me, it is a continuous process. Intensive enumeration will be done before elections. Even sometimes I don't have vote, I want to contest. Then before elections also I can join as voter and contest elections.
You've created high-tech city and now your eyes are on Amravati. How confident are you that it would see everything will be taken off the ground and before this term ends?
No, you are all watching. Always one has to see the proof of concept, then only believability. Now Hyderabad is the best city. God has given me twice opportunity to build cities. One is Hyderabad, one is Amaravati. I am assuring you, you wanted to live happily, longevity and everything, come and settle in Amaravati. That will be the best city we are going to create in the near future. It is at for international standards. You name blue, you name green, you name green energy, everything. No question of cutting roads, all these things you are seeing, Indian roads, how we are laying roads. Next day one telecom developer will come, he will cut the road. Next day, if you see on the road, there will be water is coming, drainage water is coming. All these problems we are facing. Now all services will be taken through ducts. And also ultimately district cooling also I am going to provide, so that no need to have any individual units, all these things. This is the concept we are introducing. This is the best city, most livable city. It will be a competition to Hyderabad and Amaravati will be the best cities in the near future. That is what we are going to do it.
We have time, just about time. Can we take a question, sir? Yeah. Anybody would like to ask the Chief Minister a question here?
Please. Mike, please. Others.
Sir, when you were Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Theresa May was the British Prime Minister. To her office, we sent a list of chief ministers, dynamic chief ministers from India, who should be invited to the House of Lords. This is pre-COVID. Sir, you went with the IOD delegation. Honorable Theresa May was there. She was then Home Minister, not Prime Minister. And sir, you were the first Chief Minister from India to address the House of Lords. You recall, sir?
Yeah, I remember.
So that was the function organized by the Institute of Directors when I had the privilege of escorting you.
Thank you, sir. Very nice of you. You remind me one thing. I want to recall now. Bill Clinton came to India around 2003 or 2002. I never invited him. I thought he may not come to Andhra Pradesh. Then he came to Delhi. He sent a word, I want to come to Hyderabad. I was very happy. At that time, S.M. Krishna was Chief Minister from Karnataka. Always we used to compete with each other. Bangalore is great, Hyderabad is great. Then he wanted to take him to Bangalore, but very clearly Bill Clinton sent a word, no, I want to come to Hyderabad. Then he came. Then one to one, I asked him, who recommended to come to Hyderabad? I never invited. I didn't expect. Then he told me, nobody recommended. I have seen so many articles in Times Magazine, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. Then I thought something is happening in India. Then I recorded, I sent to my White House. If at all I am visiting India, I have to visit this place, you keep it in my itinerary. That is how he came. Then he went to America. He called all governors. He told them very clearly, you are all thinking great on information technology. You go and visit Hyderabad. They gave me driving license across the table. At that time, by giving online driving license, nowhere nobody used to give. First time we have given that driving license also. Then he informed Tony Blair, go and visit Hyderabad. He came to me. Then I asked him, who told you you have come? No, Bill Clinton told me. This is where, if at all good work, if you do, that will help us, that will create memories. I am very happy, fast memory you recollected. I am thankful to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for sharing your perspective and your vision with such clarity.
As always, your approach blends pragmatism with bold ambition. Let's hear it for Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu. Big round of applause, please.
Before we move into our next session, quick reminder, simultaneous Hindi to English translation is available for those of you who don't have your headsets yet. Please do pick up your headsets from the designated counters outside the hall, and do remember, of course, you need to return those headsets to the counters at the end of the session.
Okay. All right, we'll just get to our next speaker in a short moment. Give everyone a chance to settle down.
Mr. Naidu is clearly getting mobbed on his way out by both the paparazzi and by people.
You know, Suresh, sometimes I wonder what the headlines will look like when India turns 100 as an independent nation in 2047.
Let's see, 2047, first country to have completely clean energy, 100% clean energy.
You think so?
Yeah.
What about Indian innovation transforming healthcare access across continents?
World destination for medical tourism and transforming healthcare. That's a good headline.
Right? Or what about the Cricket World Cup final, going to Super over again, this time on the moon?
Cricket will still be played by humans in 2047? Will we have robot teams?
Well, that's a thought. That's a real thought. But, you know, next-gen infra links every village to global markets.
Hopefully that won't take till 2047.
That's also
I'm hoping
true.
that'll happen a little sooner than 2047.
Well, these are just some of those big ideas that we're aiming for. But let's move on to our next speaker, who has long been recognized as one of the most effective executors in Indian public life, a leader whose work speaks loudest through concrete results.
Yes, concrete is an important word here. As Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, he's been instrumental in driving India's infrastructure revolution, from expressways and logistics corridors to electric mobility and green fuels.
Today, he continues to shape how India moves with speed, with scale, and with sustainability at its core.
Here to deliver an address titled From Highways to High Growth, Transforming India's Connectivity, please join us in welcoming the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari.
नमस्कार। सभी उपस्थित भाइयों और बहनों, मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि हमारे देश की ग्रोथ के बारे में पूरे विश्व में चर्चा हो रही है। वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड। और प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये सपना है कि $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बने और हम वर्ल्ड की 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बने। मुझे विश्वास है कि ये करने के लिए हमें वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी डेवलप करना होगा और इसीलिए वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन, ये 4 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विशेष रूप से प्राधान्य दिया। और मैं रोड मिनिस्ट्री के लिए जिम्मेदार हूँ और अभी हिंदुस्तान में जो रोड नेटवर्क राष्ट्रीय महामार्ग का बना है वो वर्ल्ड का लार्जेस्ट रोड नेटवर्क बना है और दिन ब दिन बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट जो पूरे हो रहे हैं उसका बहुत अच्छा परिणाम है। अभी बीच में IIM बेंगलोर, IIT मद्रास और IIT कानपुर तीनों ने एक अध्ययन किया। हमारी जो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट थी वो 16% थी और चाइना की 8%, अमेरिका और यूरोपियन कंट्री की जो थी वो 12% थी। पर उन्होंने अपने अध्ययन में ये बताया कि हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 6% कम हुई है क्योंकि रोड अच्छे बनने के कारण हमारे इकोनॉमी को बहुत अच्छा बूस्ट मिला है। और इसके साथ साथ जो 6% कम हुई है, मैं विश्वास के साथ आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि इस साल दिसंबर समाप्त होने के पहले हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट सिंगल डिजिट यानी 9% पर निश्चित रूप से आएगी और इसमें निश्चित रूप से अच्छा फ़ायदा भी होगा। हम लोग केवल एक्सिस कंट्रोल बड़े बड़े ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं और करीब ऐसे 40-45 प्रोजेक्ट है और उसमें से पूरे देश में है। चेन्नई से बेंगलोर जाने के लिए 4.5-5 घंटे लगते हैं। इस साल हमारा प्रोजेक्ट पूरा हो जाएगा दिसंबर के पहले, तो चेन्नई से बेंगलोर केवल 2 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली से देहरादून 7 घंटे लगते थे। अभी आने वाले 3-4 महीने में इसका भी इनॉग्रेशन होगा, तो दिल्ली से देहरादून केवल 2 घंटे में हो जाएगा। दिल्ली से जयपुर 4.5-5 घंटे लगते थे। अभी आज एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से हमारे दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे से लोग जा रहे हैं और वो अभी 2.25 घंटे में, 2.5 घंटे में हो रहा है। दिल्ली से अमृतसर 4 घंटे में, कटरा 6 घंटे में और श्रीनगर 8 घंटे में हो जाएगा। इसी प्रकार से पूरे देश को नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, साउथ इंडिया में हम जोड़ रहे हैं। एक बहुत अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट है जो देश की पूरी तस्वीर बदलेगा। आप हिमाचल प्रदेश में जब जाएंगे मनाली में, तो मनाली से रोहतांग पास जाने के लिए 3.5 घंटे लगते हैं। अभी अटल टनल बनी है, अब वो डिस्टेंस केवल 8 मिनट में होता है। वहाँ से बाहर आने के बाद हम करीब 8 टनल बना रहे हैं और वहाँ से झोजिला टनल जो आशिया की सबसे बड़ी टनल है, जिसकी एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट 12,000 करोड़ थी, उस पर हमने करीब 5,000 करोड़ बचाए हैं और वो टनल अभी 80% काम पूरा हुआ है। और उसके बाद झेड़मोर टनल है जिसको सोनबर्ग करके कहा जाता है, वो प्रधानमंत्री ने इनॉग्रेट की है। और हम श्रीनगर आते हैं और श्रीनगर और जम्मू के बीच में हम 36 टनल बना रहे हैं। उसमें से 24 टनल पूरी हुई है, 6 टनल पर काम चल रहा है। और निश्चित रूप से जब हम लोग कटरा तक आएंगे तो कटरा से दिल्ली एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बन रहा है और उस एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से जब हम आएंगे तो आपको अब 3-4 दिन पहले ही एक बहुत अच्छी सौगात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को दी है, UR2। पानीपत क्रॉस करने के बाद दिल्ली के पेरिफेरल रोड के बाद अभी पानीपत से एयरपोर्ट आने के लिए 3-3.5 घंटे लगते थे। अभी हमने जो UR2 बनाया, जो द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से जुड़ता है और वहाँ से एयरपोर्ट के अंदर हमने आर्टिफिशियल टनल बनाई है और उस टनल से नीचे से डायरेक्ट एयरपोर्ट केवल 35 मिनट में आप जा सकेंगे, जो पंजाब, हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड और कश्मीर, इन सब लोगों के लिए उसकी सुविधा मिली है। रोड सेक्टर में तो काफ़ी अच्छा काम हम कर ही रहे हैं। अभी हम लोग करीब 360 रोपवे केबल कार भी बना रहे हैं। अभी केदारनाथ में हमने जो टेंडर निकाला था वो रोपवे 5000 करोड़ की है। हम 1 रुपये भी नहीं खर्चा कर रहे हैं, पर प्राइवेट में हमने जो टेंडर जिस पार्टी को दे रहे हैं उसमें से हमको वो पूरा खर्चा वो करेंगे और 800 करोड़ रुपए साल का केवल रॉयल्टी के रूप में मिलेगा। ऐसे देश में काफ़ी जगह इसका भी काम शुरू है। अभी हमने ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर का काम हाथ में लिया है कि पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को किस प्रकार से हम बहुत अच्छी तरीके से कंफर्टेबल बनाएं। और मुझे खुशी है कि पहला टेंडर अभी हमने टाटा को दिया है। हम लोग फ्लैश चार्जिंग बस शुरू कर रहे हैं जिसका रोलिंग स्टॉक का डिज़ाइन विदेश से है और सीमेंस और हिटैची 2 कंपनी की टेक्नोलॉजी है। 135 सीटर बस है जो एक बार चार्जर नीचे आएगा फ्लैश चार्जिंग सिस्टम और 20 सेकंड में 40 किलोमीटर के लिए बस चार्ज होगी। और पहला पायलट प्रोजेक्ट नागपुर में शुरू हो रहा है और इसमें करीब 135 लोग बैठेंगे। ये हवाई जहाज़ जैसी एयर होस्टेस जैसी बस होस्टेस होगी। बाकी सब चीज़ें चाय पानी नाश्ता भी मिलेगा और सामने टीवी लैपटॉप भी होगा और इसका टिकट रेट डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा। तो ये भी ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में शुरू कर रहे हैं। यही अभी हमने धोला कुआं से ये होटल के बाहर निकलने के बाद बहुत बड़ा चॉकिंग पॉइंट था, हमने उसको सुधारा है। और यही स्टेशन से लेकर अभी गुड़गांव तक हम लोग मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को भी 6 ऑफर्स हमारे पास आई है, हाइपरलूप भी उसमें है। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को किस प्रकार से हम अफोर्डेबल भी रहे, पोल्यूशन फ्री भी रहे, यही हमारी नीति रही। एक महत्वपूर्ण बात हुई है कि विशेष रूप से हमारे देश में करीब 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फॉसिल फ्यूल हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं और इसलिए हमने एक विशेष रूप से हाइड्रोजन पर ध्यान दिया है। हम इसी होटल में मैंने 3-4 महीने पहले टाटा का हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पर 2 ट्रक को लॉन्च किया और आईसी इंजन में हाइड्रोजन यूज़ करके वो भी ट्रक को लॉन्च किया है। हम लोग 10 रूट पर हाइड्रोजन की ट्रायल शुरू कर रहे हैं जिसमें टाटा, अशोक लेलैंड, वॉल्वो, इंडियन ऑयल, रिलायंस, एनटीपीसी, एचपीसीएल और ये 10 रोड जो है वो देश के हैं। ग्रेटर नोएडा टू दिल्ली, दिल्ली आगरा, भुवनेश्वर कोणार्क पुरी, अहमदाबाद वडोदरा सूरत, साहिबाबाद फरीदाबाद दिल्ली, पुणे मुंबई, जमशेदपुर कलिंगानगर, तिरुवनंतपुरम कोची, कोची इडापल्ली, जामनगर अहमदाबाद और विशाखापट्टनम बयावरम। तो ये 10 रोड पर अब हाइड्रोजन ट्रक की ट्रायल हम शुरू कर रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि हाइड्रोजन इज़ ए फ्यूल फॉर द फ्यूचर। द फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट एंड फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन को लेकर फ्यूचरिस्टिक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एंड प्लानिंग इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो हाइड्रोजन के कारण मुझे विश्वास है कि हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं तो हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनने का हमारा लक्ष्य है। और विशेष रूप से हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन और ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन ये थोड़ी समस्या है। ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन कोयले से बनता है, ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन पेट्रोलियम से बनता है, पर हम म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करके और उसमें से हाइड्रोजन बनाने का सोच रहे हैं। और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि ये UR2 और दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे में हमने दिल्ली के गाजीपुर टेकड़ी की 20 लाख टन कचरा रोड के अंदर यूज़ किया। हमने अहमदाबाद डोलेरो रोड पर भी 20 लाख टन कचरा यूज़ किया। देश में अभी तक 80 लाख टन कचरा हमने उसमें यूज़ किया है। बाम्बू के क्रैश बैरियर बने हैं और ये जो पंजाब और हरियाणा में जो परेली जलती है अब उसके 400 प्लांट अभी देश में शुरू हो रहे, 60-80 शुरू हो गए और CNG बनाते हैं, बायोडाइजेस्टर में डालकर उसमें से मीथेन निकलता है और मीथेन से हाइड्रोजन भी निकल सकता है और CNG भी निकल सकता है। तो ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है इसका बाय प्रोडक्ट है लिग्नेंट। और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही कि वर्ल्ड में पहली बार पेट्रोलियम बिटुमेन में लिग्नेंट डालकर सेंट्रल रिसर्च और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और प्राज इंडस्ट्री के सहयोग से हमने 1 किलोमीटर रोड नागपुर जबलपुर हाईवे पर हमने बनाया और अब सेंट्रल रिसर्च रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने सर्टिफिकेट दिया है कि दैट रोड इज प्रूव टू बी बेटर दैन पेट्रोलियम बिटुमेन। तो हमारा किसान अब केवल अन्नदाता नहीं, ऊर्जादाता बना, ईंधन दाता बना, बिटुमेन दाता बना और अभी हाइड्रोजन दाता भी बनेगा। और अभी पानीपत में जो प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुआ है उसमें राइस स्ट्रॉ से 1 लाख, इंडियन ऑयल का प्रोजेक्ट है, 1 लाख टन, 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल, 150 टन बायोबिटुमिन और 78,000 टन पर ईयर सस्टेनेबल एविएशन फ्यूल बन रही है और इसके कारण हवाई ईंधन भी बनेगा। तो देश में हम लोग 22 लाख करोड़ के फॉसिल फ्यूल को इंपोर्ट करते हैं और इसलिए हमने इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, एलएनजी, इलेक्ट्रिक, हाइड्रोजन इस सब पर काम कर रहे हैं। अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट के मशीनरी मैन्युफैक्चरर की मैंने मीटिंग ली और उसमें इथेनॉल से आइसोब्यूटेनॉल बनता है और उस पर प्रयोग शुरू है कि 10% वो हम डीजल में डालें और उसके साथ आइसोब्यूटेनॉल बेस्ड इंजन भी बना है। मैंने 15 दिन पहले पुणे में किर्लोस्कर का जनरेटर सेट 100% इथेनॉल और 100% आइसोब्यूटेनॉल पर लॉन्च किया है। ARI में इसके परीक्षाएं चल रही है और आइसोब्यूटेनॉल कैन बी ए अल्टरनेटिव फॉर द डीजल, तो इस पर भी वर्किंग चल रहा है जो हमारी इंपोर्ट को कम करेगा। अभी जो इथेनॉल बन रहा है उसमें ब्रोकन राइस, बाम्बू, परली, शुगर केन जूस, मोलाइसेस इससे बनता है और इससे ग्रीन फ्यूल होने के कारण प्रदूषण में भी बिल्कुल कमी है। और आपको इसका इम्पैक्ट इतना अच्छा है कि हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में हमारी बहुत बड़ी समस्या है कि सरप्लस ऑफ फूड ग्रेन, चावल, राइस, मक्का, वीट हमारे पास सरप्लस है और इसलिए 1.5 साल पहले कॉर्न की प्राइस, मार्केट प्राइस 1200 रुपये क्विंटल थी और MSP 1800 रुपये क्विंटल थी। और जब हमारी सरकार ने मक्के से इथेनॉल बनाने का निर्णय किया तो आज मक्के की प्राइस 2600 से 2800 रुपये क्विंटल हुई और हमारे देश में फार्मर को कम से कम 1.5 लाख करोड़ इसका मुनाफा हुआ। और अब उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार से लेकर पूरे देश में अभी कॉर्न 3 गुना मल्टीप्लाई हुआ। तो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टूवर्ड्स एनर्जी एंड पावर सेक्टर, ये महत्वपूर्ण बात हुई। उसके साथ साथ प्रदूषण जो है वो दिल्ली वालों को बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है और 40% पोल्यूशन इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ फॉसिल फ्यूल, जिसका मैं मंत्री हूँ। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हम ये कोशिश करें कि इलेक्ट्रिक की बसेस आएँ, साथ में बायोफ्यूल पर जैसे फ्लेक्स इंजन की गाड़ियाँ आए, वो लगभग सबने बना ली है। इथेनॉल के 350 पंप शुरू हुए। अभी बेंगलोर में 15% मेथेनॉल डालकर अशोक लेलैंड की बसेस सक्सेसफुली, एक्सपेरिमेंट सक्सेसफुल हुआ। तो ये सभी अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल के कारण अभी मैं ब्रिक्स में कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी गया था और इसके लिए निश्चित रूप से तेज़ी से काम शुरू है। एक बात जरूरी है कि हिंदुस्तान की एक सबसे बड़ी ताकत है कि इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल्ड एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज, एंड कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ इज द फ्यूचर। और हमारे ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है कि मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही कि जब हमारी सरकार आई 2014 में तो हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज का साइज जो था वो 12 लाख करोड़ था और अभी 6 महीने पहले हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम वर्ल्ड में तीसरे नंबर पर आए और हमारा साइज 22 लाख करोड़ है। USA पहले नंबर पर है जो साइज इंडस्ट्री का 78 लाख करोड़ है। दूसरे नंबर पर चाइना है, 49 लाख करोड़ है। हम 22 लाख करोड़ है। पर जिस प्रकार से अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में हम काम कर रहे हैं, कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं, एग्रीकल्चर इक्विपमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक से लेकर फ्लेक्स इंजन के जो डेवलपमेंट हो रही है, नए नए रिसर्च हो रहे हैं, उसके आधार पर मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि 5 साल में हम वर्ल्ड में पहले नंबर पर पहुँचने की पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं और उसमें हम कामयाब होंगे। और ये जो इंडस्ट्री है ये देश की ग्रोथ में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इंडस्ट्री है। हमारे देश में 4 करोड़ लोगों को जॉब ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री ने दिया है। GST के रूप में, रेवेन्यू के रूप में स्टेट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को सबसे ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू देने वाली ये इंडस्ट्री है। सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट इस इंडस्ट्री का है और इसलिए ये इंडस्ट्री अगर हमारी आगे जाएगी तो मुझे विश्वास है कि बहुत फ़ायदा होगा। हमारी 2 व्हीलर की कंपनियां हैं, बजाज, TVS, हीरो, होंडा, ये 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हमारे ट्रैक्टर एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं। और जब ये इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी भी बदलेंगे तो आने वाले समय बहुत से ऐसे रेप्यूटेड ब्रांड हैं जो वर्ल्ड में बहुत ही रेप्यूटेड है, वो अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेंटर इंडिया को बनाना चाहते हैं। ऑलरेडी यहाँ से वो एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये इंडस्ट्री का भी काफ़ी बड़ा फ़ायदा होगा। हमने लॉजिस्टिक पार्क भी करीब 35 लॉजिस्टिक पार्क भी बना रहे हैं। और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि आप ये समझ लेंगे कि केवल यहाँ से 10 मिनट के अंतर पर आप द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे जो है उस पर जाएंगे तो ये पहले नहीं था तो क्या हालत थी, और अब द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे के कारण और विशेष रूप से UR2 के कारण इस रोड पर अभी 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए की रियल इस्टेट की डेवलपमेंट हो रही है। रोड अच्छे बनने के कारण नया एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट हो रहा है, नए क्लस्टर्स बन रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर्स आ रहे हैं, नए रियल इस्टेट के प्रोजेक्ट आ रहे हैं, और इसका सबसे बड़ा महत्व ये है कि रोजगार निर्माण हो रहा है। हमें ऐसी इकोनॉमी चाहिए कि जो रोजगार निर्माण कर सके, और मुझे विश्वास है कि अच्छे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कारण इंडस्ट्री और एग्रीकल्चर में कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी, और इंडस्ट्री और एग्रीकल्चर में कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी तो निश्चित रूप से रोजगार निर्माण होंगे, और रोजगार निर्माण होंगे तो पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ेगा, ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कि इरेडिकेशन ऑफ पॉवर्टी होगी। तो आने वाले समय में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो विकास हो रहा है, अभी कल ही मैं 3 दिन पहले KPMG का एक रिपोर्ट मैंने जो प्रकाशित करने का सौभाग्य मिला, तब उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे रोड सेक्टर पे टोटल गुड्स ट्रैफिक 82% है, 1% रेलवे पर और 17% बाकी इसमें है। तो जो फ्यूल में और रोड में चेंज हुआ है, इसके कारण आने वाले समय में मुझे विश्वास है कि निश्चित रूप से ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में रिवोल्यूशन होगा। और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि दिल्ली में हम लोग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम दिल्ली NCR में कर रहे हैं। 60,000 करोड़ के काम लगभग पूरे होते हुए आए हैं, और इसके बाद 40,000 करोड़ के काम शुरू है, और 50,000 करोड़ के नए काम हम करने के लिए सोच रहे हैं, जिसमें बड़े इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं कि विशेष रूप से हमारे यहाँ दिल्ली में जो ट्रैफिक कंजेशन पॉइंट्स है उसका विचार करते हुए हमने काफ़ी योजनाएं जो बनाई, उसमें एम्स से महिपालपुर गुरुग्राम एलिवेटेड कॉरिडोर है 5,000 करोड़ का, नेल्सन मंडेला मार्ग पर टनल है, मेहरौली गुरुग्राम फरीदाबाद का विस्तार रिंग रोड का है, मेहरौली गुरुग्राम रोड पर ट्रैफिक कम होगा, इंदिरा गांधी एयरपोर्ट से द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे से एम्स पहुंचना आसान होगा, दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे से नोएडा फरीदाबाद की कनेक्टिविटी है, पूर्व दिल्ली का बाईपास है, UR2 तो बन गया, उसको दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से जोड़ रहे हैं, और शिव मूर्ति से नेल्सन मंडेला इस रोड से जो आते हैं आप, इसके बाद गुड़गांव जाना कितना कठिन है मुझे आपको बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं, मैं दिल्ली को कम जानता हूँ। एक बार वो शादी में गया था तो 3.5 घंटे लगे, फिर से मैंने तय किया किसी की भी शादी हो अब इस रोड पर फिर से नहीं आऊँगा। तो अभी बहुत बड़े प्रमाण पर ये जो चेंजेस हो रहे हैं इसका फ़ायदा होगा, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट बड़े प्रमाण पर होगी। और हम लोगों ने ये भी तय किया है कि हमारे सोसाइटी के 3 इम्पॉर्टेंट पिलर्स हैं, इथिक्स, इकोनॉमी, इकोलॉजी एंड इन्वायरमेंट। हमें इकोनॉमी भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है और इकोलॉजी एंड इन्वायरमेंट को भी प्रोटेक्ट करना है। हमने बाम्बू के क्रैश बैरियर वो बनाए, करीब 70-80 किलोमीटर पूरे हुए हैं। हमने बायो बिटुमिन का प्रयोग शुरू किया। हमने देश में 80 लाख टन से कचरा रोड में यूज़ किया। अभी हम लोग जो बिटुमिन रोड है उसको वाइट टॉपिंग कंक्रीट से बना रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट को अल्टरनेटिव और बायोफ्यूल में कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो जो इको फ्रेंडली टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको हम इनकरेज कर रहे हैं। प्री कास्ट को अभी हमने मैंडेटरी किया है, और विशेष रूप से जैसे ब्लैक स्पॉट है, एक्सीडेंट होने वाले, ये हमारी ज़रूर समस्या है। हमारे देश में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं और करीब 1,80,000 डेथ होती है, और 18 से 34 एज ग्रुप में 66% डेथ है। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं पर इसमें जितनी चाहे सफलता हमको नहीं मिल पाई। इसका कारण यही है कि रोड इंजीनियरिंग में तो हम सुधार कर रहे हैं, 40,000 ब्लैक स्पॉट इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं। ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में हमने भारत NCAP ये जो रेटिंग शुरू किया, स्टार रेटिंग, उससे अब हमारे यहाँ टेस्टिंग के लिए विदेशों से गाड़ी आ रही है। तो गाड़ियों में भी एयर बैग्स वगैरह सब अच्छी प्रोविजन हो गई। हमने इन्फोर्समेंट के लिए नया लॉ लगाया, फाइन भी बढ़ा दिए, पर ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को बदलना बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और हम कोशिश करें कि अगर लोग हेलमेट पहनेंगे तो 30,000 लोगों की जान बच सकती है। अभी हमने स्कूटर मैन्युफैक्चर को ये मैंडेटरी किया है कि स्कूटर बेचते समय आपको 2 हेलमेट भी देने पड़ेंगे। मोबाइल फ़ोन पर स्कूटर कार चलाते हुए बात नहीं करना, क्रॉसिंग कहाँ से करना, रेड सिग्नल पे रुकना, इसके लिए पब्लिक एजुकेशन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर इसमें अभी जैसी कमी है वो नहीं आ पाई है। हमारी एक ही स्टोरी है जो थोड़ी डार्क स्टोरी है। पर आने वाले समय में रोड सेफ्टी के साथ साथ हम ये करेंगे कि कंफर्टेबल ट्रांसपोर्ट कैसा हो। और एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ हुई कि जैसे रोड अच्छे बने तो बद्रीनाथ, केदारनाथ और ये सब जो रिलीजियस टूरिज़्म है वो 12,000 करोड़ का हमने रोड बनाया। बद्रीनाथ, केदारनाथ, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री तो 3 गुना बढ़ा, तो सरकार को परमिट लगाना पड़ा। हमने 22,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा करके बौद्ध सर्किट बनाया, वहाँ भी विदेशों से लोग आ रहे हैं। अयोध्या का राम वन गमन यात्रा सब जगह पर हमने बहुत अच्छी तरह से डेवलप किया है, टूरिज़्म बढ़ा। अभी महाराष्ट्र में देहू, आळंदी और पंढरपुर को जोड़ने वाला 12,000 करोड़ का पालकी मार्ग भी बनकर तैयार हुआ है। तो हमने जो जो रिलीजियस स्पॉट थे जहां हम एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स शुरू कर सकते हैं, वाटर स्पोर्ट्स शुरू कर सकते हैं, उसको हमने प्राधान्य दिया। उसके कारण टूरिज़्म बढ़ा। और टूरिज़्म में ऐसा सेक्टर है कि जिसमें 49% कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर एम्प्लॉयमेंट खड़े करने के लिए होता है। तो इस समय टूरिज़्म भी काफ़ी बढ़ रहा है। जितने पोर्ट्स थे उस पोर्ट को हम अच्छे रोड से जोड़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि पोर्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। मैं शिपिंग मंत्री था और हमने पोर्ट का ड्राफ्ट बढ़ाया और आज बड़े प्रमाण पर पोर्ट में काफ़ी रिवोल्यूशन हुआ है। और पोर्ट को हम अच्छे रोड से जोड़ने के कारण विशेष रूप से कॉस्टिंग में भी कमी आएगी। आपको पता है कि बहुत से अमृतसर से लेकर भावनगर तक उधर हमने गुजरात तक जोड़ने वाला बड़ा रोड बनाया। हमारे यहाँ अभी 4 धाम की यात्रा तो बनी, पर मानस सरोवर को भी हमने नेपाल के यहाँ से नज़दीक लेकर चाइना की बॉर्डर तक रोड बनाने का काम शुरू किया। 85% पूरा हुआ है। शायद मैं विश्वास व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ कि नेक्स्ट अप्रैल के पहले अगर आपको मानस सरोवर जाना होगा तो पिथौरागढ़ से, हिंदुस्तान से आप मानस सरोवर तक जरूर पहुँच सकेंगे। तो एक प्रकार से रोड अच्छे बनने के कारण इकोनॉमी केवल अच्छी नहीं बन रही, टूरिज़्म भी डेवलप हो रहा है, रोजगार के निर्माण भी हो रही है, गवर्नमेंट के लिए रेवेन्यू मिल रहा है, रियल इस्टेट डेवलप हो रही है, इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर डेवलप हो रहे हैं, इसके साथ साथ एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल बढ़ रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि और जिस प्रकार से ये जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रेलवे में भी बदल हो रहा है, तो आने वाले समय में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा बनने के कारण काफ़ी बड़े प्रमाण पर विकास होगा। पर यह करते समय हमने ये भी सोचा है कि पूरे देश में होना चाहिए। हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 800 प्रोजेक्ट पर 3,50,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, और विशेष रूप से अरुणाचल में, मेघालय में, त्रिपुरा में। स्वाधीनता के बाद जितने ब्रिज गंगा और ब्रह्मपुत्रा पर बने थे उससे ज़्यादा ब्रिज हमने 2014 के बाद इस 10 साल में गंगा और ब्रह्मपुत्रा पर बनाए। तो आने वाले समय में नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो, जम्मू कश्मीर हो, उत्तराखंड हो, हिमाचल हो, इवन अभी बंगलोर का रिंग रोड 18,000 करोड़ का हम बना रहे हैं। और इसके साथ साथ सभी प्रदेशों में हमारे प्रायोरिटी में हमने ये रोड डेवलपमेंट करने का काम हाथ में लिया है। और मेरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारा हाईवे रोड नेटवर्क वर्ल्ड में पहले क्रमांक पर रहेगा। जितनी जितनी अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी है उसका हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं। रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन में क्वालिटी ऑफ रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन को सुधारना और कॉस्ट ऑफ रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन को कम करना, ये हमारी कोशिश है। हम अभी तक, मैं मेरे विभागों में और बाकी विभागों में 50 लाख करोड़ के काम कर चुका हूँ। एक भी तकरार नहीं आई कोई करप्शन की। वी आर ट्रांसपेरेंट, टाइम बाउंड, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड एंड करप्शन फ्री। जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि हम विश्वगुरु बने, हम लोग दुनिया की ताकत बने, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बने और 3rd लार्जेस्ट अर्थव्यवस्था बने, उसके लिए हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बनाना उतना ही आवश्यक है। और मुझे लगता है कि ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये निश्चित रूप से हमारी इकोनॉमी को बूस्ट करेगा और हमारा जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है वो निश्चित रूप से पूरा होगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Sri Gadkari, for that powerful vision of infrastructure as a catalyst for inclusive growth.
And that's a reminder that transformation on the ground is the clearest reflection of leadership at the top. While we wait for the minister to exit, another big round of applause, please, for the minister while we move on to our next session.
When you think about it, highways, digital highways, they're not so different, Suresh. Both are about connectivity, access, and accelerating opportunity.
Exactly. Now, just as roads and bridges can transform economies, so can new technologies reshaping how industries grow, how markets function, and how societies connect.
Which makes our next conversation a timely one. Because if infrastructure is the backbone of growth, technology may well be its nervous system.
Coming up next, a panel that asks whether AI is the new industrial revolution or just the next bubble.
Our next conversation cuts through the noise around AI, not just where it's going, but whether it's really changing the world or just overclocking our expectations.
Make no mistake, the hype is real, but so are the hallucinations. And the business cases, that's still up for debate.
This session, AI disruption, the new industrial revolution, or the next bubble, brings together 5 leaders who aren't just theorizing, they're building, deploying, and scaling.
Joining us today, Global CEO, Truecaller, Mr. Rishit Jhunjhunwala, co-founder and India President, Nothing, Mr. Akis Evangelidis. Can we have you on stage?
CEO, Stack Overflow, Mr. Prashant Chandrasekhar, CEO and board member, Clearwater Analytics, Mr. Sandeep Sahai, and CEO and co-founder, Tredence, Mr. Shubh Bhaumik. Moderating this panel is Editor Technology at the Economic Times, Ms. Surbhi Agrawal. Let's welcome all of them on stage.
Thank you. A very good evening once again to all of you. To the panelists, thank you so much once again for being here. It's such a pleasure to host this panel. So, as we know that the topic of this panel is whether AI is the next industrial revolution or is it a bubble. Let me start with some statistics. If you look at numbers, about 250 billion last year was poured into AI globally. Out of that, about 50% came from the US. China was somewhere around 10 billion. If you look at estimates of this year, AI hyperscalers, which means companies like Google, Amazon, Meta, are pouring about 350 billion. Industry estimates suggest the number to be even as high as 780 billion. But even then, about 80% of the enterprises are not sure if it is impacting their margins as yet. So maybe I'll open the conversation with this question, starting with you, Sandeep. As Clearwater Analytics, you work with some of the biggest banks and financial services companies. And banking industry has always been the biggest spender in tech and leaders in new transformative technology. How would you answer this ROI question?
Yeah, so it's massive. I think if you describe it any other way, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Generative AI, I think you should think about it in 2 terms. One is efficiency. And we are a public company, and we have helped gross margin improve by 300 basis points with just generative AI. And so that is something which is going to happen. The second thing is you've got to be thinking about hyper-segmented, literally uber consumerism in reporting. And it's going to happen. And you take one example, and I'll stop to give others a chance. Just think about how you invest personally. And you're going to ask yourself, why you don't invest in Japanese steel bonds and buy a hedge against the yen. You don't do it because you don't know about it. What generative AI will allow you to do, and does allow you today, is to send a swarm of agents to look at 10,000 investment opportunities and bring it back to you based on who you are. It's unmatchable. So how much has happened, how much will happen, I think it is going to transform everything just like the web did. I think it is that big a deal.
Right. I want to come to you now, Akis. I think Nothing as a brand challenged some of the biggest companies in the smartphone industry, be it Apple, Samsung, right? How do you look at AI? A disruptor looking at another big disruption? Because when we look at the smartphone space, the AI PCs, the hardware space, it is often argued that AI is being used as just as a marketing hype, and it is not really adding any value. So how would you answer that question?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, we've been using AI for quite some time, as part of our camera, battery management. So for the longest period of time, and it's true that to some extent AI has been used in all kind of forms over the past kind of few years, and it has created a bit of confusion, towards the end user. And I think it's yet, from a smartphone standpoint, it has been kind of rooted in specific use cases. So something we're trying, but if you kind of look from a holistic standpoint, AI will bring a drastic shift when it comes to the smartphone experience. If you think about it, over the last kind of 20 years, ever since the first kind of iPhone was launched, still today, we kind of tap through home screens, tap through apps. Our whole user experience is very siloed. Whereas AI, and through a more kind of agentic approach to the user interface, will enable to kind of aggregate everything, with a user interface which is going to be a lot more dynamic, context-aware, and a lot more personalized, because nowadays apps dictate how your user experience should be. Think about if the user experience was tailored to your needs, to, within a specific context. Often if you think about it, so I took a plane to come in, the whole process from, leaving your hotel, to taking a cab, to boarding, checking in, and so on, it's like so much friction. With AI, you'll have the ability to kind of, what would be a 50-step process to turn into one. So we're quite bullish from that standpoint, and I think it will drastically change the kind of smartphone experience, but also IoT from a product ecosystem standpoint, because it's not going to be solely around smartphone. There are multiple products that are being in the works that will kind of play a role as part of delivering that kind of AI-powered experience.
Right. Coming to you, Rishit, as Truecaller, I think you guys have been around for a long time trying to solve this whole identity and trust issue, right? Now with AI, how are you reimagining the whole proposition, if I can call it that? Because AI changes it at multiple levels. There are opportunities, but there's also a real threat to the way I think Truecaller has been operating.
Yeah, exactly. So we have, we are trying to create trust in communication. And AI has been on both sides. So it actually erodes trust as well, because now there are, AI cloned calls that take place. There are scammers that use AI to get even better. And we have to then use AI ourselves as well to try and find those scammers. So we're trying to be, it's like a cat and mouse game that we're playing right now, and trying to get better and better over time using AI. Because, I mean, after all, Truecaller is a crowdsourced platform. So we get millions of signals from 450 million users globally, and we have to process these signals, create models out of them, and try to predict scams. We try hard to predict scams before they even take place. And then in addition, we have so many operational gains that we're seeing with AI, not just in terms of engineering, but in terms of all the creative aspects that we do. And I mean, even our lawyers have finally started using AI. So it's changing us in a lot of ways right now.
Right. Coming to you, Shubh, as Tredence, I think you deal a lot with AI-based analytics, right? Tell us about some of the global best practices, some of the broad trends that you're seeing in this space in the Valley.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. So what we see AI do, I mean, AI has been around for a while, especially the classical machine learning work. That's something we've been doing for more than 10 years now. But enterprises, so we spend a lot of time with the enterprise in the B2B world, right? And companies have invested a lot in building data infrastructures over the last 5-10 years. And our ability to find insights from this data has been limited. With the conversational and natural language aspects of generative AI. Now even an 18-year-old cashier has an opportunity to actually mine that data. So that's number one. Second, another best practice I would call out, because we work with a lot of Fortune 500 clients around the world, if there is a top-down mandate from the CEO's office, if there is clarity and direction in terms of what needs to be done, if there is a blueprint to actually, an execution of that blueprint, then we see the ROI being recovered a lot more effectively.
Right. So if there's a blueprint, then the ROI becomes better, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. Coming to you, Prashant, I think we just heard Dr. Vishal Sika talk about how AI is completely disrupting the IT services model, and if you've seen the recent launch of ChatGPT, latest model 5, what Sam Altman is claiming is that very, very advanced coding skills. Now, what does it do to a company like yours? How are you trying to pivot, or how do you see this transforming your business?
Absolutely. Thanks again for having me. So Stack Overflow is one of the world's largest software developer communities. We serve about 100 million people around the world. We've been around since 2008. And so the advent of AI, effectively what we notice in our community specifically is that the adoption of AI has gone up quite substantially. So about 80% of our users actually use AI. But the trust level in the outputs of AI and the mistakes and the hallucinations are an all-time high. So actually the trust level dropped this year. We survey our millions of users every year. The trust level now is about 29%. Very interestingly, India users, they trust AI outputs a lot more, almost double that number, which is interesting because I think that India is a lot more forward looking in terms of wanting to adopt these tools, especially the youth of the country. But generally speaking, what that means is that there's a trust gap. So that's where we like to play, where we effectively say, bring the best of human curated knowledge, which is about 50 million questions and answers on our site that all of Indian programmers have been using, 30 million of them for the past 13 years or 16 years. But at the same time, leverage the power of AI to retrieve very effective information and very accurate information very quickly with attribution to the sources that actually come from Stack Overflow. So our focus has been to make sure that we cultivate community, because to your point, there's going to be a large job displacement that's going to happen, whether that's in the Indian IT sector or just more jobs in general. And so we want to be the place where people learn how to actually leverage these AI tools, learn the fundamentals, get certified, and get badges and all those sort of things, and they can progress in their careers by applying to jobs, by showing and demonstrating that they've actually been members of our community and helping each other out. Powering learning goes with that, the second part of our mission statement, and ultimately unlocking growth inside their companies as well, because a lot of our products now also help build AI agents. AI agents inside companies can actually leverage our knowledge base very, very productively inside companies. So in summary, we want to be the most vital source for technologists in the age of AI, because trust that trust gap is quite significant.
Right. So the trust gap is significant. I also want to talk about a little bit about some of the conversation that has been happening here since afternoon. If we've heard Rajnath ji and just before us, Gadkari ji. I think the loud and clear message that is coming out is that India needs to be self-reliant. Now, I want to ask all of you, how is it that we can be self-reliant in AI? Maybe I'll start with you, Akes, right? As a manufacturing company, we've seen global supply chains being completely disrupted. First, it was a China plus one model. Now that's been questioned with the US administration's tariffs and things like that. How do you see that India can be a serious contender when it comes to this kind of reset which is happening globally?
I mean, as far as the smartphone industry is concerned, we've seen India making tremendous progress over the past few years, especially with a program like Made in India. That made us producing our smartphone ever since we started nothing here in India, in Chennai. Actually, recently, even 2 months ago, for the first time, not only we making our flagship products here in India, but we also start exporting them to the world. So I think that kind of progress that has happened has been tremendous. and other initiatives like Startup India. We've seen, I think, was reading last time there was over 5,000 AI startups here in India. So we can definitely see that India is going into a tech hub, but not only the market itself, because for us, it's a massive market ever since we started the company, but also we see a massive opportunity in terms of India being at the forefront on the global level. And this is why we kind of think of build from India to the world. And when it comes to AI, I think it sort of will follow the natural course of it. It started with manufacturing, the talent density here in terms of engineering, data science is also very big. We see companies like Qualcomm, their biggest engineering team is here out of India. So very, very bullish in terms of the role that India will have to play, not only on a local scale to the size of the market, but also on the global level.
I believe
Can I add to that?
Yes, please.
I think actually India has a great opportunity in front of us. Look, we run a significant portion of the front office and back office processes for the world, right? Our BPO industry, our IT services industry. And that means we have a lot of domain knowledge that we need to tap into. As we start building these agents, humans are always going to be in the loop. And we have an opportunity to take a lead in not necessarily creating the fundamental foundational model layer or the frontier model layer, but the enterprise, the domain layer that will get created on top of this foundation. India has an opportunity to take the lead. And I think it's already happening. So that's number one. Second thing I would say, Surabhi, is we are going to have a lot of first-party data that we will create. 700 million smartphone users in this country, close to 1.2 billion phones, I believe. That means, let me give you another example. Autonomous driving in India, right? I know designing an autonomous car that can work on an autobahn in Germany, it's not easy, but the world is already there. But designing an autonomous car for the streets of India, that'll be a very interesting experiment, right? And someday we will get there. And in order to get there, an immense amount of data will get created. And again, India has an opportunity to take a lead while those innovations are happening because we have a tremendous advantage in terms of human potential.
Right. Prashant, how would you answer that question? Because, I think Shubh said it, right? They're expected to be large-scale job losses. If you look at, so far, India has been the epicenter of tech, right? We service the world's largest companies, right? But now that coding can be done through AI models, that entire business model is being questioned, right? So how can India continue to have its edge? My other question that I want to ask all of you is that I think all of you are Indian origin executives which have done very well outside the country, right? What will it take to bridge the gap between Bangalore and Silicon Valley?
Yeah, fantastic set of questions. So maybe to the first question, I think my view on that is that India is absolutely an amazing opportunity to showcase how you scale AI products across 1 billion people. And this is like one of the only few places which has the technology knowledge to the point that was just made. There's fundamental interest in technology. There's fundamental adoption. As I pointed out, there's high trust and leaning in, maybe dangerously slow a little bit. You're living on the edge by trusting AI that much because ultimately if you don't understand the fundamentals, then you're going to get caught at some point. So I think the encouragement to the youngsters in India should be to learn the fundamentals while using the AI tools. Because either one of those, if you skip, it's going to be detrimental. So I think I'm very optimistic, actually, despite there's going to be absolute job displacement. There's no question in my mind. There's going to be absolute job displacement. Everybody in India should wake up to that. The country's key leaders should wake up to that. The government should wake up to that. The population of people who have been dependent on the BPO sector jobs to do lower level programming jobs, they will get disrupted, mark my words. So what that means is they have to adopt to building better and newer versions of things to be actually the innovators versus being sort of the back end of IT as it has been for the past couple of decades. And so what has worked for the country over the past couple of decades will not work for the country going forward. That's certain. But there's a tremendous opportunity for the country to lean into AI to really leverage it in the kind of the most bleeding edge. So today you may be able to do things like prototyping, et cetera, but you are going to leverage AI to build amazing applications a lot faster, and you're going to innovate throughout. So that leads to your second point, in that I think over the past several years, there's been a shift from, hey, you're just the back end of the world's IT projects, to let's actually be the innovation hub. Let's actually create world-class products out of India and to be able to ultimately export them externally. Right? And their potential exists here. Again, we've got the smartest people in the world. We've got some of the brightest technology minds, some of the amazing technology schools. But I would argue that the work that they've been doing, and the actual, the kind of the mission and purpose they've been aligned to, has been what has been paying the bills. And I think by aligning the fundamental purpose of a human being here and a young person to something that's meaningfully innovative for the country's future, I think that's where you unlock true potential, and that's going to be amazing. So we just need to encourage our youngsters to do that.
Sandeep, how would you answer that question?
Yeah.
How do we move up the value chain?
Yeah, I would just say a couple of things. One is, specifically, what can we do? And I've got two suggestions which you could specifically do. One is, you've got to involve the schools. You cannot have the IITs and the RECs and all of them and then not participate in innovation. The brightest people are there. Most of the colleges, if you look around the world, a lot of the innovation comes out of schools. So that is something we can do quite easily, I think, something which you can go fund and sort of get after in a really organized way. The second one is, the Indian diaspora today is massive. It's just a point, right? How do you find a way to involve them? And that is both ways. Do all of us have a desire to be involved? I would say 90% of us do. So the question is, how do you involve many of us, forums like this, but coming with ideas about how you integrate, I think will make a huge difference. So I think these two things, pricing innovation, global innovation over services, has to become the new norm. Just continuing to push on services, by the way, which is done brilliantly for us. So let's not sort of poo-poo that. Services brought all of this IT, if you will, to India. But moving from there to local innovation, which has grown, global innovation, not so. And so involving global executives of Indian origin is an easy way to do it. And I would push for trying to get that done, but mostly get the schools involved. They are the ones who will innovate and sort of bring these brand new ideas of 20-year-old and 21-year-olds. I'm too old to do this. Yeah.
Rishit, I think as Truecaller, you all have innovated a lot from India, and a lot of that has been exported globally. So what do you have to say about the kind of, and you are in Bangalore, you're in the epicenter of probably the tech, the most innovative city probably in tech. How would you say has been your understanding or experience of what is happening in Bangalore or in India when it comes to innovation? Do you think that the excitement, the work that is happening is good enough for us to in some way catch up with the rest of the world?
Yeah, I started my tech career 15, 20 years ago. And back then, when we used to try and hire someone, it was a startup, and we used to try and hire someone, they used to say, no, you are just a startup, it's no point. Now it's become exactly the opposite. There are people, the smartest tech people actually want to join a startup because they find it exciting, there's innovation taking place. So it's been a huge change since then. I think another thing that has taken place, just to add on to what everybody else said, I think, so innovation is fundamentally a risk-taking proposition. There is some amount of risk that is involved if you have to innovate. And that needed some sort of a societal shift to take place. And I'm now seeing that societal shift taking place. Parents are okay if their child is taking a couple of years and trying to run a startup, build a startup in India and doing innovation there. And I think that has made a huge difference. There are so many success stories now, public companies now that used to be startups a few years ago. That also fuels this societal change. So there's definitely been a huge change in Bangalore, all over India, I would say. there is a lot more innovation and a lot more risk-taking capability that started happening in India now.
Right. Thank you. Akesh, coming to you, I think, like you said, that in the smartphone industry for the last 10, 15 years, there's not too much of an innovation, right? I mean, it's the same UI, which was sort of the norm since the iPhone was launched. How do you see AI transforming that? How do you see developments like Jonathan Ive collaborating with Sam Altman? What does it do to you, to a disruptor?
Yeah, everyone is on the race to crack the next kind of AI hardware product. But we definitely think, that the main focus for us will be kind of software. Again, the user interface of the smartphone hasn't drastically changed over the past kind of 20 years, where our dependency on smartphones has drastically changed. So for us, and there has been a few companies that try different kind of form factors when it comes to kind of hardware and AI. Didn't go so well for them. So for us, there is no doubt, the smartphone will be the next kind of gateway to AI. It's just, how do we redefine that kind of user interface? Again, how can it be a lot more kind of context-aware and more dynamic? It will be a lot more personalized. So that's definitely heading there. And I think what we're even more excited is the sort of set of product ecosystem. Once more, I think, AI is kind of bring as much data as possible, again, to be highly context-aware, to be able to serve you. So building the right set of product ecosystem around the smartphone for the first time brings a lot of exciting opportunities on how you kind of really take that kind of AI experience to the next level. So yeah, we'll see, I'm sure in the next kind of 2 to 3 years, a lot of new hardware products that will supplement the smartphone.
Sure. I think we're almost about time. One last question, if I were to ask you, all the panelists, to say, what is a bigger disruptor, Trump's tariffs or AI? Starting with you, Shubh.
I think it's AI.
That's a non-contest. It's obviously generative AI.
I would absolutely agree. I think it's like the internet when it came out, right? It's effectively, or electricity, even if you want to go back even further. It's a fundamental tectonic shift to technology. So it's absolutely disruptive. AI.
Yeah, AI 100%. And I give you an example. Last week, I had my mother-in-law over at home, and I need to do her check-in when she flies over. So she's definitely not tech-savvy. And then she was saying, yeah, I asked ChatGPT. I'm like, what? So she's not like doing Google search anymore. She's using ChatGPT, and she's like the less savvy person. So I think it's, that shows a fundamental shift on her behavior. And I think it's only going one way forward. So definitely AI.
I think we should ask ChatGPT this question. Let's see what they have to say. No, I think AI for sure is a huge disruption. It will take over almost all processes that take place across the board. Yeah.
Right. So AI it is. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Thank you, everyone. Let's have a big round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you.
A quick photo op for all the panelists. Thank you, panelists, for the sharp real-world perspectives on AI.
Well, whether revolution or bubble, one thing's clear, the age of AI leadership is here.
What's striking is how quickly technology is shaping not just companies, but countries, influencing policy, regulation, and of late, even geopolitics.
Because when algorithms begin to shape economies, nations have to decide whether to be bystanders, adopters, or rule makers.
And that, Abha, takes us neatly to our next conversation.
Our next speaker is no stranger to reinvention or to leadership.
In this session, titled Empowering Half the Nation, Women, Work and India's Growth Story, we are going to hear from a woman who's broken molds and built milestones, from ruling television screens to holding high-profile cabinet portfolios in the Indian government.
One of the youngest women to serve as cabinet minister, she has led key ministries like information and broadcasting, education, textiles, and women and child development, bringing clarity of thought, strength of purpose, and directness of voice that have become her signature.
Her work through the years has consistently focused on expanding opportunity, and equity, and unlocking the potential of women's participation in India's growth story.
Here in conversation with Senior Editor of the Economic Times, Nidhi Sharma, please join us in welcoming on stage former Cabinet Minister, the Honourable Smriti Irani.
Welcome, so happy to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, what are we doing here for women empowerment?
I think the nomenclature women's empowerment has been used of late a bit tardily, because for too long women have been told that they should be grateful enough to have a seat at the table. Today, if you have to reimagine power, you need to back it with funds, with freedom and capacities to scale. I'm extremely proud that today on this platform I get an opportunity to collaborate with well-meaning institutions who want to engage with women from that economic perspective. If you look at the landscape of women in India today, between the ages of 16 to 60, what we call the working age, we have 450 million women, which is 450 million ideas, opportunities, capacities, which needs to be leveraged. And if you're talking about emboldening our economic prospects, then the nation's economy cannot reach its full potential if half of its population is reduced to the sidelines. So what we hope to unleash today through this platform is an initiative called Spark, to ignite a few ideas, to support a few more, and possibly to take that pipeline of women-owned businesses that we have in our country to the next level of economic engagement.
Do you find them receptive to this kind of scaling up?
The session before ours was on AI and disruption. If you look at data which has come forth from women-owned businesses in our country, 58% of them have shown an inclination to adapt AI into their businesses. But they do not know what is the business service that can be provided through technology. If you look at the landscape of business opportunity for women in India today, they own close to 16 million MSMEs in our country, employ about 2.8 crore people in our country. But if you look at the numbers in the informal segment, in the informal MSME segment, 70% of those businesses are owned by women. Now, these are the businesses that recognize that technology will be a disruptor, but more so they understand that technology will also be a great enabler. So if we are hoping to leverage the economic prowess of India, should we not leverage this technological moment in our history to say how can more and more women-owned businesses get included in it?
Correct me if I'm wrong here. We are very adept at handling our mobile phones. You know, the government gives all the benefits through direct benefit transfers. So we are fine with, when I say we, all of us, we are fine with our mobile phones. But when you scale up like you want to, how receptive are they to technology, and how is it a challenge to train them?
Well, of the 450 million women that I spoke of, today, if you look at plain numbers, 83% of women work in the field of agriculture. And if you look at agriculture, close to 2 million establishments in the agriculture sectors, which we may call enterprises, are owned by women. The problem is that if you look at reports from the World Bank or even the Economic Survey of India, of those businesses, 70% are self-financed, which means that if women get opportunities to credit, if they understand balance sheets, even in that segment, you will see exponential growth. Secondly, I think the main fulcrum of your question is there an inclination to learn, to adopt, to adapt?
Exactly.
Most definitely, because women have recognized the economic and social benefits of enterprise. one has to also consider the fact that each female-led startup is actually an act of courage. Because world over now, you have research after research which has showcased that VC funding is abysmal when it comes to women startups or women-based businesses or owned businesses. But what is the catalyst to increasing the participation of women in the formal sector? One of those catalysts will be women-owned businesses. Research shows that of all the businesses that are owned in our country particularly, in women-owned businesses, the ones who are hired, 43% of them are women, as compared to male-owned businesses, which hire only 25% women. So when you try and expound a prospect for women-owned businesses, you will have a multitude of effects. There has been research which has shown that when women engage in an economic activity and their economic capacity increases, they tend to invest more in education and health. So for me, the imperative economically when it comes to women-owned businesses is such that it is no longer charity, it is no longer mere policy, it is actually national economic strategy.
So you begin with training them?
We have partnered with the British Council because women have the ambition to be a part of global supply chains, understand compliances, new markets, understand where the mix is in terms of new consumer interest, or for that matter, where there can be an amalgam of business interests internationally. They need to recognize the language of business or the language in which most businesses conduct themselves internationally. Last year, if you look at the numbers from exports in India, 8% of those exports were done by women-owned businesses. So can we help this whole pipeline of women-owned small businesses become, let's say, the next gateway to exporting products of a variety of substances out of India? We are partnering with the ICAI. They have been kind enough. ICAI and ICSI, the Chartered Accountants Institute and the Company Secretary Institute, which will be kind enough to go across 300 cities in our country, engage with women-owned businesses so that they can teach them compliance, they can teach them not only the value of having fiscal discipline, balance sheets, and how to leverage that balance sheet to enhance credit capacities within their organizations, how to enhance productivity, and also how to reorganize their businesses given not only rules that they need to comply with within the given state or nationally, but also what may be the international benchmarks that they need to meet as businesses. So it is an effort which is a Jan Andolan, as the Prime Minister says, that if we are to leverage the ambition of being not only the third largest economy of the world or the second largest or the topmost economy of the world, can we do that by sidelining the business needs of women in our country?
So economic independence and versus political representation. What do you think is really the key word for women's empowerment?
I think there are too many issues which are put in one basket when it comes to women. It is always an issue of either or nothing at all. And my belief is that the political dispensation today in the country is such that no political organization can afford to ignore either the rights of women, the needs of women, or the ambitions of women. That being said, the economic, I think, framework that we are hoping to address or we are hoping to contribute to, in fact, one of the partners in the network which we are hoping to create across India is also the Times of India. I will draw your attention to the fact that the Times of India 2.5 decades ago started the process of Teach India, where the ambition was, can we take the word of literacy, the need and the necessity of ensuring that each and every Indian, and especially adults, are literate in our country? Can we take that ambition to every nook and corner of the country? And that was done admirably so. Today, especially on the platform of Economic Times, there is an understanding that apart from espousing a cause digitally, apart from espousing a cause through a newspaper article or an editorial, can we partner on this on-ground activation of the prospects of women? So I think both are distinct needs, because women politicians will not serve only the cause of women. they will serve the cause of the constituency. It's a different ambition. But women in business end up becoming a great opportunity for economic growth, not only domestically, but also if they meet international standards of productivity and manufacturing, then they can be the growth engine for the Indian economy.
Do you think men here in the families play a role when it comes to empowering women economically?
I don't know why there has to be a dependency on the man in the family for a woman to be financially empowered. Why burden them with that burden when we have today the prospects, the tools of engagement, and democratically so? I think what happened in 2014 when Jan Dhan Yojana was announced was the first step towards this recognition that the basic foundational economic need for a woman to be emboldened financially is to have a bank account. The fact that in 1.5 years in our country, 250 million women could open their bank account, that showed also societal acceptance of that fundamental economic, I think, ability or need that women have in our country. More so, I think, what is a great cause for celebration for us is the success of Mudra, which was not a gendered financial instrument. In fact, it was an instrument only to help those Indians who did not have collateral to pay if they had a business idea. The fact that 300 million loans were not only taken by women-owned businesses, but also the NPA is less than male-owned businesses, that is a cause for me for celebration. Let me give you a small example of even the Swanidhi scheme, which again is not a gendered scheme. It is a scheme where the government ensures that credit is provided to street vendors. And of the 6 lakh women who have received that scheme or the credit support from the government, there are 1 lakh women street vendors in our country who have taken the credit thrice over and without default paid back each and every bank. Today, India becomes the only country in the world which can, through data, tell the world, evidence to the world, that our banks have found, an SBI study has found, that of all the revenue that is earned by banks from savings accounts in our country, women-owned accounts help banks make 12% more revenue than male-owned bank accounts. Now, those numbers speak evidence, those numbers speak to ambition, those numbers also speak to opportunities that are yet to be unleashed.
You have been Women and Child Development Minister. What do you think is the biggest challenge for women who want to be economically independent as you are helping them?
I think one of the finest contributions of Prime Minister Modi to the issue of gender was to mainstream gender as a political constituency. When he was Chief Minister in Gujarat, he started a project called Mission Mangalam, which was primarily focused on financing the needs of self-help groups in our country, in the state of Gujarat. He took that template and made it national when he took the office of Prime Minister. Today, 10 crore women through self-help groups are at the grassroots engaged in economic opportunity. There has been research which validates that the economic engagement only through those self-help groups is close to $37 billion worth of economic engagement at the grassroots. So I believe that while the Prime Minister has made women a great political constituency, what he has also done through his governance model is not to relegate the issue of women only to one department, namely the Women and Child Development Department. He has a whole of government approach. So Jan Dhan, Mudra, Swanidhi was done in collaboration between the Finance Ministry, Urban Development Ministry, Ministry of Rural Development. Even the issue of, let's say, portion, which is nutrition, he has looked at the Ministry of Women and Child Development, which is an amalgam of 18 ministries, just to look after 100 million beneficiaries in our country, of which 75 million are children under the age of 6 and 25 million are pregnant and lactating mothers. So I think that the whole of government approach when it comes to the issue of gender is a great contribution that we've seen in the past decade. We need to strongly build on that foundation.
You spoke about self-help groups, right?
Yes.
So this is very working at the grassroots. That's exactly what I asked right in the beginning. how is scaling up essential for women? You know, when we talk about women-owned businesses, we only see
they are
them
not defined as women-owned businesses.
Yeah, they are not defined.
And
but
in fact, the economic engagement or their participation in terms of their contribution as productive citizens of our country's economy is also not a factor that is reflected in the labor survey. So these are women who create economic opportunity. These are women who have shown fiscal discipline, but they don't get counted. So you're talking about women who don't count it vis-a-vis women who do get counted because they have created an MSME.
So scaling up for them is essential, right? And that's
yes, and I think that for them to scale up, it depends on the sector in which they are engaged in. For instance, if they are engaged in the food-based or agro-based sector and they are looking at post-harvest activity, how much of their need is to understand, let's say, the benchmarks of compliance set by FSSAI? How much does that benchmark help them market their wares, not only to a larger domestic audience, but also to an international need, which can be met through, let's say, a women's FPO or a small MSME, which is agro-based. So our effort is across these 300 cities to reach out to, per city, around 350 to 400 women-owned businesses and look at their varied needs and then customize it to that need.
Personal question. How did you embark on this project?
In my 10 years as minister, I think what is also essential for me here to flag is I've served 2 terms as the Member of Parliament from Gujarat when Prime Minister Modi was Chief Minister in the state. I think the basic foundation of his leadership's engagement with women...
I don't think many people know that you were a Rajya Sabha member too.
Well, I'm a 3-time Member of Parliament, so...
Not many people know that you have been a Rajya Sabha member and then you contested that famous election.
Well, I contested my first election when I was 27 from Delhi in the year 2004.
Can you also tell, you'll have to tell people about your multitasking and how you were shooting for the...
well, I have been very, very lucky that I have not only had a 2.5 decade in career in media, but also politics simultaneously, that I've been at the top of my game for 2.5 decades. And irrespective of the 2 fields that I've been in, I think the need that I have seen consistently, which does not change with the passage of time, is that what you need to do for women is not pontificate. It is to actually help them discover their own potential, or for that matter, leverage their potential financially. The rest of their needs takes care of itself. One of the greatest needs, and especially those who are in the field of working for women, they have recognized that even if you want to counter violence against women, especially domestic violence, given that the numbers are huge when it comes to personal violence that women have to undergo, irrespective of the paychecks that they take home, is that any woman who owns a capital asset is then less positioned to violence in her own domestic circumstances if she has a capital asset. Today, when I look at Prime Minister Modi's, I think, 10-year journey, I've seen that under the Awas Yojana, he has managed to build across of all the homes, 75% homes for women. The ownership rests with women. So when a government, or for that matter societally so, when we engage on issues of creating capital assets for women, when we engage on issues on enhancing the economic capacity of women, we are not only creating an economic process, we are actually engaging in a part of social transformation.
And you became financially independent fairly early.
17 years old, yes. I'm 49 today.
And how was that journey?
Well, it has been an interesting one because my first job got me $200 on the streets of New Delhi, selling something on the streets of Delhi. And
sold perfumes, I remember.
I sold lovely
products.
Little beauty products. But from that $200 to becoming the highest paid media persona in television, it's been a long journey.
Wow. And somebody was, I remember you told me that Somebody was really impressed when you were selling.
Well, at 17, I was told that I'll make for a great salesperson because I know how to speak. They did not know that they would unleash somebody in Indian politics and in the Indian Parliament. But I think that what has been, for me, as far as my reflection, what has been extremely important is if I, who came from nothing, can take the unknown or from a position of historical perspectives, take some very, very difficult political paths. That was only possible because I was financially very secure. I taught myself negotiations on contracts very early, recognizing that you have to create your own professional worth by continuing to learn, enhancing your personal capacities, even on issues of technology. Even when I was serving as a cabinet minister, I took out time to engage, let's say, with academia at the Berkeley Haas School to learn fintech, though it was not a part of my portfolio. I engaged on executive education processes with the Judge Business School on business ethics. It was not a part of my portfolio work, or it was not a political need for me. So I think that there has to be a conversation more so about how we need to upscale ourselves as professionals individually, no matter which part of the ladder of success we are at. And I'm hoping to drive this message at the grassroots, especially with women, like I said, who have the courage to start a business, who have the discipline to sustain that business. They just need one intervention from professionals in our country to then grow at scale and with speed.
It's been a pleasure, Smriti ji, to have you, and all the best for this venture.
And my gratitude to the Times of India Group for being a part of this Jan Andolan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irani. Thank you, Nidhi, for that thought-provoking address.
A powerful lens on purpose.
They're calling either one of us. Sorry.
Okay. Could we have the AV, please? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Irani, for that bold address and a powerful lens on purpose, persistence, and the role of women in shaping India's next chapter. Now, we've had a whole host of industries, game-changing technology, trends that we've been discussing through the day. The last part of the evening today focuses on something that's on everyone's mind and it's affecting everyone's business, and that's geopolitics.
But Abha, before that, I have a question for you. You lead an organization that's all about women's leadership. Tell us a couple of things. Why is it true that women's participation in the Indian workplace is declining, and especially since COVID, it's declined calamitously?
Okay, I didn't know you were going to be interviewing me today.
Yeah, I want to know, I'm curious.
No, but I think that Indians' women's participation continues to increase incrementally, but we are seeing it increase. And I think, as the Honorable Former Minister said, there's also a whole segment, of course, that's not accounted for. I think women are making strides in all industries, and they're doing so in the gig economy. They're doing so with coming up with young, new enterprises that may still not be fully acknowledged, but they are invoking a fresh way of thinking. And I think that's the power, because with time, as we start to see further inclusion of new ideas, more women in positions of influence, and of course in boardrooms, we're going to see a huge change take place.
In spite of all this, India Inc. still is woefully underrepresented. I know there are women on many boards, but it's just one woman on an otherwise all-male board.
Well, there are some boards which have 2 or more women. There are also increasingly, of course, a whole number of boards that have female participation. The numbers have increased. Yes, they haven't increased dramatically, but in fact, our latest study on women in boardrooms shows that there is a lot of room and a lot of opportunity to increase the scale of that impact.
An Indian business, if this is an example of Indian business, I'd say this room is about 70-30 male to female, if I'm eyeballing the room correctly. The question you must be getting asked a lot, what can we as men do to make this participation 50-50? I know what women can do, but what can we do?
I think it's to be mindful of the dialogue, and to be mindful that everyone has to participate in the dialogue. There are enough studies to show that the more you take in different perspectives across gender, across different backgrounds, the more you're likely to be able to create significant change in your companies. We've seen this data in Fortune 500 companies overseas as well, and we also have enough and more large companies in India that are already seeing some of that impact.
Some sectors in India, too, banking for instance, seem to have an extraordinary number of women leaders at one point of time. Any guesses on why banking was so unique in this department?
Okay, so banking, of course, one of the key reasons we saw that entire generation, Suresh, the importance of mentorship. And I think that continues to be critical at any level, whether you're an executive, whether you're in your C-suite, but having the right mentor, sponsor, advisor, backer is definitely something that aids in your professional journey.
Okay, thank you. There's some lessons there for what all of us can do, especially all the men in the audience, what we can do. At this point, we're waiting for our next speaker to walk in, but before that, take a quick look at some messages from our sponsors. Take a look.
Ah, Dubai. I'm on top of the world.
मैडम, अभी और ऊपर जाना है. Visa Infinite के साथ get access to exclusive luxury hotels. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
What goes into this, भाई?
चलो पता लगाते हैं. Visa Infinite के साथ get exclusive dining experiences at the world's finest restaurants. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
Bro, अगर रियल लाइफ में जूम इन होता ना तो मजा आ जाता.
चल देखते हैं. Visa Infinite के concierge services के साथ प्लान करें अपने customized experiences. Enjoy life's best moments securely with Visa. The world has infinite experiences. Find yours.
Our next speaker has been a key architect of India's economic diplomacy, leading conversations that span free trade agreements, supply chains, startups, and strategic investments.
As the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, he has played a central role in repositioning India from a participant to a shaper in global trade negotiations. His leadership reflects both ambition and agility, traits that have come to define India's current economic outlook.
And in many ways, he embodies the theme of this session: India at the global negotiating table, not just as a rule taker, but increasingly as the rule maker.
In conversation with him today is Associate Editor at the Economic Times, Vishal Sika. Please join us in welcoming the Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal. Just making his way in, ladies and gentlemen. Just give us a moment.
He'll be here. I think he's being mobbed on his way into the hall. So he'll be with us in a minute. So we need your indulgence.
I told you, Suresh, it's the most hot topic right now. There's going to be lots of questions that one wants answered in this conversation.
And of course, the big T word, what the tariffs are going to do, I imagine the conversation is going to center around that.
Absolutely. Somebody who's been at the forefront of those negotiations, of those discussions, who understands the impact on the various segments or the industries here in India, and who can give us an insight into the dialogue that's been taking place and what India's stand is and continues to be as well. Are we seeing a more permanent shift in India's global geopolitical order? That's the big question on everyone's mind. Is this going to be a temporary phenomenon, yet another Trump tantrum, or is this going to have longer lasting impacts? And how is the world also viewing India in light of these conversations right now?
You know, there's been a recent shift. Every time you travel abroad, the questions we get asked, and I think these questions center around Jaishankar's statements. Yeah. A sort of new pugilistic, combative India who's willing to give as good as it takes.
Absolutely.
I see a few foreign faces in this hall. I'm going to catch them after this break and see whether they echo that sentiment of this view of pugilistic, combative India.
Well, we have to protect some of those key industries, Suresh, and I think the Prime Minister is quite firm on that. But waiting for, of course, the right voice on this, if we can manage to get him away from the crowd in just a moment. we've sent across the cavalry. So.
He's on his way. We promise you just a minute and a half more. I think he is being mobbed by different people on his way to stage, and he's trying to make time for lots of people who want to speak to him. And I think I spot him now. He should be on stage in a few seconds.
What will be the impact of these tariffs on India's GDP? What will be the impact on the export sector? What will be the impact when it comes to the kind of markets that India looks to now have a partnership with? Is the world shifting away from, as Suresh mentioned, playing that power struggle with the US? How dependent do we continue to be on the US? How is India managing to assert its stand when it continues to be a net importer as well from the US? And can we have another big round of applause, please, for the Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal.
Once again, thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting.
Dr. Tharoor is also with us. We'll, of course, have his session next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have someone here who has perhaps the most difficult job in the country at this juncture, with the global trade sector witnessing tectonic shifts. Mr. Goyal, are you able to get good sleep?
Actually, I'm sleeping.
Because many in this room definitely are unable to.
Really?
With 2 days left, you know.
Gone are the days when you could say the meek will inherit the earth. I sleep very well. In fact, off late, I think I sleep better than I used to earlier.
So, can those present in the room also?
Absolutely. India has so much resilience. India has so much strength. India is full of possibilities. The world's fastest growing economy. We have strong economic fundamentals. I think the media seems to be more concerned than even the business people of India.
So if I could just begin, what should we expect after 2 days, 3 days to be precise?
As a chartered accountant, I normally audit and report on matters that have already happened. And for the future, we make intelligent future projections. At the present juncture, I think you'll need to ask that to an astrologer.
Well, nice one there, but I will still come to you on this. In your projections, are you figuring out some kind of a deal going forward, and is that a possibility which industry leaders also should keep in mind or keep in their calculations?
Amongst the many works at hand, that is one issue which we are also addressing with a very open mind, a positive outlook, and the confidence that the India-US relationship is very consequential, very important for both countries. I've been engaged with industry in India. I've been engaged with companies from the US working in India. Everybody believes that this is an important engagement, relationship. At the same time, and I just had a very, very large conglomerate owner, business person from Mumbai in my office a few hours ago. Knowing the press, they'll now start finding out sources who can tell me who it was, or tell them who it was, who started by telling me that while I will tell you that I am an exporter to the United States and I'm concerned about the current situation, I would like to first start by telling you that we stand fully with the government of India. We are committed to the nation. We have alternatives. We are working on several alternatives and super confident that this year will be better than last year.
Super. You mentioned alternatives. While industry is definitely looking at alternatives, we've seen some shifts in India's own policy or India's own relationship. And I'd like to mention our northern neighbor.
Well, I think that shift has nothing to do with this current situation. The problem started post-Galwan. After the agreement was reached on the important border issues, we had already started re-engaging. And I think that was completely unlinked to any matters related to the current trade agreement with the United States. So I would not like to hyphenate or link the two.
We've done a bit of relaxation in visas, and there have been a lot of positive statements coming from the other side as well. Your ministry is in charge of the Press Note 3, which controls investments. Are you also reviewing that?
Deep Sika is looking for a headline here.
Absolutely.
Well, I think if you recall, the Press Note 3 came in at a point of time when we had just started seeing a tremendous fall of values post the COVID crisis. Early 2020, when the global pandemic hit the world, we saw a massive dip in valuations of companies, both in the stock market and otherwise. At that point of time, in order to make sure that we do not lose out strategic values owned by Indians to foreign takeovers, particularly from countries which at that point of time were out there buying out stakes in other parts of the world, we decided on coming out with the Press Note 3. It was a decision which was important at that point of time and also related to our strategic interest in certain sectors which we wanted to remain in Indian hands. And it does not ban FDI from anywhere. We only take a cautious approach, and there's a pre-approval. Post that, we have given approval to many companies. Many in the room may have received an approval, many may not have received an approval. It's a process that is going on. Wherever we find that the industry in question, the technology in question, the supply chain in question aligns with the vision of India, we have been regularly giving approvals, and the same process will continue in the future.
So it will continue.
Well, I can only speak about the situation today. As I said, when the times change, situations change, decisions can be made to suit the times.
Well, decisions can change according to if times change. If I could just take you away from what's happening in the neighborhood, you are in talks with multiple countries, trade blocs. One can forget the count in terms of the number of trade deals that you are negotiating. What's happening with the European Union? at this juncture? You've set the target as December, but where are we now?
I have not set that target. Our leaders set that target before the year end. We've made very rapid progress. I've had an occasion to meet my counterpart from the EU, Maros Šefčovič, on several occasions in the last few months, both in New Delhi, in Mumbai, Brussels, Paris. That's it, yeah. And I can only tell you he's a great guy. We get along very well with each other. Other than taking a liking to each other, we started understanding each other. And I've always held a very clear vision when we do trade deals. I have to protect national interests. I have to protect sensitive sectors. And we usually now work with different countries with the pre-understanding before even getting into negotiations. You respect my sensitivities, I respect your sensitivities. There are areas of concern in every country in the world. So the European Union also has certain areas which are very sensitive to them. We respect that, as they respect ours. And therefore, I think it will not be difficult to come to terms on the trade front. There are certain non-tariff barrier issues on both sides, which are majorly under consideration and discussion. But having struck a deal with Australia, with the United Kingdom, the largest trade deal so far, most comprehensive trade deal, nearly 30 chapters. We've never had such a deal before. With the 4-block EFTA nations. And mind you, UK and Switzerland were always the most aggressively against our IPR policies, intellectual property laws. And in both these trade deals, we have a robust IPR chapter. So that is the extent of evolution India is seeing in matters related to trade and free trade agreements. We are talking to EU on a very regular basis. Ministers are going to be coming to India. Our teams are going to be traveling to Brussels. After Maros's visit, maybe I may go there again. So we are working very actively, and I would think it's very much doable. Similarly, New Zealand will be over in the next couple of months. Oman should be over by next month. Chile and Peru are putting a lot of bandwidth into the agreement. In fact, we don't have enough bandwidth to be able to handle so many engagements at the same time. There are at least 3 or 4 more whom I have agreed to fast track, but I still need to devote resources to that. We are working with Eurasia on a Central Asia and other countries deal. So there's a lot on the plate. And India is looking at the entire situation very strategically, realistically, and is not reacting to the situation, but is actually proactively working with trading partners with whom we can expand business, with whom we can have transparent economic systems or trading systems, where we see complementarity rather than competition. And I'm quite sure you'll see our India growth story having a large global footprint in the years to come.
There is, while you're talking about, newer free trade deals, there's a review which has been going on with the ASEAN agreement, which was a mammoth free trade agreement. What is the status?
Haven't I given enough headlines on that deal? We are certainly very concerned because domestic industry gives us quite a negative feedback about the ASEAN trade deal done during the Congress regime. I have to often very categorically tell industry when they come and attack me on ASEAN, look, I have nothing to do with this. This is a badly negotiated deal by the previous government. I have talked to industry who was there while these negotiations were going on. The level of stakeholder consultation was abysmal. It was terrible. And very, very asymmetrical opening has been done, where India is at the receiving end and did not benefit much. So we are focused in all the trade deals that we do or choose not to do. Like we chose not to do RCEP. RCEP would have been the death knell of Indian industry. I have never received more thank you notes from Indian industry, from MSMEs, from farmer organizations, as I received when we decided not to join RCEP. It was the Congress party's understanding with China or some, I don't know what the secret deal was, what the hell was that MOU that they had signed with the Communist Party of China. I don't know what was the compulsion of that government to get into negotiations in RCEP. We were not a part of RCEP originally. The Congress threw ourselves under the bus. We already had a trade deal with ASEAN, a bad deal at that. We already had a trade deal with Japan and Korea. Australia was on the verge of being finalized, which then they aborted because of RCEP. That time, New Zealand business bilaterally was $350 million. Quite small. So really, it was an FTA between China and India. And I dare say, I did nearly 200 consultation meetings about the RCEP agreement with industry. Barely, I think 2 or 3 sessions or industry interactions, people said they wanted us to join RCEP. That was the overwhelming opposition. So whether you don't join is equally important as joining is. So we are very clear in our mind what's good for the people of India, what's good for the industry, for all the stakeholders sitting in this room and beyond. That drives us into doing trade deals. Geopolitical considerations or wanting to look good will never drive India's trade decisions. Trade will stand on its own legs. Geopolitics stands on its own legs. We don't hyphenate or conflate the two. Our effort is we build very good relations across the world. We are multilateral in every dimension. But when it comes to opening India's market and expanding India's trade, our stakeholders, their views, and their best interests are paramount.
You just presented the Jan Vishwas version 2 in Parliament. Prime Minister has spoken about next generation reforms. In terms of investment, in terms of the export sector, what reforms could these be?
Tons and tons. In fact, I would urge Economic Times, I would urge all the world leaders in attendance today. We are looking for ideas big and small. Every conceivable experience that any of you has had. And I would urge Economic Times to run a campaign on this and crowdsource for us the various possibilities to decriminalize laws wherever they are, there's no mens rea or there's no intention to defraud or criminal intent. We would like to decriminalize as many laws as we can. We want to reduce regulatory burden on industry. We want to simplify processes, procedures, any and everything that can reduce the burden, compliance burden on industry, on business, to make it easier to do business. Whatever we can do to support people, the common man's lives becoming easier, which we call ease of living. We are wanting to explore every possible element which can impact your lives, your businesses. Please come forth, be demanding. Maybe we won't deliver or be able to deliver 100%, but we'll make a sincere effort. We'll argue why not rather than why when you come up with any ideas. So much so that between yesterday evening and today afternoon,
I was going to just ask you, you've had series of meetings, industry
it's a
zones,
continuous
industrial
process.
corridors. So what's on cards there?
On
industrial corridors, industrial zones, you've had series of
all
meetings
of these
between
will evolve.
yesterday and today.
All of these will evolve and we'll be announcing them. But for example, the Jan Vishwas bill, one and now the two which I've come out with. In both of these, the retrospective application is not there. I had sought legal advice, and at that point of time, I was told that you cannot do it retrospective. Since last night, I just received an SMS, just an SMS, urging me to consider making it retrospective. I wrote back saying that legal advice had said that we can't do it. The person concerned immediately shot off 2 Supreme Court judgments to me. Then I talked to the Law Commission today afternoon. They also confirm you can make it retrospective. I've already talked to the Law Minister today. The secretary got changed in the course of the day in the afternoon. So the new secretary I'll probably talk to. And the idea is that we'll expand Jan Vishwas 2 in the next few days, basis whatever inputs all of you give us. We have decriminalized 355 sections in Jan Vishwas Bill 2. I want to take it up to 1,355.
Oh, wow.
Can you all be forthcoming?
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. This is being done for you.
So the select committee is going to be seeking suggestions. Either give it there or give it to me. I will give it to the select committee. If required, I'll introduce a completely new bill. We are open. We want all of you to engage and tell us what we can do so that you can focus on your business, be more efficient, be more effective, be cost competitive, produce good quality goods and services, and capture world markets.
Is there a package or some kind of interventions, policy interventions, measures expected for the export sector? Because especially, the labor-intensive sectors like textiles, gems and jewelry, they would bear the brunt of what's happening on the tariff front.
We are working on different dimensions. For example, the domestic industry. The same gentleman about whom I referred earlier today morning was saying that they are already started looking at how they can expand their domestic footprint. I remember when I could realize that this could become a stress, I immediately called up a very large 1,000-store retail outlet which does apparel largely and talked to the managing director and said that, guys, can you look at picking up, these are high quality goods that these people make in the textile sector. Can you pick up some more? Can you run massive campaigns and help us market stocks and market products so that domestically we can absorb a lot of the goods on the textile sector? We are looking at GST revamp, about which you have been reading. We'll see how we can support many of these labor-intensive sectors like food processing, textile, through the GST framework to give a boost to domestic demand. Our ministry and different line ministries are already looking at complementarity of our strength areas with other economies so that we can look at expanding trade with other countries, maybe buy some more from them what we need, sell some more what they need. So there are different ways in which we can ameliorate this current situation until we are able to come to a settlement.
Until we are able to come to a settlement. On that note, on that positive note, Mr. Goyal, let me thank you for taking out time for ET World Leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who means business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Goyal, for that candid and wide-ranging conversation from supply-side shift to strategic foresight. Your insights did offer us a sharp window into how India is recasting its role in global commerce.
Our next guest has been many things: diplomat, author, speaker, and parliamentarian.
And sesquipedalian.
Okay, what is that?
A person who uses really long words.
All right. He remains one of India's most articulate and thought-provoking public intellectuals.
From representing India on the global stage to representing Thiruvananthapuram in the Lok Sabha, he brings a rare mix of cultural insight, political clarity, and wit that never fails to spark a conversation. I'm reading your latest book, A Wonderland of Words. Needless to say, every page.
A big round of applause, please. In this fireside chat, titled Shifting Grammar of Geopolitics, we'll hear his take on how the language of global power is changing and what that means for India's diplomatic playbook.
Here in conversation with Executive Editor of ET Politics, Pranab Dhal Samanta, please welcome onto stage. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is already here. Pranab, all yours.
Good evening.
Good evening, Pranab.
Looking at you, I'm reminded back about 2 decades, you were contesting the UNSG elections. We met. I was younger, grown much older.
So was I.
No, but you look remarkably the same.
Oh, I don't think so. But anyway, thank you.
But let me tell you, the UN has changed a lot.
Yeah.
And somewhere forget about the relevance, but when you look at the way the UNSC is locked in conversation, the P5, now here's a question to you, to just start off, is that whole edifice post-World War II, and you've been part of that system. Has the expiry date come?
Expiry, I hope not, because I think we can't do without some sort of forum where we can get all the countries of the world on a common platform. But certainly the golden days of the UN were the days that I had the privilege of witnessing its relevance to a vast variety of situations and working closely with one of the great Secretary General in Kofi Annan. There's been a certain decline since. And it's not just because the superpowers are unable to agree on most things to do with peace and security, so the ineffectual nature of the Security Council's work is highlighted practically every day, but it's also because of the fact that we are facing, I think, an increasing tendency to move away from multilateral solutions to global problems. More and more countries are acting in their own interests. To some degree, there was already a sort of process of deglobalization that appeared to have started soon after the financial crisis at the end of the first decade of the century, but it got a real acceleration after COVID, when suddenly people felt their vulnerabilities to other countries supplying essential goods and so on, and they suddenly decided that their first obligation was to themselves, and I don't think they've shaken off that attitude. So both in terms of moving away from multilateralism and in terms of the fact that the principal role for which the UN is known in the world of maintaining or upholding peace and security has become unviable with the quarrels between the major powers.
Does that mean more conflicts, you envisage more military conflicts moving ahead, even in our neighborhood?
Well, I don't know about our neighborhood to begin with, though we've had one lasting 88 hours earlier this year. But certainly there was, I think, it's pretty clear, for example, that having seen not that long ago one Security Council member invading a member state without the approval of the Council, and now we've seen another one do exactly that a decade and a half later, this is not auguring well. And it certainly sets a precedent, for example, that China might well be inspired to follow tomorrow. The UN's effectiveness rested on a certain precarious balance of interests amongst the big powers. That balance appears to have teetered off the cliff.
And the refrain we have here from New Delhi is the reform of the UN Security Council, expansion, more teeth, more members. Do you think that's the way forward?
We've been saying this and hearing it for a very long time. I was at the UN when Secretary General Boutros Ghali announced in 1992 that he hoped the Security Council reform would be done and dusted by the golden jubilee of the organization. When was that? 1995. Okay, the 60th anniversary has gone by, the 70th has gone by, we've just marked the 80th, and there's absolutely no sign of it. So I think it's now become a slightly tired, well-worn refrain with very little political energy behind arriving at a solution.
And
There's these sort of tired bromides being articulated by people, but no real genuine commitment to an outcome.
And Donald Trump, of course, offers no hope on that direction at all.
No, Donald Trump offers very little hope in that direction. In fact, some people from his movement, as it were, in the American political space, a senator called Mike Lee in particular, actually want the US to withdraw from the UN altogether, which I certainly hope doesn't happen, because I mean, whenever I hear about all of this of, can't we drop the UN and so on, I'm reminded of a crack by an old Soviet diplomat of the early 60s, Ambassador Yakov Malik, who said whenever he hears this kind of thing, he said he's reminded of a story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, when Adam finds that Eve is becoming a bit indifferent to him. So Adam says to Eve, "Eve, is there someone else?" Now you think about that for a minute. Is there someone else? Is there any other alternative to the UN as a mechanism, a platform that brings every country on earth together? There isn't. So we just have to make the best of what we can, with all its imperfections, flaws, and periods of weakness.
Right. But I'm tempted to ask this, since we actually moved into the Donald Trump part of my... You've seen this now for 6-7 months, and you follow American politics also very closely. You're a great writer. Give us a headline. If you were to give a headline to a Trumpian world, what would that headline be?
We've just heard Piyush's allergy to headlines, so I'm not going to.
No,
I'm not going to give in to you on that.
You're not going to hide under that.
I mean,
but I'm asking you to give a headline as an editor.
The obvious thing is that Mr. Trump is unpredictable, that he has to put it bluntly, an extremely unusual style amongst the world's history of heads of governments. I don't think we've seen anything quite like this. His negotiating style is itself a challenge, and the combination of a certain lack of diplomatic tact and a certain, shall we say, a certain willingness to do things that nobody else in his position would have thought of doing or saying has stung us. And what's worrying is that there seems to be a willingness to just discard offhand a quarter of a century of very serious, dedicated, devoted strategic engagement with India, which involved also persuading India that there were a certain set of assumptions in Washington that New Delhi should be happy with. And suddenly that whole thing has been tossed aside, and it's a bit of a shock.
See, you carried the folder post-Sindoor. You went to the United States.
Yeah.
And you engaged with a lot of...
Absolutely. At every level except Mr. Trump. I saw Vice President Vance, I saw the entire establishment, such as it was, of the State Department. I saw the members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the House Foreign Relations Committee. I met every single think tank. I spoke at the Council on Foreign Relations. I met the media. I spoke at the National Press Club. I don't think there was much left. And throughout, I can assure you, we got a tremendous amount of positive response.
Did you pick up anything of this sort going?
Not at all. On the contrary, we got an absolutely positive level of engagement at every level in the United States. Understanding of our position, sympathy for us on Pahalgam, support for what we had done. I can tell you the Vice President actually said, we respect the restraint and responsibility you have shown. Once I'd explained the manner in which the operation had been conducted, there was total receptivity and engagement. I cannot tell you how pleased we were when we left with the quality of our meetings at all levels of the United States. And so this was a shock for every one of us who'd been to Washington on that trip, and I think to most people in India.
It was a shock. And was it also a shock that he had a meal with Asim Munir?
Which, sorry? Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a puzzle. First of all, I don't think there's any precedent for a military officer who is not a head of state or government to be received by the president in the White House. So that's a completely unprecedented action. And the fact that it was done with so much warmth and bonhomie was also surprising. I can tell you frankly that on this particular thing, there's obviously a personal element in what Mr. Trump is saying and doing that we'll have to reckon with. The American system does give an enormous amount of latitude to the personal tastes, foibles, and whims of the man in the office. I mean, the assumption has always been that the system will throw up people who are so seasoned by the process of politics that they will be moderate and measured and responsible in every utterance and every decision. We don't seem to have that right now. And so all of us, I think, not just India, but every country in the world is having to very quickly readjust its sights in understanding and relating to the central.
It's quite surprising that it's the allies who are getting hit most with all the shifting grammar, as we titled.
Absolutely. And you know, you're seeing, you've seen the way in which Mr. Trump spoke to Mr. Zelensky in the White House the first time. He was a little better off this time, but he had a rough time the first time he went. You've seen the way in which some of those NATO meetings and meetings with the European leaders have gone. We're in a very, very different sort of diplomatic world at the moment with Mr. Trump.
Let me just work on the title a little bit. I was thinking it's shifting grammar, but I also noticed that you're a big cricket buff. So I was wondering, is it a bad heading lay or a Perth pitch where you have to bat? If you were to pull out a shot in such conditions, what would that be?
Well, I mean, certainly there's no question that with Mr. Trump, the second innings, the pitch has deteriorated considerably. The climate, as it were, literally has not been particularly conducive to our batting. But, I understood Piyush's very positive messaging, which is necessary for a minister in his position. I think that when we listened to him, we got this slightly sort of, confident, optimistic approach to all of this. I'll admit that I'm not in the government and I'm a little more worried. I'm hearing reports of serious cancellations of orders when it comes to garments, leather, seafood, which affects my state, and of course gems and jewelry. We've all read reports of 1.5 lakh jewelry workers being laid off in Surat. That's all worrying, and some of this started before the second 25%. It started with the first 25%, which already put us at a serious disadvantage with all our competitors in these sectors. Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they're all between 15 and 19%. So 25 already puts our exporters at a negative premium, and that has to be negotiated down, and that's what our Commerce Ministry under Piyush was negotiating with the Americans. I'm afraid that that 25 has to come down, or we are in deep trouble in a number of sectors where we have been doing well in the US. The second 25%, of course, is the killer. Yeah. That's not really a tariff, that's a sanction. That is an absolute sort of geopolitical bludgeon that's been applied on us, with the indirect target being Russia. And the very fact that on the 27th of August, we could be at 50% unless it's held in abeyance at the last minute, and that China will be at 30%, despite importing far more oil and gas from Russia than we do, suggests to me that the cards we hold are not as strong as we'd like to claim.
So what would be the prescription you would put out?
Look, I mean, I think some of the answers are obvious. Piyush himself implied some of them. One is diversification of markets, obviously indispensable. We have to go and look to other countries. We've got a good UK free trade agreement. We're talking to the EU. There are other agreements in the works. Great. And then much more stimulus to domestic demand, so we can actually have the domestic consumption rise to a point where we can absorb some of this. Those two are the obvious things. And then, of course, exploring completely new markets. I mean, we haven't shown enough energy over Africa. There are successful economies in Africa growing. Let's go and get those markets, and other markets in Asia as well. So to my mind, the answers are obvious. Getting there is not going to be easy, and there will be pain in the short term. One thing Piyush didn't mention, which because I'm not in government I can fool around with, is maybe there should be some very enterprising Indian importer in the UK who can import a lot of these items at duty-free prices, repackage them as made in the UK, and sell them to America. I mean, that's something else that could also happen.
Okay, diplomat, politician can also be a good businessman.
No, I'm told that's what the Dubai people have been doing with Pakistan. A lot of Pakistanis enjoy Indian goods as long as the package says, you know, made in the UAE.
Well, it's nice, the friendly banter you bring in when you're talking about the trade minister, and we also see your comments in public. You know, when people like me started reporting, we were all schooled. You know, on foreign policy, there's a consensus across the aisle in India. And so when you went to parliament, you can ask questions here, there, but there is this unwritten consensus. Then a view started coming, why can't foreign policy also be debated? After all, in the rest of democracies, one party has a certain thinking, the other party. It doesn't always have to be a consensus. You had the panel today. The times are such. How do you see it? You think this consensus-based approach should be revisited, or you think that should be reinvented? How do you see this opposition-government conversation on foreign policy in particular?
Well, there isn't much of a conversation, but certainly speaking for the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament, I think we are all on the same page by and large. I remember saying when I first chaired the committee back in 2014, that there is no such thing as a Congress foreign policy and a BJP foreign policy. There's only Indian foreign policy and Indian national interests, and we all stand up for those. In between, yes, there have been some differences on some matters, but by and large, the fundamental interests of the nation affect us all, and it's therefore not untypical for people to rally around the flag, whatever the details or disagreements of detail might be. And you know, Nehru put it very effectively, who lives if India dies? When it comes to something that affects as an existential crisis for the country, when it comes to something that is a moment, a critical moment at which our country's security and fundamental interests are at stake, no Indian can afford to take a totally different stand. Even the Americans have this line of, our differences stop at the water's edge. Well, in our case, they should stop at the borders.
Does your party share these views with you?
Look, I mean, you ask me questions, I'm speaking for myself. But the truth is that by and large, this has been a consensual view in India. Let's remember that the moment the committee system started in our parliament, Congress ensured that the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee was always a member of the opposition. Vajpayee Sahib chaired it, Gujral Sahib chaired it, Sushma Swaraj chaired it. The committee has traditionally been a place where we had an opportunity to demonstrate our national consensus, and the Congress stood up for that. The Congress often made it a point of pride to send opposition MPs on delegations to the UN. It was a Congress Prime Minister who sent the leader of the opposition to Geneva as the head of the Indian delegation for a debate on Kashmir, with his own Minister of State serving as the deputy to the LO. So, I mean, to the LOP. And therefore, to my mind, this is a tradition that we should all value and cherish. And when some things come up, our political differences can be held in abeyance.
But it seems to us from the outside, correct me if I'm wrong, that your persuasive skills work better in parliament than within the party.
I think sometimes, you know, there's virtues in silence. I'll let that comment pass without a response. My late boss at the UN, Kofi Annan, he used to spout lots and lots of profound wisdom at me over the years. But one of his lines I haven't forgotten is, remember, Shashi, there are no silly questions. There are only silly answers. So anyone can ask you anything. You don't have to reply. I mean, I used to be on Fox News and the BBC Hard Talk and so on all the time for the UN. So one just has to know what not to say. I'll try to live up to that.
I'll get away from domestic politics for now. I'll come back. But just because you have an understanding of multilateral politics, and you understand this world better than anybody else, when you look at India's groupings now, BRICS, Quads, SCO, which is your favorite acronym?
When I look at what, sorry?
The membership, the Indian memberships, BRICS, Quad, SCO. Is there an acronym which you would prefer, or is it just good enough to be?
I like them all. In fact, I used to celebrate the fact that at one time, our foreign ministers would meet their Russian and Chinese counterparts in RIC. Then we would add the Brazilians and the South Africans, and we'd have BRICS. Then we'd kick the Russians out, but add the Chinese, and we'd have BASIC for environmental negotiations. Then we kick the Chinese out too, and we'd have the other three for IBSA, for South-South cooperation. And India was the only country that was a member of all of these, and not merely because our name so conveniently begins with that indispensable element in any acronym, a vowel, but because we actually had something useful to contribute, and because we also had something useful to gain from each of these. And I think that honestly, I have immodestly and unabashedly claimed credit for coining the term multi-alignment way back when I was MOS and before that, and when it was not fashionable. In fact, I must say it was looked at with great disapproval by the foreign policy establishment at that time. So it gives me a particular frisson of satisfaction to see it being adopted by our foreign minister. And now it's become an article of faith. We do, in this networked world, where countries are connected to each other in multiple ways for different reasons and different relationships for different purposes, that multi-alignment makes perfect sense as an approach, and I therefore would like all those acronyms and more.
So more plurilateral, as much plurilateral.
As much, yeah, absolutely, as possible. And of course, always keeping our interests in mind. I think it's important to realize that not all relationships are equal, and that in some cases, if we find that a relationship serves us ill, we will have to adjust our posture accordingly. In some cases, frankly, we may have to be in some relationships in a purely defensive mode, that our absence would hurt us more than being there, but we don't have to go along with everything they do.
So what's your approach to the China question? You see, because now there has been certain kind of a reset, or at least normalization. We see that the supply chain weaponization, there has been a slight backtracking on that.
No. I have to admit, I've become a bit of a cynic on China. I've been watching it closely for some time. I saw the good days and I've seen the bad. I think China has a very, very clear negative strategic orientation towards India for a multiple set of reasons which we don't need to worry about too much. And I think it became apparent just this year. What have we seen? We've seen the withholding of rare earth magnets and minerals, which we can't get from China. We have seen the cancellation of tunnel boring machines. We have seen the withdrawal of 300 technicians and engineers from Foxconn's factories. These are not just administrative arrangements. These are very deliberate decisions that have been made by the Chinese to cut back on any particular sort of ideas we might have that we can become a manufacturing alternative in any of these areas. Then we've seen the extraordinary real-time convergence of China and Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. It's perfectly all right for any country to sell weapons to any other country and for those weapons to be used. We can't complain about that. But there was real-time Chinese cooperation with the Pakistani military, as our military has revealed. So in these circumstances, we have to ask ourselves why, and we know why. I mean, they're not terribly happy with the way the border stands, the LOC. They're not very happy with our rise, quote unquote, and they're also not terribly happy with, I mean, let's put it the other way around. They're very happy with the stake they have in Pakistan. And because they have such an enormous stake in Pakistan, the single largest project under the Belt and Road Initiative is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. And for them, you know, they used to take an enormous amount of hassle to get goods to Western China. It had to go from the Straits of Hormuz or the Suez Canal, past India, through the Straits of Malacca, into the South China Sea. They had to unload in Guangzhou or Shenzhen, then go all the way across by road, across the highway to Western China. Now they can save 95% of the time and 90% of the cost by just offloading in Gwadar and going through Pakistan, including through territory we claim, and depositing their goods in Western China. These are enormous stakes, and there's every reason why the Chinese will always feel that that we are obviously Pakistan has an existential problem with us, and China will feel that that's the side they want to be on.
But the shifting tonality of the Chinese in the last few weeks and some of the decisions they seem to be taking back, how do you respond to that?
No, the shifting tonality has often been there. Look, the Chinese have said sweet things in the past. There's been just before Galwan, there were a number of positive noises. Xi Jinping was on a swing in Ahmedabad when the PLA first marched in and occupied and sat on our territory. We've had the entire setback in the well, you know all the examples, but the Demchok issue, the Depsang issue, the Doklam issue in 2017, the 72-day standoff. We've had no shortage of incidents where the Chinese will be talking sweet, and then there'll be some incident which throws us completely off balance, and it'll be resolved temporarily or otherwise, usually with the net outcome being in the favor of the Chinese. Doklam, for example, they withdrew after that standoff, but right now they're back in a different part of the Doklam Peninsula, and they do have now a capacity to oversee and interdict our highway connecting West Bengal to the northeast. We have a serious challenge that we can't be oblivious of, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't talk to them. We can't afford not to trade with them. Our business people tell us that they need these Chinese goods for their own purposes. So we, as I said earlier, we will have to have a multiplicity of these relationships, but let's not do it with any illusions. Let's deal with the Chinese. Let's buy whatever they're willing to sell us. Let's try and persuade them not to withhold things we need. But at the end of the day, Pranab, that's something we should do with our eyes wide open. I mean, let's say promiscuity has its advantages in international relations, I mean, this is not a sort of old Hindu marriage. This is a question of quite simply attempting to maintain your relations with as many countries as possible, as long as it suits you, but really not kidding yourself as to how fragile your relationships with big countries can be. Washington has taught us that lesson again. So why should we want to learn the lesson the hard way with Beijing? I think we should go into this new tonality that you talked about with a very, very great consciousness that tomorrow there could be another incident down the road. But let's make the best of things while the going is good.
I think we are running out of time, but there's a popular question, particularly among journalists. Are you interested to become the Kerala CM?
Pranab, actually, you'd be surprised. I've absolutely never sought after any position in my entire career. Every job I have held from my UN days onwards, people have sought me out and said, we need you for this, and I have served. That's basically been the way it's been. I don't think there's a single person on this planet who can turn around and say that Shashi asked for something or did something. I did put myself forward for the Congress presidency, as you may remember, yes, and that was because a number of people persuaded me to do so. It was not an idea that had occurred independently to me. Obviously, I believe that Kerala needs a change. I believe that the change is indispensable, particularly for the kinds of things the Economic Times is concerned about. The economy is in dreadful shape. We are so much in debt that we are spending more money the government spends more money in Kerala every year on servicing the loans than on development expenditure. And we cannot carry on like this. They're essentially borrowing money every September to pay the salaries for the rest of the year. It's the second most indebted state in the entire country. We've got to get the economics right. We've got to become a place that's friendly to business. We've got to create, I mean, I've been an advocate of something that we could perhaps have in other states, but Kerala desperately needs, which is an Investor Protection Act, to tell you folks that if you sink your money into Kerala, you will not lose it other than for business reasons, but not because of politicians or bureaucrats or trade unions or anybody else tying you in knots. That we will have a ban on hartals, that we will slash 90% of the regulations we have that makes every little process require 4 signatures and multiple months of clearances. All of these things have to be done. And if we can do all that, and if I can be a voice to do all that, that'll be a far more useful role that I can play than any particular position that might come out of the process.
I'll leave you on a conversation with you can never end. So for the next time, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pranab. Thank you all.
As always, Dr. Tharoor gives us a lot to think about and maybe even tweet about. Thank you to Pranab Dal for steering such a rich exchange.
All right, we hope you enjoyed that exchange, and as a feature of this particular exchange, I didn't have to Google any words that Mr. Tharoor used. Now, as we approach the end of the day, we turn to a conversation titled America, India, and the shifting global order. A session that places both nations within the broader sweep of diplomacy, alliances, and urgency that define our era.
Our guest has served as a 5-term US Senator, the 2004 Democratic nominee for President, and as America's 68th Secretary of State, where he led the Iran nuclear deal, re-energized US engagement in Asia, as well as helped to shape the Paris Climate Agreement. More recently, he served as the first US Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, leading high-stakes negotiations at COP summits and beyond.
Okay, we still notice that Dr. Tharoor is getting mobbed by selfie takers. We'll give them a moment to finish their selfies.
In conversation with our special guest this evening is the Executive Editor of the Economic Times, Shruthijit KK. Please welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, as he enters the room, the 68th US Secretary of State, Mr. John Kerry.
Thank you, Abha and Suresh. Secretary Kerry, firstly, a very, very warm welcome to India. You've been such an important architect of so much of long-built, long-nourished ties between our two countries. I don't know when you were here last, but a very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
For long-time watchers of the relationship, including people like you who have played a role in building and shaping it, they should be forgiven, I guess, in the last few months if they have been feeling like putting their hand on the head and saying, what the hell is going on? Would you say that?
Well, first three words I want to share with all of you are, don't blame me. Be clear about that. Sure, look, we're going through something that's, you're all going through it. Completely unconventional. And something that does carry real risks to all of us. So I don't want to make light of it because so much is at stake, obviously. With respect to the India-US relationship, obviously this is a moment of tension, unnecessary in my judgment, but it exists. And I think the world needs to, we need to kind of calm things down a little bit. We need to find an equilibrium. And we need leaders who are prepared to really more clearly and more compellingly articulate what is at stake for all of us. India and the United States need to be on the same page, and we're not right now. We're not, mostly over money and trade, while Gaza and the Middle East and Russia and the Sudan and so many different places are in desperate need of a vision and the ability to be able to actually act on that vision. So, yes, obviously I was about to say I pulled my hair out, but obviously you look at me, I don't pull my hair out. So, but I'm deeply concerned about it because the capacity to spiral out of control is real, and we're all experiencing it. On the other side of that ledger, I'm excited by what the marketplace is doing. I think there's just phenomenal energy globally in the marketplace, and it has gained a new standing, a new power, if you will, this entity called the marketplace. a lot of CEOs around the world are, while they're being careful not to upset certain places and people, they're continuing to invest very, very heavily in something like energy transition, various technologies. And you look at the level, I just today checked it out of curiosity, and I was blown away, because only 2 years ago we were talking about a United States at 23 trillion in GDP. Now it's 30. And in fact, China, in terms of purchase power parity, is ahead of the United States. And you look, and India is almost equal, just shy. Europe as an entity is, as a whole, right up there. So there's a force in all of that. Money and capacity to move is more of an actor, almost individually, than it has been, in my judgment, through my lifetime. And if that continues to be directed in the way that it is, it's going to be very hard for, no politician is going to be able to derail it. Even now, I say that. This will be a hiatus. It will be difficult, complicated, but we're going to get through this. And I'm really confident about our capacity to affect people's lives in places where they need to be affected the most, much more than we've ever been able to previously, if we pull ourselves together and focus on doing that. So yes, it's a dangerous, complicated time, but it's also a time of enormous opportunity, of enormous excitement in many ways. I'm very optimistic about the road where we can get to.
That's really interesting. What you're saying at one level is that the momentum in trade and people-to-people ties and all the other ways in which countries and peoples are bound together is much more resilient, perhaps, than one government or one term of a government and so on, and that makes you optimistic.
Well, I think it is, needless to say. Look, can the president of my country do damage to certain things along the way? Yes, and it's happening. We know that. We all have seen that. Pulling out of the Iran nuclear agreement, for example, in the first administration, Iran destroyed literally tens of thousands of centrifuges. And we had moved to take a nuclear weapon off of the table as an issue. And they were complying. And then suddenly the president came in and just got out. And now we've seen where that led us to. We've seen what the bombs have done, or we're beginning to understand what they've done or not done, as the case may be. So I think that I think we have an opportunity here, particularly in something like the energy transition. I'm now a executive co-chair of an entity called Galvanize. Galvanize, focused on the energy transition. And I see things happening, some of which we're invested in. AI software to help manage energy more effectively, but also manage the distribution. Geothermal companies, new batteries, better battery storage, better. UAE is building a 19 gigawatt storage capacity so that they can prove to the world that and this is an oil producing, gas producing country, but they're determined to prove to the world that you can actually deliver firm energy. 24/7, 365, and you don't run into this when the sun doesn't shine and the rain, the wind isn't blowing. You actually solve that problem, and I'm convinced we will solve it. My sense is that the power of this movement, and particularly with AI, look, there are a lot we don't know about AI. Let's be honest with each other, and the rules, the governing rules, still have to be worked out. I think I am correct in saying that AI is the only technology that can improve itself, which is both fascinating and terrifying at the same time. So we need to really think through very carefully how that's going to be managed. But it is changing, it will change everything. I mean, we were just talking in the green room a moment ago, you know, people who write code. Now AI writes a lot of the code, not all of it. You still need to teach, you still need to have the machines go through the learning process, but in the end, they improve themselves and change by themselves. How are you going to manage that? What are the implications of that? Where is that going to take us? And I don't think you can just be laissez-faire and leave that to, you know, Providence. I think we have to really figure out what we think is a matter of concern and how we're going to manage it as we go forward. But no question, it is going to have the most profound impact on how we work, where we work, who works, what kind of work is done. And a lot of folks who you know, learned computer science and thought that was the future and who wrote code are going to find that, you know, there's not going to be as much opportunity as there was. One of the things coming at us is a question of middle layer, white collar job loss as a consequence of AI. And these are the things we're all going to have to get ahead of together. And that's why I think wasting, you know, having a battle in many of these battles that are being fought publicly right now, I think interfere very negatively with our ability to be doing the real things we ought to be doing to coordinate our activities together and work together. There needs to be much more global cooperation in calculating sort of how we are all going to manage this and manage it in a way that does what we need to do. I mean, India plays such a key role, in my judgment, because it is a developing country, because it is managing poverty and the transition as effectively as perhaps we can. And in the United States, certainly, you see India and America in leadership at Federal Express, at Google, at Microsoft. I mean, it's extraordinary, the input that India is having in our country itself, and we need to honor that and recognize it and be grateful for it.
No, indeed, Indian origin CEOs truly are ruling the roost in a lot of the top corporations in the world. And sometimes, in fact, I wonder whether we truly appreciate in this country what an extraordinary moment it is, and when we might ever have this kind of a situation where so many of the top global tech firms are led by Indian origin executives. I want to speak for a moment about this whole matter of the shift of the world towards a more multipolar kind of an alignment. It has been said, at least for the last decade and a half, that the decline of the United States as the apex power in the world has begun, and we are moving towards a more of a multipolar alignment of the world. And do you think that the kind of aggressive foreign policy stance that we are now seeing from the United States might accelerate the shift to a multipolar world?
That's a really good question, a great question, and it raises the issue of not only multipolarity, but also the issue of decline. So let me try to address both if I can. Was it Mark Twain who said the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated?
Yes.
Well, the rumors of American decline are being greatly exaggerated. We have problems, yes, we do. Every country has problems. And they differ country for country, whether they are social, cultural, or you know, physical in one way or another, lack of infrastructure, whatever it is, opportunity, education. But the world has been moving. If you look at the big picture, despite these challenges, the world has been moving very rapidly towards a transformation that can help us all to envision the future of what is possible. We're curing diseases we never thought we could cure. People are living longer than they've ever lived before, and better lives, writ large, despite horrible things happening in places where we don't want them to be. But fewer people are dying violently around the world today than at any time in human history, despite an ISIS or a, terrorism, an act here or there. We're growing in our capacity, maturing, I hope, and women have a far greater ability to participate, to make a difference, to change the world, to be executives, to be CEOs, to be presidents, and so then 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And I look at the bigger picture of the transformational track, and I think that politics sort of pales before it in a way, because these things that are happening are so broad in their transformational capacity. So I was just talking about space-based production of energy and whether or not you can guide power from a satellite to a station on Earth, and that may develop. We're just exploring in a whole new way new opportunities, and that excites me. And the United States is leading in so many parts of that. The private sector. Publicly, we got a problem. But it's not a problem that the rules are mandating occurs. For instance, we don't pass a budget in the Congress. I spent 28 years in the United States Senate. In the 1990s, with President Clinton, we balanced the budget of the United States. And I began to see things change in our politics in 1994 with Newt Gingrich and the Gingrich contract and so forth. What's changed is not the capacity of the Senate or of our system of government to work. It's the people who can make it work or don't. And so right now, we need to change some of that. I mean, that's frankly what we got to do. We got to find a generation that wants to, and it's there, I think. I think the younger generation is fed up with what they're seeing. And they do have the ability to change it. Right now, our democracy is still vibrant and capable of doing that. I know a lot of young people who are entering the forum, entering into the fray, who just don't want to put up with the nonsense. They're tired of the polarization. We don't need to be polarized. And politics, history, runs in these currents. You all know that. India is so sophisticated regarding so the philosophy of governance and of life itself. And I think as we look at where the world is going, there's reason to really be optimistic about where we're heading now. The question of multipolar. That's what we want. The United States should not feel threatened. I argued this for a long time as Secretary of State and otherwise. We have always, since World War II, when this mantle fell on us of leadership, which leaders, thank God, in that period of time, Harry Truman, Franklin Roosevelt, all the way through Ronald Reagan and others, they were prepared to provide that kind of leadership. But the goal was to empower other countries to be able to fend for themselves, to become a partner at the table, to be able to help share this burden of figuring out how we make peace and bring the world together. So I welcome this sense that we're not, so one page only, and if you don't listen to the United States, you're going to go to hell or whatever. I mean, come on, guys. Let's face it. There is greater power in more countries because the economies have grown and the politics have become more settled and sophisticated. And there's more power in so many more countries. They deserve a seat at the table. And it's important, I think, strong leadership in the United States historically. Lyndon Johnson, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama welcomed bringing more partners to the table to help solve some of these problems. So, no, we shouldn't see it in a very narrow way that it's a loss for the United States or it's a change that somehow shouldn't be welcome. We want able partners. We need more people moving in the same direction. And there are enough illiberal localities on this planet to present all of us with a challenge to how we are going to actually live up to the universal rights that we have embraced within the United Nations, within the international courts, and so forth. That's the quest. And we can't get there alone. We're obviously not going to get there right now because we have a different point of view where, you know, it's all America all the time. And that is not the real America. And I think as we go in and celebrate our 250th anniversary next year, we are going to see more and more people reminding themselves and their friends and our nation what really America is. When I ran for president, I remember saying in my acceptance speech at the convention, I said, America is exceptional. But we're not exceptional because we run around beating our chest and telling everybody we're exceptional. We're exceptional when we do exceptional things, like putting $30 billion into AIDS efforts in Africa, or when we are the first on the ground to help with an emergency where something terrible has happened, or vaccines on COVID. Those things are exceptional. When you can say that a new generation of children born in Africa will be born AIDS-free. That's because of Bill Gates and because of our Congress, which allocated an enormous amount of money to help make that happen. And no country has conquered as many square miles or countries as the United States of America and given it back. Didn't try to keep it. I think that's something that we don't celebrate enough. So I have great confidence that we will get through this storm, and you will, I am confident, see another generation coming along that's prepared to partner with India and other countries that want to help truly make peace on this planet.
Since you quoted Mark Twain, I'd like to quote Henry Kissinger, who famously said that to be an enemy of America is dangerous, but to be its friend...
Henry Kissinger didn't make us laugh as much as Mark Twain, so I don't know, but anyway.
But to be its friend is lethal or fatal, he said, I think. Is there concern across the party aisles in the United States that the United States might be losing friends around the world far too soon as a consequence of decisions made in recent months?
Sure. Yeah, honest answer is yes. We are concerned. I think this current struggle between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi is unfortunate, and it seems to me it's a reflection that great nations don't necessarily exhibit greatness by giving people ultimatums all the time without sort of a more genuine diplomatic effort to try to find common ground and do things through the normal course of business. From my own judgment, there's a little bit too much ordering people and pressuring people, pushing people around to do one thing or another. And the real way you're going to get there is through cooperation, through respect. You know, I negotiated with China for the last 8 years, not with one hiatus, obviously, during the first Trump administration, but I did it on behalf of President Obama, and then I did it again on behalf of President Biden, who asked me to be the climate envoy. And I negotiated climate even while we were not talking to China on anything else. We managed to say to people, that is a universal issue, not a bilateral issue. And we need to respect the rest of the planet and do what we need to do to deal with the climate crisis. So we kept negotiating, and China moved. It moved because we engaged in diplomacy from not listing all greenhouse gases in their goals. That changed. They changed by moving to a national program to deal with methane and its very destructive impact. They moved to accelerate their efforts in this decade. And guess what, folks? Boy, have they accelerated. They are the #1 producer of renewable energy in the world, and China alone has produced more renewable energy than all of the rest of the world put together. So, you know, sometimes you're surprised by what you've been working for. You get more than you thought you would. China, we now need to counter that, frankly, effectively. And when I was climate envoy with President Biden, we put $500 million into a new solar plant here in India in order to try to accelerate the capacity to be able to develop alternative supply chains. And what we need now is a greater push on a global basis to develop those supply chains, not just as a defensive measure or even an offensive measure within the trade scheme, but because that's the only way we're going to win this battle. We have to accelerate, all of us. But I think that the capacity to do that without always slamming the table and putting, you know, pointing your finger at somebody and putting your finger in their chest and saying, do this and do that, or else. It's not always the best way to get things done.
I want to talk about climate a little bit. You know, countries like India, many developing countries around the world have always argued that we need greater support in terms of both technology and finance to effectively move away from carbon-emitting sources of fuel. With changes in technology and with many renewable modes of energy becoming cheaper, are you hopeful that there can be more progress in that kind of equation?
Well, SK, I'm not only hopeful, I'm motivated. I mean, this is what I'm spending my life doing now as co-executive chair of Galvanize. My other chair is Tom Steyer, who ran for president briefly, pushing the need to accelerate our efforts to deal with the crisis, and Katie Hall, who is the chair of the board at Princeton University and ran her own company until recently. She just sold her company with $46 billion assets under management, so she's very successful. The three of us and the company are fixated on the idea that the way to really accelerate this transition is to prove to people you can make money. Let's use capitalism. Let's use the profit motive to show people that it's not just over there in gas or oil or whatever, but it's over here in these new technologies, which if we deploy them fast enough, people will realize, oh my God, this is cheaper. This is cleaner. This is without the impact of diseases that come from bad air. This is without cancer that comes as a consequence of what we take in, unwillingly into our bodies, because we insist on continuing to light our factories, to heat our homes, and to move our vehicles, burning fossil fuel without capturing the emissions. If you can burn it and capture the emissions, go for it. Terrific. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is we're increasing the emissions and we're destroying even more of our capacity to be able to protect the planet and life itself. And so what we're trying to do is show people you can make money here. I'll give you an example. I'm not here to sell at all on the company's behalf, but the theory is something people need to embrace. We have a public equities strategy. Our public equity strategy is focused on those things in this sector that are going to accelerate the transition. Well, guess what? We were #1 globally in year to date on those public equities, where our nearest competitor had a 14% increase. Some people were in single digits, some people lost. We were at 26.8, about 27% profit. That's what's out there. We have real estate capacity. We're showing people that you can actually transition industrial properties into being decarbonized and make more money as a consequence of doing it and be far more efficient. So that's what's out there, folks. And what we're trying to do is show people, hey, we're not asking you to give up something. We're not asking you to sacrifice. It's not that you're going to have a lesser life. It's actually going to be better and cheaper, and you will have more household income because electricity will cost less. So my answer to you is I think this is really a very exciting transition. It's the largest transition economically the world has ever looked at and had available to it since the Industrial Revolution in the late 1800s. This is big. Why? Because everybody uses energy. Everybody needs energy. Energy demand growth is up, and we can actually provide that energy by electrifying in ways that are clean. It's just a massive opportunity for all our countries. I know in India, obviously, Prime Minister Modi has been very focused on the transition. You've set a very ambitious goal for deployment of renewables. You are deploying many of them as rapidly as possible. You have to use some coal. We all understand the predicament. But it's really important, I think, to also look at the new technologies. I'm a fan. I believe that nuclear has to be part of this transition. All the science that I've seen, all of the curves, when you do the analysis, tells us that you cannot get to the goals we need to get to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. You can't get there without some nuclear. And in Dubai, at the Dubai conference a few years ago, we agreed that we would try to triple the deployment of nuclear, triple the deployment of renewables, and double energy efficiency. We're not doing any of that yet. So, folks, we've just got to take the promises we have and implement them. And the benefits will be very fast to be realized and understood, embraced. And we have to end the disinformation. You know, some of the folks in industries that have profited enormously from the current paradigm have spent huge sums of money distorting and even lying to people about what the impacts are and what the choices are. And no, renewable energy does not make you poorer. It does not make your life deprived. It actually is better. And we've got to push back on the terminologies and the narrative. The narrative has to be changed.
I'm very glad to report also that India is making a lot of progress, a lot of investments on renewable energy as well, and I think there is a lot of desire as well as commitment both from the political establishment as well as companies to double down in the direction.
Well, I admire, I think Prime Minister Modi knows this, I call him a friend, I admire what India has been trying to do, and Piyush Goyal has been a good friend of mine. We worked together in the negotiations. And India really is important to this transition. It has such an important voice in the global south, and hopefully we can, not just the global south, but elsewhere. So my hope is that we will resolve this trade dispute. I think India has made a pretty powerful offering, frankly. You know, almost 60% of the goods would be at zero tariff, and the rest would be worked through. That's a big shift. And I think we need to hopefully get to a better place faster here. The trick for all of us, folks, is not to make trade the enemy. It is to go back to the table and do what we did previously without actually being as effective as we should have been in the implementation, but renegotiate the ways in which we're going to help each other. We all need trade. We all have certain goods. Some will produce more of one thing, some others. But you've got to work in good faith. If you turn it into weapons, we all got a problem. And we will diminish our capacity to achieve what we can in this global marketplace. And we have to remember, by the way, tens of millions of people are at risk, in Africa particularly, from the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And so this opportunity to have these new technologies and move faster is something that isn't just a kind of, it's not a gesture. It's going to be essential to managing the geopolitics of the planet. Because if you have 10 million people somewhere working in 145, 50 degrees regular basis, you can't work outdoors. You don't survive that. The human body is not built to survive that. And you're going to have many more refugees banging on the doors of places where they have trees and lakes and water and jobs. It's just no rocket science. It's clear. And we need to move far more effectively to start to pay attention to these longer-term geostrategic impacts because of our unwillingness to shift the paradigms now. That's why we have to get about the business of this transition.
I want to come to the intense diplomatic efforts that we've witnessed from the United States in the last week to 10 days on Russia and Ukraine, on ending the conflict there. We've had President Putin visit Alaska. We've had Zelensky in the White House, President Zelensky in the White House. We've had a number of important European leaders there. Are you hopeful that there is a path to lasting peace in the region? Russia and Ukraine.
Just Russia, Ukraine, just that. Okay, I wondered if you were including Gaza, et cetera, into that. I'm optimistic that it can be done. I can't tell you that I'm completely optimistic that it will be done because I don't see the kind of preparation and the tools being put on the table and the approaches necessary to provide the space to be able to get it done. I'm glad President Trump is trying. I'm glad that he's focused on it. I think that's very, very important for whatever reasons they may be. But President Putin, like most presidents, is not going to operate well from a corner. And you're not going to suddenly have a breakthrough sitting around a table in public when there are as deep a set of disagreements and challenges as you have with respect to NATO and NATO deployment, with respect to international law and the invasion by one country of another country to change the nation, the lines of the country. I think that's sort of against international law, folks, and something we've striven very hard to get away from over the last decades. You had European leaders rushing to be part of this, not because they all just want to be included, but because they are terrified about what might be agreed to without them being at the table. And that's not a particularly good equation to really find what we have to find going forward here. I dealt with President Putin a great deal. I think I talked to him more than anybody else in the Obama administration. I went to Moscow many times. I saw in Sochi. And we actually were able to cooperate on things. We found a way to find the way forward. He cooperated and helped us on Iran, on the Iran nuclear agreement. Sergei Lavrov and I were able to negotiate getting chemical weapons out of Syria and destroyed in the middle of a war. Never before have weapons of mass destruction been taken out of a zone of conflict during the conflict. Well, we did it. And we did it. President Putin consented and helped. And in fact, Russia was responsible for the destruction process of the chemicals. We cooperated on Ebola being stopped in West Africa, where we all had to come together to take immediate actions to try to do things. President Putin joined in creating the largest marine protected area in the world down in Antarctica. And I heard from him every grievance. I could give you the whole spiel. We don't have enough time. that encompasses missiles being, defense missiles being deployed in proximity to Russia in ways that he deemed changed their first strike perceptions and security. The constant expansion of NATO in ways that he felt, at least, threatened, so forth. I'm not here to speak for him. I'm just saying to you, there are a lot of issues there that need to be dealt with, and it takes a lot of work to begin to be able to get at them, lay out the way forward, and begin to make the difference. I think there is a clear solution. I'm not going to lay it out to you now. It'd be inappropriate for me to do that. But there is a way to resolve and end this war. No question in my mind. Right now, President Putin doesn't want to. And he has no intention of ending it right now because he sees that he's gaining on the ground and he sees disarray within the West, particularly because of President Trump's point of view, as to whether or not there's a staying power there. President Biden said, we're there for Ukraine as long as it takes, whatever it takes. You have never heard that from President Trump. And so the calculation of President Putin is, I can just wait this out and keep pounding away. Moreover, he has a war economy now. Russia, for all the power of Russia, Russia has a very small economy, folks. And an increasingly aged, old kind of economy. I mean, you all tell me what Russia makes that's new, that's important to the world, that can be sold on a huge basis, other than being gas station, a lot of gas. So the propositions for Russia, it seems to me, for the long run, are very serious. And I think maybe the world could put on the table some ways in which you resolve the security components of Russia's threat, but also resolve the security needs for the long term of guarantees for Ukraine. Both are owed to both. And I haven't seen that kind of discussion taking place. So my hope is, yes, there is an ability to end this war. It should be ended. I think there's a way to do it in a way that reflects certain sensitive realities, and I hope they will get there.
John, I want to quickly also get your thoughts on the worsening and deepening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Is the world responding with adequate alacrity, and does the two-state solution still have some legs?
That's a great question, and it's a huge topic, obviously. I spent many, many, many hours with Prime Minister Netanyahu, with President Abbas, and President Obama gave me great leeway to try to move the process towards a peace, two-state solution. So I'm going to speak some very direct truths to all of you here and answer that question. On October 7th, what happened with the attack by Hamas on Israel was a game changer. And it deeply, deeply traumatized Israel and Israelis for reasons we can all understand. It was grotesque. I fought in a war in Vietnam. I learned a lot about war, part of which I would summarize by saying how stupid it is. But I will tell you that some of the things that happened that day, and the misogyny, the hatred, the racism, the depths of it were really shocking to everybody in the world, I think, of good conscience, but particularly, obviously, had an impact on Israel. Part of that impact was an impact that concludes, quite rightfully, that you can't just move to a two-state solution, because Israelis are traumatized enough to have no confidence whatsoever that their security can be taken care of, or that Hamas won't just do it again, so forth. So I'm very sensitive to, and I understand the complication of where you go, but at the same time, That is not an excuse for 2,000-pound bombs going into an apartment building where there's one woman and one child, or several, or whatever. I mean, and President Biden worked hard to try to say, look, yes, you've got to respond. Yes, it's appropriate to target Hamas, but you got to make sure it's Hamas. And you got to make sure that you're doing this in a way that conforms to the laws of warfare and to the standards of behavior. And I think many people have deep questions about that. You know, women, children have been shot trying to get food. How does that happen? And so I'm not going to go through all of the episodes, but I would just say this, you know, the government of Israel today is a government made up of people who do not believe in a two-state solution. Every single member of the cabinet that I was working with when I worked with Prime Minister Netanyahu, not one of them would publicly support a two-state solution. So if you have a government that you're dealing with that is not committed to do what you're trying to do, you got a big problem. The world has a big problem as a result of where we are. And I showed President Obama maps that laid out the transition that was taking place while nothing happens. Specifically, in 1993, with the Oslo Accords, it was agreed that there would be a transfer of land to the Palestinians over a period of time. And that has never happened, never even began since 1993. And the West Bank was divided into an A, B, C area, where Israel had total control over one part of it, Palestine, Israel shared control over the other, and the Palestinians had control over one small piece. In 1993, when those accords were made, there were 100,000 settlers in the West Bank. Today, there are over 650,000. And they're being armed, and some people are engaging in violence against other people with those armaments, are killing Palestinians in the West Bank. So what is happening is, in my judgment, really dangerous and contrary to the best interests of Israel, as well as to the capacity to be able to even think about the possibility of a Palestinian state somewhere down the line. It's a very, very difficult situation. The folks who are making up that government, by and large, not exclusive, but by and large, believe in what is called the Greater Judea-Samaria scenario, i.e., that you don't give up the West Bank, you take over all of the area, and you have what the Bible suggests is appropriate, which is the Greater Judea, Samaria has been reunited. There are many people who are convinced that Israel intends to annex the West Bank and annex the Gaza. They're now moving into Gaza, as we're all seeing, ferociously. And it's very, very hard to see how you ever, with those circumstances, make peace, real peace. Saudi Arabia will not move as long as there is not a two-state solution on the table. The rest of the Arab world is not going to respond unless there's a two-state solution on the table. And right now, it's not on the table. And so how you begin to really build the capacity to have two states, ultimately, is a very different discussion from the kind of discussion that's been going on lately. And so I think it's a very dangerous and deeply disturbing scenario that's taking place right now.
Many violent hotspots around the world, and yet much to be optimistic about, including the progress happening in energy transition, climate, and other areas. As we head for dinner in these rather safe and comfortable surroundings, perhaps we can spare a thought to our less fortunate brothers and sisters in these violent hotspots who are in the throes of death and destruction. Secretary Kerry, thank you so much for being with us here this evening and for sharing your thoughts on a range of topics with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Secretary Kerry.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. Thank you, SK, for steering the conversation with such clarity that brings a fitting close to the day with perspective, persuasion, and purpose. Big round of applause. From geopolitical insights to AI disruption, clean energy to capital flows, we have covered a lot of ground today and we have more to go tomorrow. What's clear is this: the world isn't just shifting, it's being reshaped, and every conversation today reflected that urgency. To all our speakers, panelists and moderators, thank you very much. A special thanks to all the partners who made today possible. Our presenting partner Visa, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Suzlon, state partners, the Government of Madhya Pradesh, the Government of Uttarakhand, and the Government of Haryana, our neural intelligence partner Litmus 7, and our knowledge partner PwC. To keep the conversation going, please use the hashtag ETWLF 2025. Dinner and cocktails await you. Please join us in the Shah Jahan Hall. On behalf of the Economic Times World Leaders Forum, thank you, good night, and see you tomorrow.